All right. Welcome to 2026. It's already been quite the year. We are doing this. We're doing this significantly later than we would normally. This was done on purpose. So we can't announce what our other project is that we're doing instead of a best and worst of the year. We're not going to be doing that for 2025. We're instead going to do something different. Won't say what it is yet until it's finalized. But that should be coming hopefully by the end of the week.
You
Today?
left it as a surprise by saying it's a surprise.
Yep. That being said, we'll do our due diligence and we'll talk about movies that we saw at between, let's say, what, August to September, or sorry, August to December. In your case, a little bit past into 2026.
Around.
Yep. So, without further ado, you want to get going?
We shall.
All right. So I actually have this in alphabetical order.
Oh, what changed it up this time?
Why change it up? I kind of felt like it. It also gave a little bit of variety. Instead of just going by release order, we can just go into alphabetical. But yeah. All right. Let's get right into it. So let's go with 100 meters.
You should stream it so I know what I'm looking at.
Oh, yeah. Well-oiled machine. All right. 100 meters.
All right, this is on me.
Mm-hmm.
Because you haven't seen it, because you didn't hear of it until I told you about it.
I did not know this movie existed until you mentioned it to me. Yeah, that's correct.
That's totally fair, because it had a really small, Western theater, release schedule. Like, it wasn't there very long, and by the time, it was, limited release, too, so, of course, we never fucking heard of it. And I don't know. I saw it on Netflix when it came out. I don't know, recently I think, but yeah, 100 meters. 100 meters is a movie, an anime movie, as you can probably see, about two about a couple of racers, people who like doing the 100-meter dash race. For various reasons, the motivations can vary depending on the person, but either way, it is fulfilling for each member. This is a really cool movie. It's a really, really, really fucking cool movie about racing, sports anime. Gabe, you might know how cool sports animes themselves can be. You right? You ever see a sports anime?
I actually don't think I have.
You haven't.
I don't think so. I might have caught Does Yuri on Ice count?
Sure, I think yeah. That's a sport.
Okay, then I've seen one.
Ice skate. Yeah, but you saw you're in ice.
Yeah. Yuri.
Yuri
The boy on boy. Yuri.
was Yaoi.
Is that Yuri? I thought...
Yuri's lesbian.
Whatever. You're talking about the movie.
Right, sorry. No, there's no Yaoi in this one, guys, unfortunately. But most sports anime give off a feeling of unadulterated hype. Like, there will be hype moments that will always just arrive, and this isn't really exclusive to sports anime, but with the way a lot of sports anime are done, it always just feels so, like, how do I say, like, kind of expected out of them, but not in a way where you would know where the hype moments are coming until they just hit you immediately. 100 meters, in a lot of instances, it gives up those hype moments because, for one, the characters are very well made and their motivations are very well founded. But the moments of where those hype moments occur hit harder because of, one, the animation, the things that are happening in those moments, and somewhat the music. It's all very well built up into something that's gonna like explode, and that's very well founded in the final act of the movie, the final race, which impressively is like the 100-meter race. I think even in real life isn't very long. I think it's like 10 seconds average. So it's like pretty impressive that you can like make that kind of like in a movie form and make yourself feel attached to the race that's happening, even though it's really short. Like it's no speed racer where the races like the races that you see in the scenes in that movie are like what 7 minutes at most, right, Gabe? Yeah,
Something like that.
yeah. So it's quite impressive how they can like get you, how they can get you invested in a couple of these races that aren't very long, which is what makes them like really meaningful. This movie uses some rotoscoping, which I always find rotoscoping kind of funny in a lot of cases, like Smiling Friends, for example. Like the way that show uses rotoscoping is really funny. But this is a case where I see it used in a very like cool manner because it adds it adds a lot of realism to some of the races and just movements that the characters make, and it looks really impressive. Yeah, it looks really impressive and like just very smooth when characters are racing and they use rotoscoping. And they don't always use rotoscoping. Sometimes it's just the hand drawn stuff from scratch that they just make up on their spot. Because this movie clearly has some very talented animators and artists behind it. And yeah, it's just a really cool movie. Just without getting into any spoilers or anything, because I would want to push people into watching this. Yeah, it's really awesome. I really enjoyed 100 meters.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
And you said this is on Netflix?
Yeah, it's on Netflix. You can just watch it on Netflix right now.
Cool. Rating?
I'm not sure. I think I'm at a 9.5 maybe.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, it's really
What
good.
would you say is holding it back then? For that high of a score, that's rare for you, so.
I'm not entirely sure yet. I just don't want to like push the 10 without being too positive about it. I don't know if there's anything particular wrong with the movie that I can think of at the moment or that I thought of because I rewatched a couple of scenes that I really liked. And I don't know, maybe it's too short. I could have done with a longer movie probably because I really enjoyed it.
Alright, well, that makes sense, I guess. Alright. Yeah, seek that out. That's on Netflix.
Check it out. It's on Netflix. If you like
Yeah.
anime or just sports movies, this is for you.
Alright. Cool. We'll move on to A Big, Bold, Beautiful Journey, which would be me. So, A Big, Bold, Beautiful Journey is directed by Kogonada. This is important because he directed 2 films prior to this. He is, I guess I should say, he started out as a video essayist, primarily on YouTube, but also on the Criterion channel. Mostly just focusing on, like, aspects of directors or aspects of certain films. It's very particular. It's not like video essay in, like, the derogatory term that most people would associate that term with today. He is his previous 2 films. I have not seen the second of his 2 films, or 3, I should say. I saw his film Columbus, which is pretty much just like a small portrait of a town, and kind of the ideas of like moving on with your life, and or like kind of reclaiming some of the stuff that was yours in like your youth, as well as like focusing on the architecture. That movie was beautiful and very quiet and mellow. This film is a lot, as the title suggests, it's a lot more fantastical and kind of, how do I describe it? There's a film I could probably use as a comparison point here, but it's for the life of me, it's blanking. It's very dreamlike in nature, very fantastical. The idea is that they go through these doors that Margot Robbie and Colin Farrell.
Monsters Inc.
No.
No.
They go through these doors and experience memories of each other. So, like, as an example, one of the first ones to go through is we go through a door of Colin Farrell, where he goes to his high school, where he performs a play in his youth. And you're supposed to derive some type of meaning from, or so they're supposed to gain some type of connection and understanding of each other through seeing some of their more personal memories. And this movie sucked.
Straight up.
Just straight up sucked. The filmmaking is beautiful. It's a stunning movie to watch. There's tons of incredible, warm and vibrant cinematography. I would say as expected. And in terms of, like, I noticed when I was watching Columbus, which part of that film is about architecture, so it makes sense for a lot of the film is focused on the view of the world and the view of buildings and structure. This movie is a lot more intricate in terms of, or not intricate, but, like, it's a lot more focused on, like, showing nature and showing very, very still images. And that is there, and I would say the performances are okay. Particularly, yeah, Colin Farrell and Margot Robbie are the two leads, but the performances are just okay. The real problem is that this is supposed to be a romance film. This is supposed to be a budding romance between Colin Farrell's character and Margot Robbie's character, and they have like nothing in common. They're not necessarily like opposites in that sense, but they just don't complement each other at all. There is nothing that they gain from being in each other's presence. There's no hole that's filled by the other. And the fact that the two actors have no chemistry whatsoever doesn't help.
Yeah, you know what? When you say Colin Farrell and Margot Robbie are gonna be in a movie together as a couple, I'm like, I don't buy it.
Yeah, I mean, a better script would help. To be fair, the film is really much focused on like their struggles as individual people. They both have very not unique but understandable struggles. Colin Farrell's character, has kind of given up on the idea that has purpose, he has weight. He's just kind of drifting in the world, and he kind of feels that he's not special, essentially. While she's kind of avoidant and kind of refuses to attach herself, for mostly just because of like her own trauma with like she lost her mother and she wasn't there for her mother's passing, so she's kind of just kind of detached herself in that way. But they're both kind of drifting. And the problem that the film I personally had with it is that the main takeaway that the film seems to come to is that happiness is a farce, and that you just need to be content with what's in front of you and take whatever happiness comes. Just take it, because really all that matters is that you need to just focus on you, and you'll be good. If you just focus on you, you'll be great, and then be happy where you are, and you'll be happy with anything. And maybe that's just maybe it's just a very poor faith takeaway, and it's not gracious in any way. But I just found that to be like, no. And not to get too personal or anything, or like more like just like political, I guess. But like working on yourself is always a good thing, especially if you have deep-rooted trauma and you need to work on that. And everybody's path is a little different. And by the end of the movie, I did understand and kind of got that these two characters had achieved some growth in terms of like dealing with their issues, but in no way did I feel like that connected them romantically. They kind of just like trauma bonded, and the movie is like a 2-hour long just repeated therapy session, and it was super hard to watch. This film was dull. The dialogue was terrible. For about 2 hours, it's really slow, and on top of that, the script just doesn't work. So you're just kind of sitting there staring at the screen, like, "Oh my god, what am I watching?" It was just not. It was not a fun time. I really, really, really disliked it. And I when I was looking at who was involved with this, I was like, okay, who wrote this shit? Who's responsible? And I looked at the person credited as the writer, and they wrote the movie The Menu. I don't know if you recall The Menu. I don't think you ever saw it, but yeah,
I know of it.
Yeah, that's a pretty good script. I don't love that movie. A lot of people love that movie. I wasn't personally in love with it, but that's a good script. So I don't know what the hell happened here. But yeah, no. Otherwise, I was excited to see this movie. I heard really bad things, and I didn't expect those things to be apt.
I did not believe it.
I didn't believe it until I saw it, and I was like, "Oh my god!" The only thing about this movie that works is Kokonada's direction and his cinematography. Otherwise, this movie is terrible. I gave it a 3. I was really, really unenthused with it.
That's quite low.
Yeah. From there, we can move on to After the Hunt. This is Luca Guadagnino's newest film. We became introduced to him through the film Challengers from 2024, which we both loved, or at least personally, I loved it.
It was good. I liked it.
Yeah, very good movie. This is his newest film. Woof. After the Hunt. After the Hunt takes place at, I believe it's at Yale University. I could be wrong. The movie starts with "It happened at blank," and I totally blocked out what school it was in. But the film follows multiple professors. Julia Roberts is professor, and Andrew Garfield is a professor as well. I believe she teaches ethics, and he teaches history or something. I don't quite recall what it is that they teach. And then there's a student played by Ayo Edebiri, who's a very high honors student. She's also a rich kid. And after introducing this character, she has a great thesis paper that's being worked on. Come to find out later, after a party, that for whatever reason the students were invited to a professor's party where they got drunk. Already problem number 1, but whatever. That's, I guess, irrelevant. After this party, Ayo Edebiri's character finds Julia Roberts a few days later and pulls her aside and essentially says that she got assaulted by Andrew Garfield. This leads to I think this movie was 2 hours and 15 minutes. Just 2 plus hours of not even necessarily deliberating on whether or not Andrew Garfield did it. This movie's not interested in whether or not Andrew Garfield did it. Pretty promptly, we get his side of the story, which he claims is he found that her work was plagiarized, horribly plagiarized, and he confronted her on it, and this led to that. Point being, this movie's kind of a deliberation on the impossibility of complete moral purity. This movie is obsessed with the idea that young people, particularly our generation, want complete moral purity. If you are a good person, you need to be a completely good person, a completely black and white sense of morality. And this movie desperately wants to be gray. It wants to be completely avoidant in terms of which side it's leaning on. This movie doesn't necessarily pick a side. What it really does pick a side on is it fucking hates you. It hates that you're 25, 23, 24, and it hates that you don't like when things are comfortable. And it has so much contempt for the ideology of the young, and it very much feels like an old, not old person, but like a 40s, 50-year-old man.
The director is old, right?
Yeah, the director is old, but the script comes from a 40-year-old woman, I believe. I could be wrong. But it just reeks of someone just not find a better phrase, an old man yelling at cloud. but it really wants to make you think that it's gray and that it's not really picking a side and that it's sticking completely unobjective, and it just kind of loses itself very quickly. The script is just boring and tedious, and eventually the movie does have twists and turns. There is a narrative plot that happens. None of it is particularly interesting, and in I guess in particular, the last like 30 to 40 minutes of this movie are atrocious. Just terrible.
Worse and worse.
It just got worse and worse and worse as it was going on. I really disliked this movie. There's a lot of commentary to be had, and I'm sure the discussions around this movie are at least interesting, probably more interesting than the movie itself presents it. But it really just wants to focus on like the contradictions of modern society, and it's not even close to being fair in its assessments. It's completely one-sided, and it almost kind of refuses to understand the young,
The youth.
Because inevitably the problem, the whole, what's crazy is that this movie, it starts with presenting a young woman claiming she was sexually assaulted by an older man, and the movie couldn't be less interested in that at all.
And
in fact, Aya would, well, she's supposed to be like 20, 21, 22, maybe 23, and he's supposed to be like in his 40s, which Andrew Garfield is in his 40s. Point being,
it's weird to think about, you know.
Right, it's weird to think about, but the funniest thing about this is that that's how the movie's presented. Like, that's what the movie's presenting. It's its initial like propelling forward motion. Aowa Debris' character is completely lost in this whole thing. She is forgotten about throughout most of this movie. It is Julia Roberts' movie, and the fact that like it is such serious a topic, and I won't like get into. I won't get in. Yeah, I won't get into like what this movie eventually like goes at and unravels itself to be. But even that is like a pretty sensitive topic to talk about.
Just like ignoring the alleged victim.
Yeah. A movie ignores her for a long time and instead focuses on Julia Roberts' character, who is completely she's trying to stay out of it mostly for the sake of her own career. And that's interesting. But the movie goes about it in a completely boring and tedious way, and instead decides to, in particular, to talk about a little bit about why I think the ending is terrible. It almost just goes like none of it mattered in the end. And that's what I find just absolutely just horrendous. The movie's just totally imbalanced. Sometimes it is pretty funny, I would say. Like, Guadagnino is, from what I'm able to gather from the two films I've seen of his, he's able to take things that really shouldn't be that funny and make them funny. I'm struggling to remember a specific scene in Challengers that does that, because Challengers is intentionally funny, I think, many of the time.
I hope she gets fucking cancer.
Right, yeah, some of the moments where, like, there's, what was it, you would have better luck pointing a gun in your mouth and pulling the trigger or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, there's supposed to be, like, really serious things, and it's just, it's, like, almost unintentionally funny. But I think, like, Guadagnino has, like, kind of, like, a tongue-in-cheek vibe with it. This film is played completely straight. And because of that, it's really boring. The film has a Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross score. It's terrible. I hated it. It was grating to the ears. The movie in general is just tough. It was really hard to get through. Even with watching it on Amazon, which this film is available on Amazon Prime, so if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can watch this movie. It's a way to use 2.5 hours, I'll tell you. But I was very unenthused with this movie. I really disliked it. I gave it a 4. It was really hard to watch. Yeah. All right.
Ain't that a shame?
Ain't that a fucking shame? Yeah. From there, we're gonna go on to Avatar: Fire and Ash.
Yeah.
All right. So since you did see this, we both saw it. You can talk about it a little bit. So.
Yeah, I guess Avatar, Fire and Ash. I will
Say
do. I
fire and ass.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because that's. But I guess to get more into it, yeah. Here it is, the sequel to Way of Water, and who knows it, how much has this movie made so far?
Over a billion.
Over 1 billion. Yeah. Do you think it's gonna get to the
To,
2 million?
no, I think it's going to end out at like 1 point, somewhere between 1.5 and 1.8.
Right.
I
So who
think just
knows?
because
Who knows
nothing's
if
really out until like late February. So
right. I guess who knows if we even get the other one based on that 1 billion? Because I don't know, maybe they expected to make more than that, or
yeah,
wanted to make more than that, or should make more than that based on the budget.
yeah,
But possibly the last one. Who knows?
possibly.
Possibly,
Doubt it.
which would be really strange. Yeah, again, it would be really strange if this was the last one that we ever
Yeah,
got. Because I don't know, the way this movie ends is kind of like we're still stuck in like this somewhat the same place that we were stuck in Way of Water. We're still in the reef, the water tribe place.
mm-hmm.
We're still there.
Metcaina, I think that's what they were called.
Yeah, kinda. Not much changes to be perfectly honest with you, but I don't know. This movie's just really uninteresting to talk about. I guess it's real pretty looking. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
it is now officially the best looking movie ever made. Second being The Way of Water. Third being probably Dune Part Two or something, and then uh, third being Avatar One, or fourth being Avatar One, the first one.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the visuals are still top notch. Better than ever. This movie's gonna age extremely well, just like the first movie did. Just like Avatar 2 will also age
Mm-hmm.
extremely well. This was really good. Like, I don't think you'll find CGI or anything like that as impressive as this
No,
ever. And who knows?
it's an astoundingly gorgeous movie.
Yeah, and who knows? Since Cameron isn't even like won't even be involved in the fourth movie, and the next ones will come, maybe those movies won't even look as good without his involvement. You know?
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, Fire and Ash. It's Gabe, you take it from here. I can like add to it maybe.
Yeah. So to add on, I guess Avatar: Fire and Ash, yeah, is technical masterpiece. You will not for your money's worth. You will not find a better movie to watch in the theater from a purely cinematic and like theatrical viewpoint. This is about as good as it's going to get. You go see this in IMAX 3D, you're getting your money's worth, which is how I saw it. But just like the other two movies, this movie's just really kind of flat. But I think one of the biggest problems here is that this movie doesn't have any interest in exploring. Because you look at those first two movies, a good portion of those runtimes is just focused on exploring the world. In the first film, you're exploring, the native Na'vi tribe that you see in that first movie, Neytiri, and like the people like of the tree. And then in Way of Water, you have the water tribe. So the movie spends a lot of time focused on showing us the beauties of this world. Fire and Ash has essentially the most like slam dunk opportunity to focus on the Ash people, which is the idea of like a setting of a area of Pandora that's completely taken apart by like a volcano and fire. And then you learn a little bit through Varong's, like one of two scenes in this whole movie, her backstory of like like her whole tribe was wiped out through the fire of the volcano, and Awa never came. So then you have a tribe full of atheists, and that's interesting for this world. And I think Varong is a cool character, as the one scene where she gets to really talk, like, kind of showcases. But that is the only scene we spend with the Ash tribe in their native location. The rest of the movie, they're just in other places, most notably in human built like area, like military camps and like industrial areas, or where the water tribe is. And the fact that most of this movie is like pretty much in the water tribe again, it has like the exact same final act as The Way of Water.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's kind of insane. Like, there's no showdown between Varong and Neytiri in this movie. There isn't.
Not really.
And the movie was building up. The movie was building up like something between them, or at least some type of rivalry.
No, all we got was just a small conversation where Varon like pisses herself, which is disappointing. I thought she'd be like a lot more like strong-willed than that. I was disappointed to see her like just like fold and be like, wait, don't do that.
Yeah.
I was disappointed by seeing that. I thought she was like, tougher than that, and more like, yeah, fuck you, come on, do it, pussy.
Yeah, because she presents a lot stronger, and I think she could be a cool character. I think Una Chaplin does a great job with the character, but like we just don't spend a lot of time with them, and that's absurd for a movie that's nearly 3.5 hours. The fact that another thing, Loak has a interesting arc in this movie where he gets really low, he gets really depressed, and this movie kind of sidelines him for a long time. He does the narration in this movie, and yet he's sidelined for a lot of it. And I just don't get what like Cameron and like the writers were going for in terms of Loak's character, because I don't want to spoil, but there's a scene with him that like it's about as low as he could get. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And I just wish that moment was more impactful. Yeah, because it's a really dark moment for that character to go through, and I can at least understand what would drive him to that point.
The problem is, it's like a really lame as fuck way to like present that topic itself, and like after that, it's really just tossed aside. Because I don't know, he gets talked no jutsu by his girlfriend, and it's like you're cool, dude, and it's like okay,
and his sister and Kiri.
Yeah. Yeah, but to the same effect, it's like we kind of like after that, it's kind of like what the fuck was that for?
Yeah, and also we've already said it. I despise Jake in this movie. I hate him in this movie.
He's the worst he's ever been.
He's the worst. I hate Jake. I hate him. The MVP of this movie, the winners of this movie are Quaritch and Varong.
Yeah.
They get the most to do. Quaritch is a really interesting character in this movie. I hate that the movie just kind of not resets him to zero, but just kind of Skeletors away for like.
I mean, again, the same fucking thing happened in here with the Way of Water.
Yeah,
and I guess Shadow to Spider. I mean, he's not very interesting or anything like that. But
I don't care for Spider.
No, he's not really. He's not great, but I guess it's just more the idea that he was kind of like an MVP in terms of like doing stuff. Like he saved Jake.
Yeah.
Saved Quaritch in the last movie. The stuff with him. I mean, it's in the fucking trailer. He doesn't have a mask, so he's kind of like, like that now, and he does stuff. So I guess like shout out to him for being like proactive in the movie.
Yeah.
And doing stuff despite him really being a really lame character.
Yeah. It's just
And I guess when it comes to like Quaritch and him, Quaritch shines when he interacts with Spider more than Spider shining as a character. Like it does a lot with him.
Yeah. And it's just so dull, and I really don't dislike Neytiri in this movie, but she's the only one of like between Jake and her, she's the only one who really had an arc, a story that at least felt like it was completed in this film. Whereas like in the last movie she didn't really have much going on, and neither did Jake really. But also, I didn't know this. I feel like I either missed something in the opening narration of the movie, or it just was never properly stated. I had no idea this movie takes place a year after The Way of Water.
What?
I had no idea. I did not know
When
this movie takes place a year after The Way of
how
Water. I don't know.
it takes place a year after Way of Water?
Apparently,
No way.
I kept hearing that
No, that's
that
gotta
it's
be a lie. There's
a
no
year
way.
after The Way of Water.
That's gotta be cap because with the way the movie starts, no way.
Yeah, with like Cord still having like scars and wounds.
Scars and them like scavenging the ship that was sunken.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make any sense. Like, why would they only now be scavenging a year later? Why would the humans be uh retaliating a year later?
Yeah, that must be wrong.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Like
That
that has to
makes
be
no
wrong.
sense.
There's no way it's a year.
This is cap from someone. They lied to you.
Yeah, but like, yeah, I can't say I thought this movie was very good.
I don't like the ideas that they introduce. Like you know how
With Awa,
yeah, Ewa, for one, and like
sure.
kind of like things in the world where Veron is raping people with her tentacle hair.
Oh, with her Kuru.
Yeah, that's because that's how that's how they have sex. Also, the
Yeah,
the brush and the beast is just an extra.
yeah. Well, she's
I
evil.
guess she is evil,
Ooh.
but this is like I guess fuck it. It's not that big a spoiler, but like she rapes
Oh, that
Spider.
yes,
Remember that?
she sure does.
And Korra gets they're like,
Yeah.
after she raped him, Korra. I mean, so it's
And
like,
Cord seemed to like it.
I guess so.
He seemed to like it.
I understand. It's just weird. It's just weird that
Not to say that like he wasn't, but
I mean he does go do that again and I will kill you.
yeah.
But yeah, it's just like it's weird, like these ideas of like the hair thing being like a mating thing, and they do it to animals too.
Well,
Like,
I thought it was just like not necessarily about like mating, but it was also I thought it was just primarily like connection to the planet and to Awa.
in the first movie, Neytiri goes to Jake when they put their hairs together. We are now mated for life.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
even in the first movie, they also use the Kurus to connect to the world. So it can't be. It's not
both.
just yeah.
It's both. Like I said, the brush and the beast for them it's just like it's just an added bonus. But like the hair thing that is mating. And it's just weird to have it be like a character like Veron that's just suddenly like just like starts doing that to everybody. Everybody she deems.
She also cuts them off.
Yeah, she cuts them off, which is interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I never thought about these things, but it's like
Well, that's like worse than death for the Navi.
yeah. I mean, again, that's the thing that's introduced now in this movie. But now they're like, the humans never thought about what would happen because the first movie is all about them learning about the Navi.
I thought it was
So
said somewhere in the first movie because when it happened in 3, I was like, oh yeah, yeah, of course that would just be worse for them.
No,
That's their connection to the planet. Like,
of course, I just don't think there's ever like a case of the first movie being like, what would happen if they, do that.
yeah,
I guess I never like really thought about it, but
yeah.
it's more like if the humans are like super evil, as they are in the second movie, and this one is like, how come they never did that?
Well, they'd have to reach up there first.
That's true. I mean,
They are like 8-9 feet tall. So
they do capture some of them, in Whale Water.
Yeah.
They're like, holding them hostage and
yeah,
like, shoot that animal.
yeah.
I can't believe they showed the same scene of the fucking whale getting killed. I feel like it was the same fucking scene from the.
It was
second
not,
movie.
but it might as well have been
Might
the
as well
same
be.
scene. Yeah.
Although I do suspect that the scene of the whale attacking the ship, I feel like that feels like an exact same reshot of like that the same part where they do that in the Whale Water, where the outcast whale
It's
jumps.
been a while.
Yeah,
It's been a while. Oh, I thought the whale that
it's a different whale.
jumped.
But I mean,
yeah, I
like,
was gonna say it was a different. It was like not the
it is
matriarch, but it was one of like the
one of the big
yeah
ones.
yeah.
Yeah, it is a different whale, but it just feels like an exact copy of when the outcast whale did that same
Yeah.
thing in Whale Water.
I legitimately forgot that like one of the poachers lost his arm in the second movie.
I didn't, but I'm surprised he's still alive.
Not
That was
anymore.
how are you alive? No, not anymore.
Not anymore. Did your audience also love that for some reason?
When he got like super
Yeah.
drowned.
Yeah.
I think so. I
My
don't know.
audience,
I had a
my
very
audience had a very strong reaction to it. They were very happy. Yeah.
I mean, listen. That guy was evil, but like, damn.
Yeah. Not quite as unequivalent. What's the phrase? Disproportionate retaliation as the lady in Jurassic World, but
No.
no. What did she do to deserve all of that?
I don't know what she did, bro.
Yeah. Back onto some
Australian.
small positives. I would say that, like, of course, we already talked about how, like, astoundingly beautiful this movie is visually and auditorially. The sound and the music is also incredible. Despite, like, Simon Franklin is no James Horner.
No.
But not to say, but I would also be far remiss to say that the music in this movie is bad. There's a lot of great music in this movie.
It's not bad. I don't remember as much. Like, I always go back and listen to the music in Avatar 1.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever gone back to listen to the movie for music for the Avatar 2. And
No.
I don't think the same will apply for this.
No.
I think the music here is good for being in the moment and listening to it as it plays. But unlike the first movie's score, which I can listen to like any fucking day of the week, and I'll listen to it. I'm invested in that score. It's so fucking good.
Yeah. Well, Horner was just a genius, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, this is weird that neither of us mentioned it. James Cameron, second to none when it comes to action sequences.
Yeah, he's got the action's really good in this movie.
The
Maybe
action
silly
is incredible
sometimes.
in this movie.
With
Sure.
yeah.
I would say I was pretty locked in that first big one with the wind traders or whatever they were.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was a great one. I was like super into that. I was like, oh, this is a really classic Cameron sequence.
Yeah, that was cool. I think the Natiri, like in the human base, is kind of like, no, you should be dead.
Sure, he did work in a Death Star run. He sure did. The whole time I was like, this is the Death Star run.
I do think the final battle in here is kind of like the worst that we've gotten out of all of them, just for feeling really, really samey.
Yeah, it feels exactly the same. Like, even though it's like a completely new backdrop, it's like it feels pretty close.
It's not too new
because
it feels like a mix of like the location in the first movie and the second movie. Like, because we're still in the water area, but now there's like floating rocks in that water area.
Yeah, something's happening in the core of the planet or something. I don't fucking remember.
Yeah, and like we said, the final act is almost the exact same fucking copy, where they're in a ship being held out and holding hostages, and they have to like sneak in.
Yep. And
Almost
Jake has to go onto the ship and fight a bunch of guys, and it's...
And Korik is like, Jake, I have your family hostage. I will kill him. Blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, I feel like we've been here before.
Yeah.
But there's a baby now.
Yeah. There's a baby now. Yeah, man. I just don't... I got nothing. I got nothing left. And it's like, I went into this movie not really expecting anything. I was just kind of like, yeah, it's another Avatar movie, I guess. Like, it'll look great. It'll sound great. The 3D will be great. I saw this movie in IMAX 3D high frame rate. The frame rate stuff was weird because most of the movie is in 48 frames per second, but then some stuff isn't. And when you spend most of a 3.5 hour movie in 48, the scenes where it suddenly goes to 24 makes the movie look really choppy.
Right.
And that was bad. In 3D, it was jarring. Not to say the 3D in this movie was bad. The 3Ds. The Avatar movies are the only movies I will willingly go and see in 3D.
It's top notch.
Yeah. Otherwise, I would never watch a movie like this in 3D. But, like, the 3D was great. The higher frame rate took a while to get used to, but it was fine after a while. Yeah, the movie just ends up feeling really anticlimactic, and just like, I walked in with zero expectations, and I still walked out disappointed.
It's I just want to remember because I remember now. So when we were playing a 15-year-old girl is really weird. Still, like, I haven't gotten used to it. Like, like you can
it's never not going to be hard to deal. Like, just to,
like, you know what? Fine, have it be her performance, her physical performance is specifically fine. but you did need to have it be her voice.
And
You know, you could
literally
have,
her.
yeah, just literally her, like
Yeah.
with like I don't know, trying to like pitch it down
Yeah.
a little bit, because I don't know, it's really fucking weird seeing
It's
that girl in the
yeah.
scene trying to revive Spider and going oh. That was really funny, but I
Yeah.
was disturbed.
It's a weird one.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
I don't understand the decision. Maybe yeah, fine, have it be her performance only. Again, didn't have to be
Yep.
her voice.
Yeah.
Could have had a voice
I think at
actress.
that point you could have just cast someone else entirely.
Yeah, totally.
And I love that James is so committed to Sigourney. He loves her. He'll put her in anything. But like, come on,
Maybe don't kill
it's
her
jarring.
off
It's
in the first
jarring.
movie. Yeah, it's really
Well,
jarring.
he didn't see that far ahead, apparently. So,
I guess.
yeah. Ultimately, I was just kind of like, I enjoyed the movie. I would say I liked it, but I don't think it's good. I gave it like a 5.5. I was just
I
like,
totally
whatever.
get it. I can get liking it for being
Yeah.
like just a spectacle movie. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. I enjoy
I'm
all
just
of the
like,
Avatar movies, but I'm not like, they're not my favorites.
no,
Like,
I like the first one just for, I mean, kind of the same reasons you like the third movie, but
yeah.
I guess Quaritch and stuff like that is more interesting in that first
No,
movie.
the
And I
first
guess
movie is
learning,
the first one's the best of the three.
yeah, of course, like
Yeah.
they the quality ranges from like
Yeah.
literally a release order.
Yeah. Two, I would say, is like closer to one. I think this movie is like is like the biggest departure. But I would say one and two are pretty close for me, personally. Just because two has like the wonder, has the same kind of wonder that the first movie has, and this movie doesn't have any of that. So it's like a big step
Right.
down, just of that alone.
I guess two benefits from at least from a first watch benefits from like, oh hey, look, we're back to Pandora.
Yeah.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it had been a long time, so that movie has like that going for it. But
Which
yeah,
might suffer from a rewatch. I haven't rewatched Avatar 2 in a while, but or at
uh,
all.
yeah,
So who knows? Maybe I
it's
should
a.
have done that. I should have rewatched
I
all
thought
the
about
first
it.
two and then
I thought about rewatching them, and then I remembered that they were 3 hours a pop, and I was like, I don't have time.
yeah, they're long.
Because this movie came out right on my finals week, so I was like, I am definitely not going to have time to watch the Avatar movies and study for my finals. So, yeah, it didn't work out. But all right, we got to move on from Avatar.
We will.
Yeah, I gave it a 5.5. You?
I don't know, a 3. I don't
Three.
think it's very good, but hey, you know what? I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I'm just annoyed.
I didn't ever get up for a break. In this one, I didn't
I
go to
should
the
have. I
bathroom at
should have.
all.
I wanted to.
I
desperately
could have. But I didn't.
didn't. So you know what? I held my pee for your movie, and you didn't deliver.
Yeah.
You didn't. It was not
And
worth it. But hey,
what's even funnier? James Cameron has actively been like, dude, you can go to the bathroom whenever you want. Which is really funny.
just stop making your movie so fucking long. They don't need to be. This didn't need to be 3 hours, by the way.
So, fun fact, this was initially Avatar 2. Way of Water was this and Fire and Ash.
Yeah, I can tell.
And you can tell. Because of how repetitive this movie is to The Way of Water. You can just feel that those were both the same, both initially the one movie. So it's like, fuck.
They sure are. They sure are the same movie.
So this is exactly what you get when you split two movies apart. You just have to wing it. All right.
Anyways,
Let's go on from that to Blue Moon. So this is all me. This is one of two Richard Linklater movies that he had this year, and then I saw.
you saw both of them?
I did see both of them. I liked this one considerably more than the other. Blue Moon.
I guess we'll get to the other because I'm like I don't know what you mean.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. So Blue Moon is about a real man, Lawrence Hart. He was the He's a lyricist for multiple legendary musicals, and he worked with Richard Rodgers on multiple musicals. But this film takes place after the opening night of the musical Oklahoma, which Richard Rodgers wrote with Oscar Hammerstein. And this movie takes place in just a bar after the opening night of the musical, where Lawrence Hart is essentially waiting for this girl that he's been talking to, played by Margaret Qualley, this college-aged girl, and he's like 43 or 44. Because he's basically head over heels for this college girl. And he's just waiting for her, and he's just talking about his life and about her and about many, many things that's oftentimes hard to keep track of. There's a lot of dialogue in this movie. I found it brilliant. I found it endlessly entertaining. The dialogue, even though it's a lot, it's really, really good. In each long diatribe Ethan Hawke's character goes on, Ethan Hawke plays Lawrence Hart, it just was layered and layered and layered and layered and layered about everything you need to know about this guy. It was really funny, heartfelt, and at times even a little bit dark in terms of what it's talking about. It kind of grapples with like the joys of life, the passions of art, and love, and then like reigniting your spirit, and also, which is most important, what this movie's most interested in, the idea of like time passing you by and watching yourself kind of fade into obscurity. And it all does this with like the backdrop of like a man whose existence is ingrained in musical theater. And I found it just really entertaining and really exceptional to watch. I would say this, between the two movies, Linklater is kind of doing the least behind the camera in this movie. And I think that's just primarily due to the fact that this movie takes place in a single location. Which makes there's just a lot less you can do with the camera. And this movie's not particularly interesting cinematically in terms of like what he does with the visuals. Really, it's all just in the writing and in the acting. And it doesn't hurt that Ethan Hawke is a long and storied career of delivering incredible performances. You'd be hard pressed to find Ethan Hawke be terrible in something.
Yeah,
I would find that to be a pretty lukewarm take. Ethan Hawke is absolutely magnificent in this movie. I truly can't think of anything I've seen him better in. It feels like this role was written for him, and apparently it was. Linklater wrote this script apparently like 25 years ago, and was just waiting until Ethan Hawke was the right age and in like the right emotional state to start filming this movie and start prepping for it.
I don't know if that's you being a lunatic and expecting something a little too much, or great hindsight.
You have the greatest foresight in the history of man.
Yeah, foresight.
And at least for this film, it's the latter. He had incredible foresight. I don't know what Linklater was cooking in his brain when he was thinking about this movie, but apparently he thought about it a very long time ago. He told Ethan Hawke about it, gave him the script, and Ethan Hawke was like, "Let's get going. We got to do this now."
Yeah,
and Linklater was like, "Not yet. You're not right yet. You're not right." And they would meet up every couple of years to talk about it, and he would just be like, "Not right yet. Not right." And then a couple of years ago, he was like, "Now, we're doing this now."
I'm just fucking imagining him talking to like, I don't know, 30-year-old Ethan Hawke, and I was like, you're not depressed enough yet. Just wait until you're 50.
Yeah, you're not old enough yet. Yeah. It's a very funny idea, but it pays off. Linklater was right.
Can't wait to do Training Day 2, and Ethan Hawke is the he's the corrupt cop now leading the young boy.
Yeah. But in terms of like complaints I would have, sometimes the movie does go on for a really long time with its diatribes. He waxes poetic a lot. and it's definitely a little bit too often. There are a couple of scenes that just don't really advance anything. They're just kind of there to say things and extend the plot or extend the runtime, and that just really didn't work for me. But it's very few scenes in an entire hour 40-minute movie. And the most pressing issue, which personally didn't bother me that much, but I foresee it being a big problem for either for rewatches or for most people, this is basically a movie where nothing happens. Nothing really happens outside of the character level, and for most people, they want things to happen in their movie.
I don't know. 12 Angry Men is just guys in a room
12
talking.
guys in a room.
Yeah, 12 guys in a room talking. So
which
that's one of the.
I find those kind of movies fascinating.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people, that's just not going to work. But I think ultimately for this movie, the fact that there are just scenes that don't advance anything really do hurt the fact that this movie is a movie where nothing happens. But because everything is kind of focused on Lawrence Hart's as a character, and like what he kind of learns and how the story really ends for him, I would say that shit worked incredibly. And Ethan Hawke, dear God, he's incredible.
yeah, this is the best performance you said.
This is the best I've seen from him, personally.
You've seen him in a lot.
Not in a lot, but I've seen him in enough stuff where I can kind of be like, yeah, I don't think I've seen him be better.
Like we haven't seen him in
that I've seen him in.
We haven't seen the After trilogy.
No, I have not seen the Before trilogy.
Before?
I need to watch. Each movie's called Before. Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was After. But okay.
No, it's Before Sunrise, Before Sunset, and Before Midnight. I think is the three. Mm-hmm. But those are all Linklater also.
What about? He was in Boyhood, right?
He was in Boyhood. Yeah. I think this is his 5th or 6th collaboration with Linklater. And apparently Linklater's next movie is going to be with Ethan Hawke also.
What are the other ones?
I don't know. It's Boyhood, the Before movies, that's 4. This one,
that's 5. Okay,
fine. But yeah, anyway, to kind of keep moving on, I gave this an 8.5 out of 10. I honestly loved it. I had a great time. I raved to you about it after I saw it. Yeah. I think this is one you would personally really enjoy. I believe this is a Sony movie, so the chances of it ending up on Netflix are higher than 0. So I would imagine at some point. Yeah. But yeah. All right, I gave it an 8.5. Really liked it. We can move on to.
I'll give it an honorary 8.5.
Moving on to Bring Her Back, which I already talked about, so this is all you now. You finally saw it.
Oh, you did see this movie.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I didn't see what was the other movie? Talk to Me.
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to watch Talk to Me, but I did see this. I didn't have many expectations of it. Obviously, my only knowledge of the Rocka brothers are their YouTube videos, which I find very entertaining. They're very talented filmmakers, clearly, and that shows very much in Bring Her Back.
Yeah, this is a lot more like them than Talk to Me was.
Yeah, I presume so. I haven't seen Talk to Me, but I heard that was good.
It was good.
It's good. But damn, I doubt it is as good as this. Honestly, I don't know. If this was the first movie, I'd be like, whoa. Mm-hmm. Not bad, guys. Holy shit. Bring Her Back was. I can start this. Really, really disturbing.
Yes.
It's a really disturbing movie.
It's a hard movie to watch.
It is hard. It is hard to watch. The gore, in particular, is really, really hard. But like, the kids that are involved in this and the way in this state that you see them in sometimes is like, like just some of the situations that they're like put in, and all that is like,
yep.
I hope they're okay. Yeah. Like, the particular, I guess you could call monster, quote unquote, of the movie.
Yeah,
it's like his the way his body degrades into like just a normal kid to some bloated fucking
Yeah,
monstrosity
a
with fucked up teeth.
gluttonous. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
Ugh.
oh, that's really fucking good makeup.
Yeah.
Or like whatever you use on him. Did you actually cut that boy's mouth with a knife?
Ugh.
Why is he eating wood?
I'll tell you the jump I made when the camera cut to him just chewing on the fucking watermelon knife. I ugh.
Yeah, I was like, oh. If you could see my face, it's
Yeah.
like the soy jack face,
Yeah.
but like,
There
oh, I
were
was scared.
there were scenes in this movie where I legitimately couldn't look at the screen. Like I had to
Yeah,
look away. It was so disgusting and disturbing.
I can't say I looked away. I think I was like fascinated by over that. I
Yeah.
leaned forward like, what the fuck?
Yeah. The stuff where he's chewing on the tables and in the wood, I was just like, I can't look at this shit.
Yeah, chewing on it. Yeah, chewing on
Yeah.
the table. I think what disturbed me the most was his fucking disgusting pregnant gut. Like, it's fucking nasty. Props to the actor who didn't say much for like his screams and all that. Were
Oh
really
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about gore for the most part, but like the story in this movie is pretty cool. I'll say
Yeah.
that I think just like I don't know, gauge a message out of it. It's like kind of like dealing with loss
Hmm.
in a way, and how differently we may deal with it. How we might reject the fact that a loved one is gone, or we try to move on
Yeah.
and accept it. Kind of like a difference in dichotomy between both of those ideas and mentalities that are like shown in this movie.
Hmm.
And I guess the idea of also like comforting a family member, that being the main character's sister, or I guess technically
Yeah.
she's the main character in a way, and like trying to like make that reality for her more comforting in a way, and
Hmm.
that's like what the brother's trying to do, which is why I admire the brother a lot because he's a victim. He's a victim of abuse from his father, who
Yeah.
he didn't really obviously like that much, but
Another
his
horror
sister,
movie about trauma.
yeah. But of course his sister did, his adopted sister
Yeah.
or his stepsister did.
Yeah.
So I like the fact that he's like trying to hide her away from that reality while making it easier for her, because that girl loved her father,
Yeah.
but he loves his sister, but he did, obviously didn't feel the same way about his own father. So it's like, oh man.
Yeah.
And I guess that's really where what's the actress's name?
Sally Hawkins.
Yeah, where Sally Hawkins' character, like really kind of nails like dividing both of them through that
Yeah.
trauma and like through all of that. I guess the neater part about it is that the sister is partly blind, so I guess
Yes.
it like helps in a way to like feed to that naivety that the sister has. I think it's pretty clever,
Yeah.
and and you kind of like feel, I guess you could say, more pity for a disabled person, and that being a blind little girl.
Yeah.
Like you're really sympathize with her more, and you're like, oh man, I really want you to be okay,
Yeah.
and all that. And I found it just really effective
Yeah.
throughout it all. I was really invested, and oh, fuck, I forgot her name already. The actress,
Sally Hawkins.
yes, Sally Hawkins. As both the acting and the writing with her that made me fucking hate her.
Hmm.
Yeah, like as an antagonist that I was watching in a movie, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I hate you. I hope the guy just beats the shit out of you, if ever. But that didn't happen, of course. But yeah, there is certainly a sense of like tragedy in this movie, as long as I don't know, some sense of comfort around the end, but mostly tragedy given what happens
Yeah.
in the movie.
I think I don't know how this worked for you because it seemed to have worked better for you because I did enjoy this movie, but I was not. I didn't love it. I wasn't as engaged. For me, I was just like super. I think like the secondary aspect of the movie that's like the supernatural parts of it almost feel like it didn't need to be there. I don't understand the relevance that the supernatural aspects have, in particular, like with the ritualistic summoning of bringing somebody back from the dead through like demonic possession or whatever. I don't understand what like that relevance that has to the movie in terms of this story. That couldn't have been done through typical means. And basically, I'm saying is like, did this really need to be a horror movie?
Mm,
I
I
understand that
guess.
the Philippos, like, this is the genre of which that they are invested in and want to tell stories, which is fine.
Right.
Funny enough, Talk to Me is also about trauma and grief, so it seems they have a type of story they want to tell. But yeah, I just kind of struggled a lot with that supernatural aspect. For just me, it just didn't really work, and it felt secondary to a story that kind of didn't need that aspect, at least in my opinion.
I can get it. It is a bit of an afterthought through the overall point, and it feels more like a, I don't know, kind of like a background plot at a point, just to like get the story going. But I suppose that for the sake of that plot of Sally Hawkins trying to bring her back, I guess it was needed uh, for the sake of what happens in the movie. You know,
Yeah,
with the demonic position and all that. And I guess for like my own little takeaway from it, then a demonic position could represent something of like how far a person like Sally Hawkins is willing to go to like bring uh someone back that she loves. And I guess the idea of demonic possessions works for being like unbelievable and disturbing in that sort of way. Because from the beginning of the movie, the first thing they do is show like kind of like what they
yeah,
the thing the ritual
yeah,
eating the person and then transporting that to someone else's body, kind of like a disturbing thing which will be kept in the back of your mind, you know,
yeah,
because that's the first thing you see, so you're like wondering where's that gonna lead. So I suppose that it works in a way where it's like, man, that's really fucked up and disturbing. I hope she doesn't do that, but oh man, she's gonna do it, isn't she? I guess to just keep you at the edge of your toes, of your of your seat. Like, oh man. And I mean, I think we agree that the horror aspect at least is effective.
no,
Like
of
that
course,
boy
yeah.
that they
That's
use.
where it's like it's tough because the horror aspects that come from this movie that I think is what in part makes it so memorable is how disturbing that stuff is. But I also believe that there is something equally disturbing about the scene where Sally Hawkins' character smacks the shit out of the daughter, out of the
Of
stepsister.
course. Yeah.
And despite the fact that I find the the stuff with the say the kid eating the wood, I find that significantly more disturbing than like the kid getting smacked. Psychologically, it's way more disturbing to watch that kid get smacked like that than the sequence of the wood as an example.
This is
But
real.
because it's real, and I just kind of struggle and to piggyback onto your point about like the demonic possession being kind of a metaphor for like refusing to let go of your grief or refusing to move on, like refusing to settle your grief. I think it's kind of a weak metaphor then, if that's the case.
To another point, I think it's also like a kind of a matter of how little control we have over like the loss of someone, and that we really can't do anything to bring them back. I think that's representative of the fact that the kid turns on Sally Hawkins' character at a point, trying to like eat her because he's hungry. It's kind of a thing that I thought of, like, because I'm like, well, what was the idea behind that, other than the kid just being extremely hungry, to
Yeah.
eat, and it's like, oh man, he's turning on her, but like, I guess it could be like we don't really have control over like the loss, and we can't really bring them back in that way,
Sure.
like, Yeah, representative
But
of that idea.
yeah, I just feel like the metaphor is a bit confused in that case, or it just wasn't quite working for me. Um, but yeah, no, I would agree for most of what you said. I think this is a pretty strong movie. I did enjoy it. I liked it more than Talk to Me, which I didn't really care for Talk to Me that much. Um, but as a movie that the Philippos gave up on directing Street Fighter for, I mean, jury's still out on Street Fighter. We'll see, but uh, yeah, like I can understand why you connected with this movie so much. That's why I recommended it to you. To be honest,
Thank you.
I figured you would like it. Um, but yeah, yeah, I enjoyed it, but it was not my favorite of the year. But I did still think it was good.
I admire the balls behind it.
Sure, yeah,
I can't believe they drowned that fucking kid.
pit in my stomach.
Like, oh no way, dude.
I was like, no, it's not happening. No, and then it happened. And I went, oh my god, there's still like 20 minutes of this movie left.
No, that goes kind of.
I was like, that's how you end your movie, not how you start your third act.
A shout out to the social worker. Like, fucking said, fuck this, let's get the fuck out of here.
Nah, she was real for that.
Yeah, she was.
She
Like,
was real for
fuck
that.
this.
Yeah, she was real for that.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
We didn't mention it. The acting is incredible,
Yeah,
especially
it's really
for
good.
Sally Hawkins. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's incredible in this movie. I wish she got more recognition for this performance. She's great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Was she the one in the Godzilla movies that got fucking Ian and King of the Monsters? Was that her?
she was.
She.
That was in fact her. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. I think that was her first movie poster Oscar win for Shape of Water. I think
Right, she was in Shape of Water.
so. I think she won for Shape of Water. I could be wrong, but yeah.
Yeah, she's good. She's really good.
No, she's great. She's a great actress. Yeah.
She needs a nomination or something. Who knows?
Yeah. I think she was nominated for Shape of Water, but I could be wrong.
For this one, she needs a
Oh,
nomination.
yeah.
But she's probably not gonna get it.
Yeah. All right. Well, what would you give it?
Probably a straight 8.
Yeah. That's not too far off from me then. I was at a 7.5.
Yeah, super enjoyed it.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Next up is Begonia. All right. We both saw
Bugaboo.
this. I've seen
Yeah.
this twice,
I've seen it
which
once.
is, I guess not rare, but there were a couple movies I did get the chance to see twice, and I think that really helped my settled my kind of opinions.
I wish I
on
got
it.
to see more movies twice, but that is how this
Yeah.
year. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, this is going to be, I think, one of the first movies that are going to come up that we're very starkly differently opinionated on. I loved this movie. I loved it so much. I've been struggling with Yorgos Lanthimos. The last two movies of his that I saw, I was not a particular fan of. Those being Poor Things and Kinds of Kindness. This movie really connected with me for some reason. I was so engaged with it. I found it. I don't even know if like the words right are defined, but I don't know. I just found it so. Yeah, I was very enthralled by it. I was just very engaged. The dialogue was both on the nose, but also extremely biting and layered. I found the movie kind of unpredictable in a way. And I don't know, and also it just helps the movie like gorgeous. It looks incredible. The performances from Emma Stone and Jesse Plemons are out of this world.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can understand why this movie didn't connect for some people. Mainly my co-host here.
It's fine. I don't feel too strongly about my opinion on the ending. Not really. I really don't. Despite my indifference and like kind of like I don't know. It's just this rejection of the idea, I do think the movie is really good.
Mm-hmm.
I do like this movie a lot. I think maybe maybe the start of it is a little like kind of like I'm kind of bored. Move on. But like when it gets going, when Emma Stone's character gets fucking kidnapped, that's when the movie's like,
Mm-hmm.
oh my god, this rocks. Like the
Mm-hmm.
dialogue is really good.
Yeah.
Especially between Emma Stone and Jesse Plemons exchanging words.
Yeah.
That's all really cool. I like the way they communicate, kind of like with Emma Stone's character trying to both please and be avoidant of
Yeah.
Jesse Plemons' just like general biases that he already has towards her, or I guess like lack
Yeah.
of bias. Like he already has an agenda against her, and like
Yeah.
the way she's trying to like be avoidant, but also like trying to please
And
him
trying to
works
hear
really well.
him, but it's all fake.
Yeah,
Like the she uses like she weaponizes the corporate niceties and speak. The amount of time she says dialogue as an example, right? Like let's have a dialogue, and like you can immediately see like it hits something like deep in your brain that's like, oh, this person's fake as shit, and it almost like it, at least personally me, like it angered me. It got me upset just to hear her talk. And then, but then it would be counteracted by sequences of Jesse Plemons doing shit to her where I'm like, that's fucking terrible.
yeah.
And it's like, it's this weird back and forth where I was constantly having this like alternate reaction, and I was just fascinated by it. I also really liked the cousin character. I am
The neurodivergent guy, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what he has.
I think
he's neurodivergent.
I
think
kind of thought it was autism, which yeah would be
Right.
neurodivergence, but I figured it was autism. I could be wrong. Could be something else. But what was that character's name? Don.
Right, yeah, Don.
I thought he was kind of a needed character, I think, for this situation, because if it was Joss Plemons and Emma Stone's character kind of going back and forth, it would be kind of, I don't know, maybe it would be more interesting to not have a character like telling Teddy, what the fuck are you doing, man?
An angel on his shoulder, I guess, but
Yeah.
I
An
guess
angel
Don
on a
could-
shoulder that he never once listened to. But
yeah. I guess Don could represent the idea of how far Jesse Plemons' character is kind of like
Yeah.
just gone, and how like willing he is to just do what he thinks he needs to do, and like Don kind of like being his, I guess, moral backbone is kind of just meaningless at that point, because that's how far gone Jesse Plemons' character is.
would you say Dawn is like an audience surrogate then in that case?
Yeah, I think that could be the case, given
Yeah.
the fact that he's kind of like conflicted, like kind of how we would also be with Emma
Yeah.
Stone and Jesse Plemons clashing.
Yeah. Which is
I don't know,
always
but-
helpful to have, I think, to have an audience surrogate character who's kind of maybe not vocalizing, but at least like physically present and kind of representing those emotions.
Yeah, he is kind of like, I don't know, like the little kid watching mommy and daddy fight, like guys.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Yeah. That scene where he's at the dinner table and he's like, "Can I go to my room?" and they're just like, "No."
I felt
Or no,
really bad.
he didn't say go to my room. He said, "Can I go use the bathroom?"
No.
Like it was so uncomfortable.
I felt really bad for him.
Yeah, I did
Like,
too. I felt really
Yeah,
bad
like
for him.
obviously after what
Yeah.
fucking happens to him.
Yeah, but I felt really bad for him. Just not to get too much into spoilers. This movie it came out in October, so it's not like super recent.
I
but,
would
like,
push people to watching it.
I would absolutely push people to watch it. Did you watch this on Peacock?
Yeah,
Okay, so it's on Peacock. Watch it on Peacock, but I would push many people to watch this. I'm glad I finally saw a Yorgos movie that I really liked. Because I was struggling to be like, what do people like about this guy?
maybe now I go watch The Favorite.
I should watch The Favorite. I do want to watch Dogtooth also, which I think is his debut.
Did he do Lobster?
He did do Lobster. He also did The Killing of the Sacred Deer.
Ah.
Yeah, all movies I want to watch at some point. But yeah. I mean, yeah, I loved this movie. I gave it a 9.5.
I give it an 8.
Yeah.
See, we can agree on it.
Yeah. We both agree that it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going on from there, next is Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man, the movie.
Another
Res
anime
Arc.
movie.
Yep. One I actually saw.
Yeah.
I will come. I will be the most upfront about this. There is no way I can be unbiased about this movie. There's no way in hell. I'm coming at this with absolute love and adoration for the Chainsaw Man manga. And in particular, the Res arc from the manga is my favorite arc in the entire manga.
So, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I say ever-growing Fujimoto fan. Yeah, I can probably say the same.
This is my favorite arc in the manga, and I was very excited to see that it was getting a movie because it meant the budget would be bigger, and that I think that particular arc of Chainsaw Man is really well suited to being a movie and not like a few episode stretch.
6 episodes.
Ugh. Yeah, that arc they would stretch that out to like half a season, which is absurd. But and I would say, as a fan, this is about as 1-to-1 of an adaptation you could get, and I think Mappa did an incredible job with this movie.
The overworked fuckers.
Yeah, the overworked fucks. But despite how much I loved this movie, I have problems, and it's mostly Mappa stuff. It is the extension of the final act. I went back and looked. The final fight of this movie is like 45 minutes.
What?
It's like 30 to 40 minutes.
That's pretty long, yeah.
Yeah, and it's really long, and it just goes and goes and goes and goes, and the animation gets absolutely ridiculous. I was literally looking at the screen like you know that meme of like the dude staring at like the flashing lights?
Yeah.
Like that's how I felt watching the last like 30 to 40 minutes of this movie.
Diarrhea.
It was absurd. And for me, like the action was really hard to follow in that final sequence. Which really hurt my enjoyment of the movie. And I think also kind of hurts the quality because it's just too much. It is just an explosion of colors and lights, and like the animation is gorgeous. I'm not going to say that it's not, but it's too much. It's Sukuna versus Maharaga for like with even more money.
Yeah, sure was. Yeah, I'll say I generally don't really enjoy Chainsaw Man for the action. Not really. It's got good action. Don't get me wrong. Like it's very unique.
But you're here for the plot.
Yeah, it is one of those shonen anime where I'm like there for the plot and characters. Yeah. It's good.
Not
action,
just hype moments and aura.
Yeah, not just hype moments and aura. Like I said, it's good fucking action. Like they're very creative. I'll give it to them. Like with the demon abilities and all of that. Like it's creative. I really like it. I admire it, but generally not there what I'm there for.
Is the story.
So it is the story, and you know, kind of like they kind of try to pull a fucking Dragon Ball Super Broly, where it's like, oh, let's just unpack the last 40 minutes of the movie into just full on action and never ending, and it's like, okay, you don't have to.
Yeah, I understand the want to do that because you got a movie. Otherwise, if they just did like what the manga did, this movie would be probably like an hour 20 minutes.
Yeah,
which is not a bad thing.
No.
Like I would kill for more movies that are an hour and 20 minutes. Like
yeah, and
like I just saw Primate. The fact that movie was an hour and 20 minutes made me think a lot more highly of it than I would have if it was an hour and 50.
Yeah. But yeah, the best moments of the anime manga, or I guess you could also say just this movie in general, is stemmed from like the characters and the story.
Yeah.
Like that scene in the pool is glorious.
It's beautiful. It's stunning. It's an incredibly I was talking to a coworker today and he was like, that shit was just like softcore porn, and I was like, oh, you don't get it.
It's not.
I was like, you don't get it. Stop looking at the not titties and focus on what's actually happening in the scene. Like, I get it. The uncomfortability of watching two teenagers be naked is uncomfortable. But, like, the first of all, you don't see any nudity.
I mean, good thing they don't make it uncomfortable.
But it's
Like,
not uncomfortable. It's
yeah, I mean,
all about the emotion. And it's a beautiful scene of just these two kids being free. Free with themselves. And, like, in that moment for Rez to be like, I will teach you I'll show you the wonders of life.
and then in contrast to her being chased by some serial killer and then fucking killing him,
Yeah.
which is also just a great scene.
Absolutely.
It reveals
Wonderful.
it reveals a truth
so
behind her.
yeah.
You know,
I was so happy with how that scene turned out. I was so happy with it.
I love that eye twitch.
Yeah, the eye twitch is great. That's generational right there.
Yeah,
Yeah. But the Rez arc. I think when this movie was announced like a couple years ago, and it was supposed to come out I think in 2024, but it got pushed to 2025. And I remember telling people that weren't familiar with Chainsaw Man, or they'd only seen the anime, and had no idea what the Rez arc was. I kept telling people, the Rez arc is where Chainsaw Man truly picks up. This is where the story really starts. This is where it all starts to kind of come together, and you start to understand what Fujimoto's getting at with his storytelling. And with the coworker I talked to today at work, he was talking about like the ending and how much he loved the ending, and how much he started to understand like what they're trying to get at, especially with like the Makima character. And I was so happy to hear when he said, I actually felt really bad for Rez at the end. And I was like, yes. Because, yeah, like, ultimately, you realize there's no way Rez is going to go without consequences. Like, her story only had one ending. But the point is that you're supposed to want her to not have that. Because of her connection with Denji. And you start to realize it's like, oh, yeah. Like, they were just kids. Like, she could actually relate to Denji because their circumstances were so similar. Like, and that final line from her is just, ripped straight from the manga. But it's like, yeah. I don't know. I don't want to keep slobbing on this movie. But I love it so much. I love this movie.
it's good.
Yeah. The floor is yours.
I don't know how else to take it. Besides the animation being really beautiful, you know, I'll give the final action scene props. It does have my favorite scene of the movie with Aki and Angel Devil, where he saves them. Where Aki saves Angel Devil.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was really good.
That's a great moment for Maki.
Yeah. I think that like I mentioned to you when we left the theater, that Aki became my favorite character because of that.
Yeah.
Just for being entirely selfless and just saving someone who he doesn't particularly really like.
Yeah.
But it really matches well with what his character has been through, of seeing people he cares about die, and like that's really just like informative of that organization itself, a bunch of like people who work there just watching.
Public safety, right?
Yeah,
That's
the
what
public
they're
safety.
called,
Being around for a while, and a bunch of them just seeing their friends die because that's just part of the job and it's expected. And Aki himself being someone who lost someone recently,
his whole family,
his whole family, but also Himeno, who like kind of like brought him up to that, to that organization, and we lost her pretty recently. I think this movie takes place like months after that.
No, not a few months.
Not months.
Like a day.
A day. A day.
It's like a day. It's literally like a day or two after episode 12. I'm not even kidding. Fuck? Yeah, this all happens within like the Chainsaw Man Part 1 happens within I think like a couple months, but particularly like the end of like the Katana Man stuff and Rez is like within a couple days, if not within a day.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
right.
Fujimoto's pacing. There's a reason why Chainsaw Man has been compared to regular show pacing. All right, like there's a reason for that. A lot of shit happens really fast in Chainsaw Man.
Well, okay, well, yeah, I guess that just applies more to my
So
point
yeah,
of him having
it's
losing
very
people.
fresh.
Yeah,
It's very fresh
yeah,
for
very
Aki.
fresh, very fucking fresh in his mind, losing someone he cares about very much, and
Yeah,
Angel Devil being put on him as like, hey, watch this guy, and it's like, I don't wanna do it anyway.
yeah,
And it's like, okay, fine, sure. Yeah, that shot him up to like one of my favorite character of the show, and Angel Devil too, because Angel Devil, his reaction to being saved and nothing he really deserves it, and kind
yeah,
of like just wanting to die because he hates the world,
yeah.
and just
And he
him,
hates his power.
yeah, can't
Yeah,
touch people. Like, but yeah, him showing gratitude but not saying it to Aki for
yeah,
saving him. That means a lot. And I think that's what makes kind of like also what makes it harder that he personally kills Rez himself.
yeah. And then the bit about the city mouse thing at the end.
Yeah, this movie just does hit on many points. It took a while for me to like get it, because kind of not the hugest Chainsaw Man, but when I got it, and it hits hard.
Yeah,
And Rez's death didn't hit me as hard as I think it should have. I do get it, because to me she's kind of like a Vegeta early on, where it's like, well, you suck, dude. You hope you die for killing all these people. But
yeah. She's Vegeta. Vegeta never got redeemed.
yeah, but Vegeta had his redemption, so
Yeah,
you kind of like see all the moments of him doing what he does, and kind of circumstantial because it is the way he was raised and the way he's expected to act, and that really does apply to Rez, and she was robbed of like the Vegeta redemption if it ever came. So yeah. Yeah, but no, Chainsaw Man Rez there is really fucking good.
yeah. For me, this starts to like really get into why I love Denji so much as a character, because he is somebody who's so desperately seeking somebody to just love him and to not take advantage of him. And that's why, like, the line like, oh, everybody's after like the Chainsaw Man heart, but what about Denji's heart? Like, that line is meant to be kind of funny, but that's genuinely how he feels. And I could go on about Chainsaw Man, but then I would start going into spoilers, and I don't want to talk about later arcs for people who are anime onlys. But yeah, is this movie on Crunchyroll now?
It might be.
It's on digital. I know that. I don't know if it's on Crunchyroll yet.
Maybe real soon.
Yeah, probably soon.
It's likely.
If not, it'll definitely go to Netflix.
True.
Just based on the fact that this is a Sony movie. Sony put this out in theaters, so we actually got to see it in a relatively wide capacity. This movie had like the Sony logo in front of it.
Yeah, we got fucking lucky that we got this out in theaters.
We also got lucky. We got to see it in sub. After
True.
we saw it was only playing in dub. Not that the dub of Chainsaw Man is bad or anything. Like, the Chainsaw Man dub is good. So I imagine the dub for this was very good.
I'm quite anti-dub, so it's just be bad for me regardless.
Yeah.
But
I'm not anti-dub. I enjoy a dub every now and then. There are some shows I prefer to watch
every
in
now
dub.
and then. Every now and then.
There are some shows I prefer to watch in dub, quite frankly.
Black Lagoon.
Black Lagoon, Konosuba, Cowboy Bebop, Dragon Ball. Just to name a few. Love is War is one I prefer to watch in dub. Yeah. Mostly a lot of the ones I grew up watching are ones I prefer to watch in dub, to be honest with you.
Dubbing was better back in the day.
Yeah. And there's still good dubs to this. Like, there's still great dubs out there you can watch. But there's... I don't know. Let's not get into that debate. Yeah, I gave it an 8.5.
Okay. I'm a little facetious about it because there are some garbage dubs back in the day too, so it was like a...
Yeah, there's a lot of... Yeah, for every Cowboy Bebop, there's a fucking ocean dub of Dragon Ball or 4Kids, right?
Yeah.
But also nowadays, you go from the actual dub of Banana Fish to the Amazon dub of Banana Fish.
Oh.
So...
No, you know what? I'll take it further. People hate me for this. For every Cowboy Bebop dub, there's always an Attack on Titan dub. Yeah, that's right. Fuck that dub.
I don't even hate that dub. I used to hate it. Now I'm just like, it got better. But all right, I gave this movie an 8.5. I don't know where you were sitting.
think I'm about a 9, honestly.
Yeah.
Talking about it made me like him more.
Yeah. All right, we can move on from Chainsaw Man to Die My Love. This one I will be pretty fast about. I did not care for this movie at all. This is a film from Lynn Ramsey. She directed the film We Need to Talk About Kevin and You Were Never Really Here. Two movies I hear great things about, but I haven't seen them. This is her newest film starring Jennifer Lawrence and Robert Pattinson. They play a couple who just recently had a baby, and Jennifer Lawrence's character is experiencing absurd levels of postpartum depression. And that is the movie for an hour and 50 minutes, is watching Jennifer Lawrence go increasingly crazy over having postpartum depression. This movie is meant to be very experiential and impressionistic, meaning this movie is up its own ass. I don't get it. I don't get it in the slightest. This movie is just weird and like just about itself in a way I just wasn't vibing with. Very early on, you have like the Robert Pattinson and Jennifer Lawrence like running around together like on all fours, like dogs, like barking and like trying to fuck each other, and it was just like I was just trying to understand what the intention was, if this movie was trying to represent kind of the uncertain feelings of postpartum. Granted, I could never experience what postpartum depression feels like, so I can't imagine it, but there is just something to like the fact that this movie seems to be very much living on the why can't you just understand how I feel?
Oh, maybe it was that easy.
And like obviously it's not that easy. And this movie shows why that's not that easy. But from the woman's perspective who's dealing with the postpartum, she's looking at everyone like, why can't you just fucking get it?
Understand my feelings.
Just understand me, but nobody really can. And she doesn't make it any easier because she's just going fucking insane while she's there. And I think the movie was trying to say that she has complicated feelings, that she has has a complicated life and history, but this movie doesn't really go into any of that. It's just very much focused on like the visceralness of it. There's a scene where she starts losing her mind, and she starts like, they have wallpaper in this house, so she's in this bathroom just dragging her fucking nails over the wallpaper, and like you just watch as her nails like degrade and start to bleed all over the wall, and then they'll just like cut to the next shot. She's just got rows of band-aids over her fingers, and like there's parts of that I think are like very visceral and interesting. And of course Jennifer Lawrence and Robert Pattinson are incredible. Like they're great in this movie, particularly Jennifer Lawrence. But it's like I just kind of don't know what this movie was doing, and I feel like it just needed to pick a lane between what it wanted to do. Did it want to be kind of impressionistic and leave you very uncertain, or did it want to incite a very specific feeling and like explore that? And I don't think it accomplished either one that it was possibly trying to do. I just did not care for this movie in the slightest. It just really didn't work for me. It didn't seem like it worked for many people, to be honest. Yeah, I gave it a 5. This one just wasn't it, man.
Not quite my tempo.
Indeed, not quite my tempo. All right. Next up is Ella McKay. Speaking of not my tempo, Ella McKay is the newest James L.
tempo, right?
Yeah, I don't think this is anybody's tempo. Yeah, this is James L. Brooks' new movie. He is legendary for being like a main producer and writer on The Simpsons. And he's directed many films in his time. He directed the films As Good as It Gets, Broadcast News, In Terms of Endearment, and a movie you may have seen, the Adam Sandler movie Spanglish.
No way.
But yeah, this film follows a a 35-year-old politician by the name of Ellen McKay. She becomes the quote governor of the state she was born and raised in. They never once named the state that she becomes the governor in. And as she's just becoming the governor, stuff is coming out about her, about how she's facing possible what's the word? Controversy in the news for sleeping with her husband in a room that they rented. It's a lot more complicated than that, but I being purposefully facetious to just show how silly it sounds.
Purposely silly, I guess.
Yeah, and this movie is a comedy. It is a comedy, but allegedly, I just never once laughed. This movie's so weird. It's so weird, and it's so incredibly misguided and confused and just weird. This movie really wants you to think this is the sweetest, most heartfelt movie of the year, to the point where I think there's maybe there's very few scenes in this movie that don't end with a character saying "I love you." It's just really funny how often
I love you, man. I love you. I just love you. I just love you. I just love you, man. I just love you.
The view of politics in this movie is, if you're annoying, persistent, and unlikable enough, you'll make real change. Which is I guess, sure, but it's also kind of a little disheartening because this is coming from an 85-year-old man. And this movie takes place in 2008 for no particular reason at all. I don't get it, man. And this movie just wasn't funny. This movie goes on weird tangents for 30 minutes, and I don't know what it was doing. I wrote that this movie gives major corked up white person vibes. I don't think I can explain that. No one really talks like a person, and especially not Ella. Every word out of her mouth sounds weird. She talks like a fake person. I could have been convinced M. Night Shyamalan wrote and directed this movie because nobody talks like a person.
Maybe it's nobody talks like a person, so it's not just her.
Yeah, no, it's not just her, but she's the worst of
it. Couldn't be I don't know, politicians talking like they're fake people.
But she's supposed to be real. She's supposed to be she's supposed to be the down to earth person, but she just talks so weird.
Other politicians, I'm nice.
Yeah. She's just there's a scene in this. There's two scenes in this movie where she's laying out her policies, and then you cut to the audience and they're groaning and bored by her. And it's I get that that's supposed to be funny because, oh no, a politician actually talking about their policies, how boring. But it's that's just not funny. It's not fun. It's not funny. No, I did not laugh. If anything, I laughed at this movie for being so fucking weird. Yeah, no, it's sad that this is the type of we don't get comedies in the theater anymore, and that's just a sad reality of where we are. But movies like this going to theaters does not help in the fucking slightest.
No, I imagine not. It's your fault, movie.
It does not help.
Your fucking fault.
This movie apparently had the worst opening for a widely released theatrical movie ever, or something like that.
Ever.
I think it opened to either just under $1 million or a little over. It was something ridiculous. Yeah.
That's sad.
And this movie has a crazy cast too. It's you have Emma Mackey, Jamie Lee Curtis, fucking Woody Harrelson, Rebecca Hall, Aowa Debris, Kumail Nanjiani, just fucking Julie Kavner, the voice of Marge Simpson herself. She narrates the whole movie
with the Marge Simpson voice.
Yeah, Well, that's just what she sounds like. That's just what she sounds like.
Sick.
Because like she's so old now that she just kind of sounds like Marge. Like,
Marge.
and it's it was rough, but I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of entertained by how terrible, not terrible, but how like pretty bad this movie was. I gave it a 4. I'm not doing the Ellen McKay challenge, but like,
What's the Ellen McKay
this movie was kind of standing in front of the poster, doing the pose she has in the poster, which is her like trying to like pull up her heel while like standing on one foot. It's really stupid.
Okay.
But this movie's starting to turn into like the meme territory of like Morbius, where it's like nobody saw it, so nobody really can say anything. But I can guarantee you more people saw Morbius than are going to be watching Ellen McKay.
Yeah, it made $1 trillion.
Yeah, more billion, sir. More billion.
Oh, sorry, more $1 billion.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure more people saw Madam Web than are going to watch Ellen McKay. So.
Yeah, it's classic.
Yeah. All right. So this movie I gave a 4 out of 10.
I gave it nothing because I didn't see it.
Yep. And speaking of movies you didn't see, Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
I can't believe I didn't see this one.
Yeah. You will.
You have no choice.
I didn't mean that to sound as threatening as it did, but
You will.
you will. Yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's 2, the sequel to the first one. Hey, guess what? These movies both suck. They're both terrible.
But
I think most would probably tell you this is a worse movie than the first one. I think it's just as bad. I don't really think it's much worse, to be honest with you. Stuff that's good about it is still good. The animatronics look great. There's a couple of things about it that I think are like better than the first movie. Particularly, this movie has voice acting. The toy animatronics are voiced. So Toy Chica, Toy Freddy, and Toy Bonnie all have voices. They got Kellen Goff for Toy Freddy. He plays, I think he's Funtime Freddy in Security Breach. So he's like the Vanessa guy. I don't know if this means anything to you. No, there's a character in Security Breach called Vanessa, and he talks about Vanessa a lot. And that, whatever.
Vanessa.
You see, when I was a boy, Vanessa.
Vanessa, when I was a boy.
Then Toy Bonnie is played by Matt Pat.
That's good.
Yeah, and then Toy Chica is played by Megan Fox.
Vanessa, it's not a theory. It's a game theory.
When I was a boy, I had a theory.
A game theory.
But I'm stun locked now. Yeah, Megan Fox plays Toy Chica. She's actually not that bad. Like her weirdly robotic sounding voice helps to voice a robotic character. I genuinely would not have expected that's what Matt Pat would sound like as Toy Bonnie. When we watch this movie, you'll know what I'm talking about. But it's a weird. This movie fucking sucks. The writing is terrible. It's written actually by Scott Cawthon this time, and it's rough.
I mean,
it's rough.
I mean, I don't really. I guess I haven't really read Fantasy Freddy's lore, so I guess it's kind of shocking to know that his movie that he wrote sucks. But he's not really a screenwriter.
He's not a writer.
Yeah, he's not really a writer, so I guess it makes sense. Yeah. But
I mean, he wrote the games that he made, but
yeah, people like his lore and shit like that.
Yeah,
so it's like,
yeah, that's true. It's true.
What can you say?
Yeah, no, the plot is just terrible, man. This movie ends at like the start of the third act. This movie has a cliffhanger ending, man. It has a cliffhanger ending.
Yeah, because you're gonna get 3. You have no choice.
We are totally gonna get 3. Yep. Yeah, the movie's
so it'll be the worst one, just like the game.
Probably. Ha.
That third game sucks.
That third game does kind of suck. Although I think the game for 2 is more annoying than the game for 3.
Probably. Yeah.
3 is easier, 2 is just has too much to monitor, I think. Between like more like the fact that like in 2 it basically boils down to like just hit the music box over and over and then pray to God Balloon Boy doesn't show up.
Yeah, Balloon Boy. Just ruin a whole run.
Just ruining your whole fucking day, because as soon as he shows up, oh, guess what? He somehow grabs your batteries, and now fucking Foxy's just gonna get a free kill on you. But back to the movie. I don't have much I could say without spoiling. It's so funny. I can't, like, there's nothing I could say about this movie without saying just it sucks, and like the movie's written really terrible. The dialogue's
awful. You wouldn't want to spoil it. You wouldn't want to ruin the experience for people.
I don't want to ruin the experience for you.
Oh, thanks.
But yeah, just no. The writing's really bad because Scott Cawthon is a terrible writer. The production is also just really bad. This movie's like not very well made at all. There's a lot of like plot threads and like characters that are thrown in that are just completely lost, and it just doesn't work or make any sense. Excuse. One thing that's really annoying about this movie is that like Mike and Vanessa are like the two protagonists, right? So there are points where Vanessa's actually trying to be helpful and convey information, because in the first movie she's like the fucking number one I lie by omission character I've ever seen. She just doesn't ever say what she needs to say, and like gets a lot of people hurt because of it.
The truth hurts, so I won't say it.
Yeah. But do you remember the first movie where she's just I will not deliver this information to you, even though it's necessary for this moment. I will just not say anything. In this movie, there's a couple pretty key points where she finds out something and immediately tries to tell Mike, and then Mike just refuses to listen to her. Just refuses.
Yeah, I don't trust you now after all of that. Why would I listen to you?
Well, no, he trusts her, and she's like trying to like earn that trust by like delving in like giving out information. He just won't fucking listen to her.
Oh, so like the opposite happened from like the first movie.
Yeah,
like the other way around.
Literally the opposite. She tries to talk and like say things, and Mike's just like, enough of that.
La 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 la.
Yeah. It's worse in the ending because like something happens that's completely out of her control, and she did not need to divulge that information to anyone, especially not Mike, and yet the movie treats it as, oh, Vanessa fucked up. And I was just like, Mike, you suck. You suck. Can't believe you got me feeling bad for Vanessa. Yeah. Also, the puppet is in this movie. The puppet's the main villain. And I didn't think that that's how the puppet worked, but I guess that's how the puppet works, so... Oh, sorry, the marionette.
There we go. I'm like, what? The puppet?
I always called it the puppet. I know it's not a puppet, but Markiplier brain rot.
Oh, they called it the puppet?
He called it the puppet, and suddenly the entire fan base called it the puppet. Even though it's not a puppet, but it kind of acts like a puppet.
You just puppeteers around, I guess, something like that.
Yeah, it's puppeteering things with the strings.
Very clever. You're such a good writer, Scott Cawthon.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really funny. The best actor in this movie is McKenna Grace, and she has like the most nothing part of the entire movie. It's really funny.
Oh. How about that?
So good for you. Good for you, McKenna Grace.
You'll make it far.
Yeah. Sorry that you got outed for making fan edits of your co-star. Congrats.
You'll never live it down.
You will not live it down, and we're very sorry. Yeah. I give this movie a 3.5. I gave the same rating I gave the first movie. I don't see any reason to go higher or lower. Movie's pretty terrible. I don't know what to say.
Pretty bad.
Yeah. All right. Next up is Frankenstein, which we have both seen.
Frankensteiner.
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. Sorry.
Didn't feel like Guillermo del Toro's.
It feels pretty Del Toro to me.
Well, it didn't feel good like a Del Toro movie.
No.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
guess
our
what?
thought on that, guys. We didn't
Hey,
like
guess
the movie.
what? The movie everyone kind of loves right now, we don't like it.
We didn't like.
No, I did not care for this movie. I was really disappointed.
I was bored.
Really, really disappointed. Yeah.
It's like a few things that like grabbed me into the movie, but mostly like the start of it with seeing Frankenstein's like backstory and like why he is the way he is. That felt interesting to me. But besides that, I don't know. The movie loses steam kind of like immediately after that.
Yeah.
I think there is a certain sense of fascination over like seeing how he creates his monster in a way,
Yeah.
but that also comes with a plot point with some other worthless character and Christoph Waltz's character.
Yeah. A completely made up character for this movie.
Yeah, he really like just weighs that the movie down. And you'll find out it was especially worthless when the fucking character just dies and we'll forget about him.
Yeah. Has no relevance to the rest of
Yeah,
the movie.
literally no, it's like no one
Yeah.
cares. Like the relative of that character does not like give a shit about like just forgets about him basically.
Yeah. She cares until we cut to a time jump,
Yeah,
and that's it.
again, his death or whatever plays no relevance. Like there are no
Yeah.
consequences or anything like that afterwards. Just nothing. So it felt like a waste of time, or at least like a waste of screen time for that character that could have gone into something else. Like maybe adding something for Mia Goth's shitty character in the movie.
I just.
Just I'm just saying because boy does she ever feel underdeveloped and underwritten and underacted.
Mia. Yeah, God, Mia Goth's performance, that was so terrible. I think she's awful in this movie. I
Yeah,
very much disliked her performance. I disliked a lot of aspects of this movie. I think, without going on a huge rant, I think just Del Toro's writing is so. It's focused on the wrong thing. I feel like.
yeah,
It's just. A lot of the writing is very surface level. It's not deep. And it's not like. What is it really about? Is it just about daddy issues and trauma? And like like cycles of violence and when you choose to break it? I guess that's what the movie's about.
could be. I don't know. That felt like really just like I guess how do you say underdelivered or like I don't know told strangely because from what I figure, Frankenstein's dad wasn't very good, but
No.
he wasn't abusive to the point where Frankenstein himself is to his monster. You know what I
I
mean?
think we were supposed to gather that he was, and that's why Victor acted the way he was with the creature, with his
Problem is he
creation.
comes off more strict and maybe a little apathetic, his dad, but
Yeah.
like he never like beats his son or
Absolutely
anything.
apathetic, yeah.
Yeah, more apathetic in
He
that
probably
level.
didn't like
And
him.
no,
No. Yeah.
probably not. But like he did endow Frankenstein with knowledge and like expected
Yeah.
something out of him because that is his name. Like he at least like leaves his son in a way with something worthwhile for him to carry to the future. That's like
Yeah.
useful to him. And
There is also.
I get that he shares that more love to his
Mhm.
brother, his younger son,
Yeah. Which
and
I
that
would imagine is not very great. Is not great for a child's development.
no, I imagine that didn't like go
Yeah.
well for Frankenstein. But the problem is that there's fucking nothing between him and his brother in the movie.
No.
There's
And it
nothing
doesn't seem like
between them.
Victor disliked his brother. It's
No,
just like. But clearly his brother, William, had very different opinions on Victor.
yeah, it's fucking
Like,
yeah.
and I feel like that's just not properly, like, shown. For this movie that's so fucking long, it's 2.5 hours, it's just, it feels so hollow.
Yeah, and the brother himself gets nothing either.
No.
Like, not really. Not
Yeah.
than just dying and like delivering
I
the
also.
message of the movie, which feels null and
Yeah.
void.
I feel like, in particular, the last speech that Victor gives, it's manipulative in the sense that, like, there is nothing at that point in the film to indicate that Victor has truly changed.
What did we learn,
So that,
guys?
yeah, it's like he's just kind of stating what we learned, but he himself doesn't feel like he's changed. So it almost feels like he's just manipulating the creature again.
And kind of like the audience, too.
Yeah. Because all Victor does in this whole movie is just manipulate and lie to people. Because he sucks. We get it. You are the monster. Shut up.
Shut up. You're dead.
Shut up. The only stuff about this movie I really liked was the stuff with the creature. I think that's where the movie really picked up for me.
Yeah, didn't really feel like a Frankenstein movie, though.
Well, what do you mean by a Frankenstein movie then?
I guess kind of just a problem with it is like it trying. I get trying to humanize the creature. I think Del Toro really loves humanizing monster characters.
Well, he's extremely sympathetic towards them.
Yeah,
and that's part of the beauty of his work.
Yeah, that's his thing. But I think the problem with it is like it's Frankenstein. He's not really like normally, at least from what I saw from the original movie. He's a misguided creature, of course, but he still does bad beats with himself. Yeah. Like, this movie really tries to victimize him a lot.
This movie infantilizes the creature.
Yeah, of course, Frankenstein himself is a victim. He didn't ask to be here and asked to be abused and asked to be like...
I'm going to need you to start referring to the character as the creature or the monster.
Sorry, the monster.
Because you've been referring to Victor as Frankenstein and now you're referring to the creature as Frankenstein.
Sorry, it's just coming back to me because, you know, that's what they fucking call him, you know? That's what they call the creature. So, yeah. The creature, of course, is a victim of abuse. He didn't ask to be here. He didn't ask to be a subject of the laws of nature being broken. Of course, I understand that, but like, the kind of like a point of him too is like how far you can take messing with nature and what nature can do itself and what damage it can cause, and the creature like causes damage. But this movie didn't really want him to do anything wrong, and he never does.
I also feel like more simply than that, just like the ideas of like the breaking the laws of nature, I feel like more simply it's just meant to be he's a reflection of his father. And so, as I understand it in the novel, which this film is heavily adapted from and based on, taking from, in the novel, the creature is a lot more violent.
Yeah.
In the novel, he kills Elizabeth? Was that her name? Elizabeth.
I believe so.
Yeah, that was Mia Goth's character, right? Elizabeth. He kills Elizabeth in the novel. And it's meant to be like, oh yeah, you are just like Victor. But in the movie, he's completely he's not inconsequential. It is directly caused by his actions, but he is not the one who pulls the trigger.
No.
He is completely, almost like the movie's acting like he's blameless in all of this. And I hate that. I hate that this movie babies the creature. He's so doe-eyed and so just vulnerable to the world. And in part, that's why I enjoyed some of those sections, because mostly in part because of Jacob Elordi doing a great job as the character. And I loved that stuff with him maybe not loved, but I enjoyed that stuff with him in the old man in the house. But
yeah.
And there was a lot, I think, to take from that, especially with how the creature feels. Like, oh, he found, like, he is so othered, right? And he because of the way he looks, because of the way he is, he cannot be truly loved, right? At least by most people. And the one friend that he had that didn't judge him was taken from him unjustly. So there's like that aspect of it that I found like at least compelling enough to like not want to fucking kill myself while watching this movie twice. But it was just like, I feel like the character is so infantilized. He's so not allowed to do anything wrong.
Yeah.
And it's just I find that so cowardly. Like I struggle to find another word for it. Like it feels cowardly to treat this character that's supposed to be, at least in the text, a reflection of Victor, and this movie at least seemingly wants to take some of that. You know, just wants to do some of it.
It just turns into the opposite of that, and then I don't
Yeah,
know, them trying to blame Frankenstein, Victor, as like, you created this monster. He didn't really do anything wrong.
I mean, he defied God, and
No, I mean like
yeah.
the
Oh, the
monster
creature
himself didn't
itself, or
really
yeah,
do
yeah,
any. Yeah, he didn't really do anything wrong per se,
yeah,
other than the death of Elizabeth, with which was Victor fucking shooting him for some reason.
yeah,
Yeah, the creature didn't really do anything wrong, so Victor himself has nothing guilty to feel about. Like in the movie, the original movie, he feels responsible for it because the monster does do bad things that causes the mob to happen, and he decides to lead the mob, or at least be the one to hunt down the creature, because his creation is causing mayhem, and he believes he has to deal with it.
yeah,
And here it's more like, my creature slighted me. How dare he slight me? And then
yeah,
he decides to go hunt it, and it was like, okay,
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, this movie just really didn't work for me at all. I was so deeply underwhelmed and unmoved by it. It just, I could not get into it.
No.
Not even in the slightest. It was rough. And I just remember, when I finished it the first time, I just remember being like, oh,
Del
like,
Toro.
oh man. I was like, Del Toro.
Yamo, no.
I was like, no.
You're in the house at
I was
what?
so disappointed because I love Del Toro. I love his filmmaking style. I love what he like does for cinema. But it's just, man, this was not it. And especially if this was like his passion project.
Yeah,
Like this is the movie he's been wanting to make since for like, this has been the movie he wanted to make for a long time, and this is what he had.
I mean, of course, this is a unpopular opinion from both of us. People like this movie a lot.
Sure, yeah, people really like this movie, and I think, and part of it is like, it's because it's Del Toro, and I get that. But I just could not get into this. It just feels so unworthy of his talent.
Yeah, this would be the worst movie of his that I've seen.
Yeah,
Which, haven't seen all of them, but I've seen a few bit ones. To maybe say this confidently, I'd say.
yeah. I was just so disappointed. I gave it a 6.5. I was really just not into it.
I think I'm out of 5.
Yeah, that's fair. I would still hesitate to say that I thought it was bad. Just mostly just like, I think the production is solid. I don't love the filmmaking in this movie, but like there's a lot of great work put into it. I did really like that second half with the creature and his story, and I think Jacob Elordi does a great job as the character.
That will
to the
work
point
better
where
as like a short film or something.
yeah,
That part.
yeah, and then I think also like the score is great. I know you really loved Oscar Isaac in this movie. I didn't, but
I liked him. I thought he was really energetic, and brought a lot of nuances to the performance. But
for me, he didn't quite work. I thought he was just too loud and big, and of course the character's supposed to be kind of larger than life, but I think it just gets too showboaty, and a lot of the performances are that way. A lot of them are very big and showy, and I feel like he's just too much.
I think he's crazy in a, like, I don't know, trying to like aura form type of way, rather than I'm crazy.
Sure, yeah. But,
Compared to, I don't know. I was compared to the actor in the original movie, who was pretty crazy.
Yeah, or like a Gene Wilder and Victor Frankenstein.
Yeah.
but that movie's a comedy.
Maybe we need a. Do we ever get a? It's alive.
No, I'm really glad we didn't. That's been done so many times.
Yeah, but it's such a good line.
Alright, move on from Frankenstein to Freakier Friday.
I forgot this came out.
I almost did. Until I was like, oh, right, I didn't. I was like, I did watch the first one in preparation for this one. So I was like, I guess I should just watch Freakier Friday. And I threw it on at Disney Plus. I kind of liked it. I kind of liked it.
Yeah.
I thought it was okay.
Is this a Mean Girl situation again?
No, because people are actually liking Freakier Friday.
Oh yeah, people are liking this one.
Yeah, people are actually liking this one. Most people are kind of in agreement that it's just okay, but it's just one of those like, oh, it's actually better than it should have been. Apparently, this was supposed to be apparently this was just supposed to be a direct to Disney Plus movie.
Oh.
But I guess I don't know what happened, but like somebody at Disney was like, wait, this might actually make some money if we put it out in theaters. They were right.
They didn't make money.
It made a decent amount of money. It was one of like the bigger movies of August. Like until Weapons came out, like Freakier Friday was kind of like the movie of the month.
Step aside, Freakier Friday.
Yeah, I would say that Freakier Friday it's a straight up 1-to-1 rehash of the first movie, with not as much heart as that first movie had. But this movie is significantly more jokey. There's a lot more jokes. And there's a lot of nostalgia bait. I
just want to like cut to Nick Offerman going the same thing again as last time.
Yeah, pretty much.
Looking at the camera.
Yeah, but the secret sauce of this movie is oddly enough the fact that there's like a joke every minute. This movie is constantly throwing out jokes, and it's just weird that a lot of them, not a lot of them, but like a good amount of them kind of hit. I was having some chuckles throughout this movie. So the main bit is that Lindsay Lohan has a teenage daughter, and she meets this man played by what's his name? He was the dude in The Acolyte, Manny Jacinto. When I say he was the dude in The Acolyte, he was Khmer, I think is that character's name.
The guy with the mask.
The guy with the mask. Yeah, the one who everyone thirsted over for like a week.
Yeah, they did.
In fairness, I get it. I understand. I understand.
Internet. Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I get it. But he also happens to be a parent of a teenage daughter, and he and Lindsay Lohan's character meet, and they immediately hit it off. We've cut to they're about to get married. And now his daughter and her daughter are essentially like step siblings. They hate each other. They despise each other. And they just cannot get along for the sake of it. And on I believe it's the wedding rehearsal. I don't remember. I think it was the wedding rehearsal, the rehearsal dinner, and stuff happens, blah, blah, blah. They switch bodies. So it's the teenage daughters are swapped with Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis. So now the teenagers are in the adult person's body, and then the adult persons are in the teenage bodies. So there's a lot of jokes they do with that. And there's some really funny stuff like they have multiple scenes of the teenage girls like just scarfing down as much junk food as they can eat because they can actually take it, whereas like their older selves can't eat just like a bunch of shakes and a fucking bunch of burgers and not feel like shit after, whereas the teenagers are like, yeah, we can just do this and it's not a problem. We have energy to do shit all day.
The switch to teenage bodies ones, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
It's good to be young again.
Yeah. But yeah, the whole point of like the switching bodies is so that they can understand what the other person's going through. You know, they'll literally put yourself in somebody else's shoes. And in that vein, the movie doesn't quite work in that regard because I felt like I feel like the adults didn't learn as much as the kids.
They
Because
didn't
like
learn much.
in the first movie, when Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis swapped, they did legitimately learn things about each other, and they came to like a acceptance and understanding of each other that felt more like heartfelt and real. Whereas in this movie, the kids just learn how much it sucks to be the parents, and the parents don't necessarily learn how much it sucks to be the kids, or they don't necessarily learn like how much
What the kids are going through,
or
or
like
whatever.
maybe not, sorry, the parents like Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis, they don't learn as much about each other because there's some friction between them at the start of the movie too, but they don't seem to kind of learn anything about that or kind of work through it.
So
Just
both daughter and mom, right? Yeah,
yes.
Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis. They're having
Yeah.
beef after the first movie.
There's a little bit because Jamie Lee Curtis is trying to be like the overly involved grandparent and not necessarily like kind of taking over parenting duties from Lindsay Lohan, and Lindsay Lohan's like, no, I'm the mom, let me be the mom. Which is like, that's like a real thing. And I'm like, and it's like, oh, that's something that they could do, and they just didn't. But man, the movie needs to have heart. It has heart. The jokes are they're like a joke a minute, so the movie's got an okay batting average. I was just kind of pleasantly not involved, like
We're
enthralled,
charmed
but
by it.
charmed by it. It was okay. I gave it a 6. I thought it was just fine, just fine.
It's no Top Gun. No Top Gun
There's
Maverick,
no,
but hey, you know what?
there's no Top Gun, indeed. Yeah, can move on from that to Hamnet.
Shakespeare in the Park. Does mother know you were her drapes?
Look, I really liked this movie. I really did.
But
I don't know for certain if this movie was just fucking with me. I don't know if I was just manipulated for 2 hours. And that's fucking with me. Because at this movie's core, it is an exceptionally beautiful and just powerful movie about grief. And like, I found it astounding. Like, I was actively there was a good like 10-15 minute stretch of this movie where I was just in tears. And even when the movie was ending, it was doing like its final shot, final scene, and I remember just viscerally crying. And my entire audience, like the second those lights went up after like the credits started, my entire audience was just collectively crying. Like, it was a weird like experience to kind of be in, because it was just like so visceral.
Mhm.
And I don't know if that's just like the beauty of the movie and the beauty of like the writing and the emotions that Chloe Zhao, the director, was trying to like bring about, or if I was just manipulated for 2 hours because of the movie's subject matter. And
weird
I
thing
don't know
we're
how to
gonna,
feel about it.
weird thing we're gonna know if they earned your tears.
Yeah. And like, I want to like, any movie that gets me to cry is at least deserving of something from me. Like, you got me there, so like I have to give you something. Like, you
I
actually
mean,
got me to feel something.
I'm surely right because
So
like to be manipulated by a movie and then to feel like like to cry over it and feel like you were
yeah,
manipulated. Like, you gotta wonder what that means, right? Did you
that's
earn my
what like,
tears or did you like
yeah, it's like, did you
force them
earn
out of
it,
me?
or did you, yeah, did you try to get me to cry? And if you tried, you succeeded. But I don't know now.
I mean, I suppose that movies do want to pull out emotion out of you, right?
No, obviously, yeah, all movies
Yeah, yeah.
want the audience to have an
Yeah,
emotion
I guess
attached
it's
to
just
it.
I guess it's just the difference between doing it naturally. Like
Yeah.
I don't know, like how fucking what's the movie that makes people cry generally? Toy Story 3,
Toy Story
I
3.
guess. Yeah,
Toy Story
that
3.
one.
That's maybe the most manipulative one you could have picked.
Oh, damn! I was like thinking one that wasn't manipulative.
Let's
Oh,
say
you know what?
Up. Up.
Sure, Up.
Up. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say Terminator 2. That one, like, people cry over that, the ending in
Yeah.
particular, because they
No, yeah,
it
I get
really
it.
feels yeah, it really feels like they fucking earned the idea of like the giant the robot
Yeah.
who wasn't a human, suddenly like being like one of the most human characters in the movie and then dying
Yeah.
to sacrifice
I
himself.
can't say
That's
I can't say I ever felt that deep of an emotion over Terminator 2, but
no, not you, but
no, like
people
I
do.
get it. Yeah. Yeah. No, no, no.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm just saying. Yeah.
yeah. So that's like one of those cases where you're like, it's earned. Good job, you did it. You made me cry
Yeah.
over a robot.
Yeah. And like to bring it back to Hamnet, I think like with the it's in the trailer, but I almost don't want to say why this movie's about grief. I don't know if you saw the trailer for this, but
I mean, I
it
think I know what it is, right? The miscarriage. Bleep.
No.
No.
Yes, no.
Oh.
Yes, and then no.
Stillborn.
So I'll say this because this is not a spoiler, or not. Well, it's a spoiler, but not in like it's like a
Nothing
mild
heavy.
one, nothing heavy. So, in childbirth, she gives birth to twins,
Oh.
and the boy is born perfectly natural and fine. The daughter is a stillborn, and she seems to just be dead. And Jessie Buckley as Agnes Shakespeare, she's holding the baby, and like it's a very like just quiet and like heartbreaking scene. And then as she's kind of holding the baby, just fully just believing this her child is dead in her hands, the baby awakes and starts to cough and cry, and the baby lives. So that's just that's when you were saying miscarriage, like that's what that scene is. So yes and no, but there is a deeper reason why this movie is about grief, and in the sequence where it really starts to become apparent, which is I think about halfway through the movie. As it was happening, I was just distraught. It was hard, really hard and tough to watch, and I could feel my audience just kind of collectively like just having a rough time with it.
Pain.
And it's a painful thing to watch because this movie very much deeply makes you empathize with Agnes, and it's very connected spiritually to, I think, nature in a way, and I think that's some of the stuff that doesn't really work with the movie because I don't quite know what they were trying to get at there. But once this movie really starts to get into the ideas of like how art helps us heal, and connecting to art that is about grief can help you heal right with your own, because wow, the most notable thing I could have talked about this movie is about William Shakespeare and his wife Agnes, and essentially the events that led to the creation of the play Hamlet. And so that stuff I think is pretty. I think that's part of where some of the stuff in the movie loses me a bit, and some of the creation of the play Hamlet. But there is also a beautiful scene at the end of the film where you're seeing Hamlet be, like you see bits of the play Hamlet be performed, and it's just really beautiful stuff. This is kind of this might sound weird and maybe a little derogatory, but this feels like a movie that could have been made in the 90s.
Whatever that means, I guess.
Like, it's produced by Spielberg. It's under his production company.
You think Spielberg could have made it?
I think Spielberg could have made this movie.
Maybe
like in the 90s, I think maybe. Well, it's produced by Steven Spielberg and Sam Mendes. Sam Mendes directed 1917, Skyfall, Spectre.
I believe I know this man. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, he's himself a great director, and but this feels like it's got a very like Emily Watson is like kind of like a smaller role in this movie. It feels like a kind of movie you would have seen 20, 30 years ago, where it's like it's just about a couple of people, and you have like this great supporting cast behind it that just kind of comes in and plays bit parts. The kid from A Quiet Place is in this movie. The son from A Quiet Place. He plays the performer who plays Hamlet in the play, and he's excellent. He's in the whole movie for only like maybe 20 minutes, and he's fantastic. There's a kid actor in this movie who happens to be the kid from A Quiet Place's brother, his younger brother. And I don't know I don't know what's going on with that family, the Jupe family, but those kids are fantastic actors. This kid is insanely good. I don't know where they found this kid. Like, I don't know how they got that performance out of this kid. But it's it's. I don't think I mentioned it. This movie is astonishingly beautiful. Like, it's a gorgeous looking movie. It's shot beautifully. I love that Chloe Zhao's style seems to be very quiet and just kind of letting moments play. Her shot structure is very still. Even when she's in handheld, it's a very still frame. It's very focused. There's a great recurring shot in this movie where it focuses on just one thing and then slowly pans to either one side of the room or the other, just to kind of showcase a detail or something that you may not have noticed or that it wants to present to you. And I found all that stuff just really interesting filmmaking and beautiful filmmaking. The performances are Jessie Buckley, phenomenal. She is going to win the Academy Award for Best Actress.
Best actress.
She's going to win it. I'm like 200% confident about this. It's the kind of performance that I think the Academy loves, but it also just so happens to be an absolutely astounding performance. She's deeply emotional, and also the performance wallows in the pain. There's a absolutely heartbreaking scene where she lets out a scream that starts, and I thought the movie was like purposefully leaving it quiet, but no, she just lets out a quiet scream. And then like suddenly like her voice hitches, and then a full like belt of just pain comes out of her mouth, and it gave me goosebumps. Like, I was just like, holy shit, this performance is insane. Paul Mescal's in it.
So this is the man you're not sold on.
I am not sold on Paul Mescal. I'm really not. He's a good performer. Like, he has talent, but I can't buy him in like a leading part. I don't know what it is. I just don't buy him. Even in his scenes where he is like good, like he has a couple scenes where he has to like kind of just let emotion completely come over his face, and he is good. He's capable, but it's just, I don't know. I'm not sold on this guy. I don't get it. I don't get what's people are so drawn to him for. Maybe I just need to see After Sun.
Yeah, maybe.
He seems like a chill dude, but another chill Irish lad.
That he's chill, but you know what? Chill doesn't mean good actors.
No.
So sorry, buddy.
I don't think he's a bad actor. It's just I don't get it, man. He needs the Chalamet level of like oh, I get it now. Yeah. All right. I give this movie an 8. I did really like it, and I think it's really good, but there's just something about it wasn't connecting for me, and I'm also very conflicted. Very, very conflicted. I don't.
Gotta see it again. You think?
It'll probably be a really hard movie to watch again. To be honest with you.
Yeah, that happens. A lot of movies last year.
There's a lot of movies that are hard. Yeah.
That are hard to watch. Like, I don't know. Like they
Long
were
Walk.
hard. Yeah, Long Walk, Warfare.
Yeah. Drinking water. Yeah, we can move on from that to Havoc. Yay.
I forgot about this.
Yeah, it's good that you did. This is directed by Gareth Evans, the guy who directed the Raid movies. I have not seen the Raid 2. I've only seen the Raid 1.
The Raid 1 is awesome.
The Raid 1 is awesome.
Raid Redemption? Fucking good shit.
Yes. That's a great action movie. This movie fucking sucks. I hate it.
It is not a great action movie, you could say.
It is not a great action movie. It was so unbelievably bad. The action is really messy, and the filmmaking is so poor. I was astounded by how bad the filmmaking was. There are multiple chase scenes in this movie that are entirely done with CG. Like, they would cut to the outside of a car, and you can tell everything you're looking at is not real. And it was just, I was so confused. Yeah, I wrote this. The action is a mess where sometimes it's pretty okay and decipherable, and then other times it's just guys running down hallways like a video game with infinite bullets and stormtrooper aim. Like, and on top of that, this movie's also a detective story. It's a police procedural. Completely uninteresting. Like, not at all interesting at all. It sucks. It's really bad. It has no, like, the main protagonists experience no change by the end of the story. The experience of the film does not change them in the slightest. The movie just kind of ends. And you can tell that the last line of the movie is trying to be profound, but it just doesn't accomplish it at all. It feels like a wet fart. This is one of those movies where, like, if the action was really good, it could have been saved. Like, I would have totally been okay with this movie if the action was like Extraction or like John Wick level good. But it wasn't. It was not. And instead I just get this movie, and this is not the type of shit I want to watch, and especially not on Netflix. Yeah, no, I really, really fucking dislike this movie. I give it a 3. This movie fucking sucked ass. I fucking really hated it. Next up is Highest to Lowest. So Highest to Lowest is the new Spike Lee joint, which is a remake of Akira Kurosawa's High and Low. I've not seen High and Low, so I'm coming at it with a fairly missing perspective and no expectations, other than the expectations of, hey, Spike Lee made a movie. I like Spike Lee. I thought this movie was kind of buns. I think it's not good. I didn't think it was terrible. But it was just kind of one of those, like, I don't know how, like, what... I'm like, was this Spike Lee? The movie's, like... Sometimes the movie looks great and is beautifully shot, but then most of the filmmaking is really, like, wonky and stale. Like, the blocking is really weird and kind of bad. Like, the placement of the camera makes no sense. The editing was just bad. The acting was really bad. Everyone in this movie sucks.
Even Denzel?
Even Denzel. Like, everyone was just bad. They somehow got Jeffrey Wright to be bad in this movie.
Oh.
Like, it was also really funny watching Jeffrey Wright go like, oh, thank you, inshallah. Like, repeatedly.
Yeah.
I love Jeffrey Wright. But, this movie's just weird. I don't know what was going on with this movie. It was super boring. It was like, I think it was like 2 hours and 20 minutes. I did not know what I was really watching.
And it's about as long as the original.
Is it?
Yeah, no, originally 2 hours, 23 minutes.
Okay. But like the movie starts, the movie's about in this case, Highest to Lowest. is about a music producer who runs a giant record label, and he is seems to be kind of just like, he prides himself on the fact that he can spot good music and spot talent by just listening to the music. And he has supposedly like the best ear in the business, but that he's kind of gone stale, and he's old. He's not what he used to be, and his company's kind of running low on money. He's able to get the money, but when he gets the money, suddenly his son and Jeffrey Wright's sons have been kidnapped. And that's just the first act. That's like just the first half of the movie. That's like that. You would think that's like a whole movie plot right there, but that's just the first half. After the first half, it suddenly becomes we got my son back. We got Jeffrey Wright's son back. Now we got to figure out who the fuck is the guy who kidnapped him. And it's
Yeah.
There's only one scene in this movie that I thought was legitimately good, and that was it. The rest of it is hard to watch. It is a rough movie to get through. It's just like, this movie's super exposition heavy. Like, everybody's trying to explain the plot to you at all times. It's really bad. But there are like some genuinely great stuff in this movie. Like I said, there's just one legitimately great scene in the movie towards the end. But like, this is one of those movies where like it just completely goes off the rails in like weird ways. Like, it's a pretty grounded and like down to earth thriller, but it also ends in a giant fist fight, like a big action set piece with a fist fight.
Fuck.
And it's like, it's one of those where like, wait, what like, how did we get here? But this movie's absurd. I gave it a 5. I was really, I was not into it really at all.
I think it's made worse by the fact that it's a remake to a classic movie that everyone loves.
Yeah, and I haven't seen that movie, so I can't say to that. But
me neither. But it's just funny that he did it again.
He
Spike Lee
do it again.
remaking another like Asian movie.
He did it again.
Yeah,
and it was more successful than it was last time. But
yeah, maybe not as bad as Old Boy, but
no,
jeez, you did it again, huh?
Oh yeah. All right.
It's like the meme of the Grim Reaper knocking on those doors, and
oh yeah.
That's Spike Lee right now, just making Asian movies and ruining them with bad remakes.
All right. Next up is I Know What You Did Last Summer, 2025 edition.
Oh my god! So is this a remake or like a sequel?
It's a sequel. It's a legacy sequel. Yeah.
Oh jeez.
Yeah.
Because who asked, right?
Because who the fuck asked? I don't care for the original I Know What You Did Last Summer. I don't think it's a good movie.
I don't think anyone does, right?
I think it's kind of like one of those like iconic movies of the 90s where it's just like you kind of just have to like respect it. Where it's like, yeah, you were important at one point in time. Even then, I don't think that movie's like terrible. I think it's just not very good. It's just the mystery aspect just doesn't work. But like, there's parts of it that are good. It looks great for a movie that like it was kind of like on the lower end side of the 90s. It was like a really beautiful looking movie.
Is this a movie that ignores like the sequels and does its own thing?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
I don't know about the third movie in the series, but at least thinks 1 and 2 happened. Which is like part of the weird thing. So I'm just gonna read literally everything I wrote because I think it gets it more succinctly. I wrote, "Wow, divas! I didn't like the first one, but this new one definitely wasn't giving, nor was it serving." See how terrible that sounds? People my age do talk like that in real life, it's true, but for some reason, none of the dialogue in this film feels real or accurate to people my age. Like having a character who's just seen their fiance's dead body immediately start talking about memes and what have you just felt so wrong. To explain that briefly as an aside, main character in the far right here, blonde girl. Movie kind of starts with not starts, but like one of the key inciting incidents is that her fiance is killed by the fishhook killer, or the fisherman, I believe he's called. And immediately after he's dead, they go to the police, and she's like kind of like grieving in her own way. She's like clearly shaken up by it, and she does her makeup routine, and then looks at her friend and goes, "You know that meme about how if someone important to you died, would you still do your skincare routine? Well, I guess it's true." And I was just like, what? Like, what? Like, this movie's trying to be both tongue-in-cheek and also about trauma trademark.
What?
Yeah, this movie's about trauma, guys. It's about trauma. I'm so fucking sick about movies about trauma. Especially horror movies. Get a new bit.
Just leave their ass.
Get a new bit. Alright? Okay.
Get new material.
Horror movies about trauma, copyright. Isn't anything new, and this film wants to be camp in a way about it, but ends up playing into all of those trappings in a weird, like, polycule of ideas. It's one part legacy sequel and member berries, another part elevated horror with the links to trauma and mental health, and another contemporary satire. Genuinely, I have no idea what these writers were thinking. Neither part of this really works. The legacy aspects are downright disrespectful. The contemporary aspects are downplayed outside of dialogue. And the trauma stuff is practically nailed onto a cross and spread around the room just in case you didn't get it. It's a frustrating movie to watch as a typical slasher as well, because the film doesn't relish in any of those moments either. Not a single kill is memorable or interesting. It's poorly shot too as well, which was a letdown. The film's overall mystery elements are blatantly telegraphed and lame as shit, especially the ending, which is shameful. I don't even mean the jokes, I mean all of it. Just what in the hell were they thinking when they wrote that? It's not the worst film I've seen this year, but it's certainly not making the best of list. This movie was really fucking terrible. It was insulting to watch.
You offend me. Die.
Like, this movie, you see Freddie Prinze Jr. there on the poster. He's one of the survivors of the first movie. Apparently, the 30 years in between those two movies made him go crazy and want to kill people. He's nice. One of the villains. He's the villain of the movie.
Right.
Yeah, because they don't remember what happened to him in the 90s, and they didn't treat it seriously, and they didn't acknowledge his trauma, so therefore he needs to make people remember.
They'll all know.
And I was just banging my head on my desk. I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? I gave it a 3. This movie sucked ass.
Tres.
Sucked ass, man.
Sucked ass. It's terrible.
Yeah. Alright. Next is If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You.
In the balls.
In the balls. I loved this movie. This movie is...
Just straight up.
Yeah, just straight up. I love this movie. It was written directed by Mary Bronstein. This is her first feature film in, it's looking about, like, nearly 20 years.
First feature film in 20 years?
Yeah, nearly 20 years. Her last film was in 2008, so I think that's 17 years.
Wow.
Yeah. This film stars Rose Byrne as a character by the name of Linda. The film essentially starts with... she is raising a daughter who we never see her face. Her daughter has it seems a eating disorder. And everything's kind of going wrong for her daughter. She's not meeting her weight goals. And she has a husband who's kind of absent in her life and is just kind of useless and not really helpful. And as she's kind of grasping with all this, a hole breaks in her apartment, and it looks like a pipe burst, and water completely floods the apartment, and they have to go to a hotel and stay for an unknown amount of time while they try to fix the apartment. And we're essentially watching this woman's life completely crumble around her and just go completely out of control. And it was super intense. I this movie was very hard to watch in the sense that like it was just I was just gripping my chair the entire time. Like it was just so intense and super distressing and anxiety inducing because it's just a complete shit spiral of like just everything possibly going wrong for someone and everything going completely out of control. Which this movie seems to be about. The movie seems to be kind of about like control and guilt and shame. Because like the you can see that the like in terms of like symbolism and stuff, her child that you never see the face of is kind of an aspect of all three of those things, because Linda can't control what her child eats, nor can she really control the child. She feels guilt and shame over like whatever led to her daughter's illness, which we never really find out, but she has her own personal feelings of it. I also should mention she's a therapist. Mm-hmm. And we do see some of her patients, and her patients are fucking insane. And then she herself has a therapist played by Conan O'Brien, who's just like, just not really like paying attention, or is just like completely just not there. And like this woman so desperately just wants somebody to tell her what to do and how to do it. Just give her something she can control. And nobody can give her those answers. And nobody's really helping. And she's just fucking losing it. Rose Byrne is astounding in this role. I'm familiar with her work. I've seen her in a lot of things, mostly comedic.
Yeah, she was in Neighbors, I think.
Neighbors, Bridesmaids.
Bridesmaid.
She's been in a lot of comedies.
Insidious, right?
Yeah, she was in the Insidious movies, which is more horror.
She was also in Troy. That was like one of the more serious things that I ever saw her in. Yeah, she was a cousin of like Hector and Paris.
I think I could be wrong. I think she's in Attack of the Clones. I think she's one of Padme's doubles.
Fuck.
Yeah. Anyway,
she was a spy also.
She wasn't Spy. That's an underrated movie, by the way. Spy's underrated.
I like Spy.
I like that movie. Yeah. But here she's not doing something unfamiliar. She's done plenty of drama, but here I don't know what she channeled, but this is the performance of the year. I truly don't think there's been a better performance this year. Or it's 2020, but I'm meaning like in last year, I don't think I saw a better performance from an actor.
Well, to be fair, it hasn't been beaten yet. So, according to you,
but like it's a truly astounding performance. I genuinely don't have any complaints about this movie. I think also like the cinematography and the directing is great. The movie's filled. A lot of the movie shot very tight and close on like her face, or just like aspects of like a room, mostly just on her face, to just add to like this uncomfortable, cramped feeling of control. And the script is so wonderful. It's so well written. This is a fabulous movie. I absolutely adored it. I gave it a 10. I was truly floored by it. It is produced, actually, funny enough, by Josh Safdie, who we will be talking about later. It feels like a movie that the Safdie brothers would have made, but it's not.
No. Yeah. Maybe inspired.
No. Probably. Yeah. I love this movie. We can move on to It Was Just an Accident, another movie I really kind of loved. It Was Just an Accident is directed by Jafar Panahi. It's an Iranian film. The basic premise is that it is about so what happens is this guy by the name of Vahid, he's a auto mechanic, and this family's car pulls into the shop and is busted, and the father of the family, Vahid notices that this father, his walk sounds a little squeaky, and immediately you can see that it kind of traumatizes him, or something. It clicks something. It traumatizes it, like it.
PTSD.
It triggers something. It triggers something in his brain, that makes him immediately scared. So then he follows this guy and attacks him and tries to bury him alive. And that's when we find out that this person that he attacked, was his torturer. Vahid was at one point imprisoned by Iranian authorities for presumably speaking out against the government. He was interrogated while blindfolded, and also abused so much that he has kidney problems and can barely hold and has to take pills to help for pain because he was beaten so badly. And Vahid recognizes this guy, and the guy that he says all this to the guy's like, wait, like, this prosthetic leg is recent. You're talking about a guy who had an accident 20 years ago. Just take off the leg. You'll see this is a fresh wound. If I'm the guy you're really saying I am, would I really have a fresh wound? And Vahid takes off the prosthetic leg, and the wound looks pretty fresh. So then, the plot of this movie is going around to other people who have been also tortured by this guy by the name of Ekbal, or the peg leg, as he's called, and just essentially trying to confirm if this is the guy. And what's so fascinating about this movie is how it gets into kind of... Funny enough, we were talking about this a little bit with Frankenstein, the ideas of like the cycle of violence and when do you choose to break it. This movie has active conversations and engages with that directly. And it is so fascinating and so interesting and really well observed. This movie essentially comes from maybe not all personal experience, but mostly personal experience. Vahar Panahi is currently imprisoned by the Iranian government. He is serving a second sentence. Granted, he is in house arrest, but he's been banned from making films. To the point where this movie was made essentially in secret and illegally. And after the awards circuit, he's being sent back to another sentence of house arrest.
Goodness. Well, he's still alive.
Yeah. But this movie comes from his experiences of being imprisoned in Iranian torture camps where he was blindfolded and interrogated. And he would think about trying to like find the person who was talking to him just by recognizing their voice. And when he was put into camps where he would find other like people who were like also tortured, they would be like, of course, very angry and like have very strong emotions about what's happened to them. But then he would find that once they got out, their feelings were stronger and more volatile, and they were angrier because they didn't know what to do after they were out. This movie really delves into all of those things. It makes sure that there's not a single breadcrumb left from what could be talked about with this type of experience. Because of that, I think the movie's fascinating. The characters are so interestingly realized and written. There's essentially like a personification of each possibility of like a type of person that could be affected by this type of torture. There's a character who's just like, what is it? Because there's two characters going, as an example, there's a scene where two characters are going back and forth with each other. One of them is saying, why does it matter that we need to confirm this guy? It's him. We know it. Doesn't matter. Just fucking kill him. I'll do it myself. And you have another character who's like, no, we don't know this. Like, at one point, are we just being as bad as him by doing this? What are we doing here? And it is this constant back and forth of that, of like, what do we do? Do we actually break this cycle, or do we just keep doing what they were doing because they inflicted so much pain on us? And I just found it deeply engaging, and it's absurdly well made. The cinematography and the direction are all fantastic. The movie loves stillness. I was telling you about this at some a few days ago. There is a sequence at the end of this movie that I think is literally just 20 minutes of a static shot of people just talking, and I was glued to the screen for those sequences. It's a
20 minutes, you said?
I think it was about 20 minutes. I'm going to be so honest with you.
That's like most of the movie. Well, I mean, that's a lot of the movie.
The movie's an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, that's a lot of the movie. Yeah.
Yeah. it might have been. This might be another Pearl scene situation where I think it's longer than it is, but it was a really long scene. I would go out on a limb and say at least 10 minutes of just uninterrupted static shot.
Feels long in a way where it's like you're just there for so long. You feel like you're there for so long, but just just goes by quick actually.
Because it goes through the whole like natural run of that type of interaction, and it was so great. Movie's not perfect in my opinion. I would say that for about the first 45 minutes, I was kind of uncertain of what the movie was and what we were doing. And it was kind of like, okay,
get on with it
a little bit. Like, what are we doing? I mean, once the movie gets going, it's nonstop. I adore it. Like, particularly there's a shot in this movie, or the ending, I should say, literally had me like my mouth was agape at the ending. I literally was like, what?
Yeah, you told me that the ending was like, whoa.
Yeah, it fucking got me in the ending. I was like, I literally gasped. I was like,
the thing is, that could mean anything. So I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you mean. So I guess
But I would absolutely recommend watching this movie.
Yeah,
it's fantastic. I gave it a 9. I really, this was like a last minute sneak at the end of the year, so it was just like, yeah, I'm glad I watched this one. Sweet. All right, next is Jake Kelly. Going right from movie I didn't like to movie I liked to a movie I didn't like. Jay Kelly is the newest film from Noah Baumbach. His second feature after Marriage Story. He'd made a film a few years ago called White Noise. I didn't watch it. I didn't hear great things. And this is his film after that. We both particularly really liked Marriage Story.
Hell yeah.
Which was his film from 2019. Great film. I could not stand this movie. I genuinely couldn't stand it. I was so nauseated by it. It is just an over 2-hour piece of unoriginality where like every piece of it has been regurgitated from other better sources. There are moments where I thought Baumbach was going to pivot to something interesting with Jay Kelly as a character, or show us something that we hadn't really seen before, and for most of the film, he wasn't. This movie's about an actor who throws away his life chasing the dream and has everything, but also has nothing at the same time. Tell me if you've heard that before.
We have.
Yeah. Which, I've said it before, being unoriginal is not a problem if your spin is unique or if it's like really well executed. We both love Top Gun Maverick. We both loved F1. Mm-hmm. This movie does more of the former. I would say Jay Kelly does more of the former and less of the latter. He has a couple of like unique spins on it because the movie has a very dreamlike state where Jay will be like in a situation and then he'll just kind of walk into a corner and suddenly he's in a memory of his life. And even though they're like, it's doing that so the movie can show instead of tell, but even then it's mostly just telling you about him and not showing you things about him. And that's just really frustrating to watch. The most interesting parts of the movie come from Adam Sandler, who plays Jay Kelly's manager. And I think he does pretty much all of the heavy lifting in the movie emotionally. Because Adam Sandler's character so desperately wants to be a friend to Jay and believes in his heart that he is Jay's friend. But Jay's giving him nothing. Just giving him nothing. And you're kind of just waiting for Adam Sandler's character to break at some point and be like, dude, you fucking, like, you don't treat me well. Like, our relationship is, I'm putting everything into you, but it's entirely transactional, it feels like. And I think the biggest problem I had with this movie is that I felt like it had something in the last 20 minutes.
Last 20 minutes.
Because at that point, I'm already like 2 hours into this movie, so I'm like, what the fuck? And obviously, like, the last 20 minutes of this movie aren't as effective if you don't get the, like, hour and a half before it, or hour 50 before it. But that's just like, I feel like the movie did really, excuse me,
Movie so boring.
it
It's
feels like
making you yawn.
I feel like it just didn't really get to that point without indulging itself in other things that I don't understand, or just feel like just don't worked, or didn't tell us anything about Jay that we hadn't really heard before. Yeah, no, I really, really dislike this movie. It has a lot of things that are worth praising. George Clooney's really good. The directing is all really good. It's just a technically well-made movie, and there are good things about it. There are, like, again, like the kind of like dream-like states of this movie are really interesting. There's a scene in the movie that's basically just like a phone call, but instead of like making you hear everything through the phone, they like transition into like the actual person on the other side of the phone is there in the location, so that the actors can kind of just look at each other and talk, which was like interesting. But like a movie like this, is the actual like deep-rooted core of it is so shit that like no amount of cameos can make this work.
Your cameos don't work on me.
Like, and I was just really unenthused with this. I gave it a 5. I was so done with it.
5. My.
Yeah, I was so out of it by the time it was over. I was like, oh my god. Yeah. I watched this movie and then I watched the Game Awards, so it was just a double whammy of like, fuck me, man.
Can't have fun around here with this shit coming out.
Yeah. Alright. Alright, this will be probably the last one up before we cut it for now. We can probably do we can finish this out tomorrow because it's getting late.
Damn, how much have we got?
We've got another, after this we'll have another 27.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I get it.
And then I'll just edit it into one. It'll be fine. Because
Okay.
we've been going for 3 hours. Alright.
Fuck.
Alright.
This
Last
is the
up,
one
Marty
thing-
Supremes.
Oh.
Last up until tomorrow, Marty Supreme. Which we've both seen.
I've both seen it, thank God.
You snuck this one in literally at the last second.
At the very last second. Good.
Yep.
Okay. God, I saw this movie. Holy fuck. I mean, if that's not an indication of how I feel about Marty Supreme, then I don't know. I don't quite know what is. Marty Supreme fucking rocks. Just through and through. Fantastic movie. Couldn't have expected anything different. I mean, I don't know what to expect, honestly. This is the first
Right,
movie
this
of
is
the-
your
of-
first Safdie movie.
Yeah, this is my first Safdie movie. I didn't see Uncut Gems until a little after I saw this, which, you know,
Yeah.
I guess it's indicative of the fact that I should have seen these guys a while back. But also indicative of the fact that
And I've been talking about Uncut Gems for years.
yeah, he has, and I never like batted an eye to watching it. Never like, just never got around to it. I did start it, actually never finished it. But recently I did. But yeah, I think to use the word indicative again, the fact that I saw this and then I saw Uncut Gems kind of like really woke me up to these guys, or at least the other brother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I didn't see Smashing Machine, but no.
Yeah. No spoilers.
No spoilers. But I did see this one. It was really good. What can I say? What can I say? What a just complete mastery of like just gripping your seat. You know, just like a movie that's just like has you gripping your seat without like being like an action movie or anything like that. Like it's not Mission Impossible or
It's
Tom Cruise
just
is,
it's
like,
just a
getting
very chaotic, intense movie.
yeah, just like you said, very, very chaotic, very tense. Like you don't really know what the fuck is gonna happen due to the type of people that you see in this movie and how they act, how they are, and all that. Marty himself is quite an unpredictable fellow himself because of kind of like the way he is naturally. Uh, he's a very manipulative character, very pretty full of himself in
Yeah.
a way. You see him kind of like stoop down to a lot of levels that you wouldn't expect a person to do. But Marty is there to subvert what you expect that out of a person because, man, he's
He's a
a
piece of shit.
what a sniveling little snake.
He's a fucking asshole.
But
Like,
you know what?
he's a genuine piece of shit.
Yeah, but it's endearing. I enjoy watching him. I enjoy seeing. It's kind of like Penguin. Like I enjoy seeing the way he's gonna like snivel his
Yeah.
way out of the situation. You know, what will
Yeah.
he do?
Just, I've heard this movie described as being dumb in your 20s, which I think is very funny. This movie is also pretty funny.
Yeah, funny.
It's just, man, it's such an exceptional film. It's loud, it's chaotic, and it forces you to just engage with this honestly insane human being.
Yeah,
Like, he will do literally anything to achieve his dream, and he will like manipulate people, put people into harm's way, and just do whatever he has to get what he wants.
put
And he'd
himself in
call
harm's
that
way
a sacrifice.
for the
Like,
greater good.
he actively looks at Odessa Asian's character, who is pregnant with his child, and says, just because you want nothing in life doesn't mean I am not obligated to get what I want, and that makes you a sacrifice I have to make. And I was like,
Some of you,
you are a horrible person. You
some of
suck.
some of you will die, but it's a sacrifice
Sacrifice
I
I
am
am
willing
willing
to
to
make.
make. Like, like, yeah. And you know what? I was talking about this earlier with Paul Mescal. This last couple of years of Timothy Chalamet performances, I'm like, oh, I get it now. I get it. I get the hype. I see. And in particular, this film, holy shit, man!
Yeah, he's
Like,
good.
he's insanely. He can talk his shit. Like, unfortunately, Timmy Tim can talk his shit because he can back it up.
Yeah, you see
He's
guys. He's like,
he's
you see guys.
exceptional in this movie.
He's like, you see, I'm not just a twink from Call Me by Your Name. Fuck
Yeah.
you.
No. Listen al Gaib.
And I go,
Yeah. But damn. And Safdie just does an incredible job directing. This movie's so well made. Also, this movie is a sports movie.
yeah.
Like, it is about a sport, table tennis. And the table tennis stuff is directed really well. It's very simple. Like, it's just kind of very static in that way, but it's effective. All the table tennis sequences are pretty engaging to watch.
Pretty great, honestly. Yeah,
Yeah.
for like I love me a sports movie. I love it when the sports aspect of it is like really well made, and it being a sports movie, it does pretty well with like the sports
Yeah.
subject matter. So the scenes were kind of like you could say the action scenes, they don't disappoint. They're
Yeah.
really well made. Really easy to follow. The music
Yep.
in them is really great.
Yes.
And
Oh my god, the score.
yeah, and the way the sequences play out with just the ball bouncing around and then whacking their paddles with the ball. It's like it all works really well, and I enjoyed
Yeah.
watching it.
Yeah. God.
Yeah,
Just what an actually insanely good movie. Like, I almost have like nothing to say because it's so kind of like perfect. Like I don't really have anything bad to say. It's just like, and I love the fact that, like, we talked about this. I don't know if we necessarily disagree or agree, but like, I do believe that, like, ultimately Marty's goals, like Marty's actions were almost like not worth, they were not worth it. Everything he worked for, he didn't accomplish, and kind of didn't mean shit in the face of something else. And I don't know. I just found that like he doesn't necessarily face consequences for his actions as much as just like he's now just like, okay, now you just don't get to achieve your dream.
I mean, in a way, I feel like his mistakes caught up to him.
Yeah.
Should, getting with that married girl,
Yeah.
getting with a married girl, and now he's a father without choice.
Yeah.
I mean, he could abandon the little kid, but
Yeah.
will he?
Will
And
he? I don't know.
mind you, he's still a fugitive. Like the cops are still after him.
Yeah. Yeah. He
So
can never play. He can't play competitive table tennis. He's banned from
no, he's probably stuck.
the league because of his actions.
If he gets lucky enough, he's gonna work at the shoe place. Still.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah. If he's lucky,
yeah,
he
if
would
his
be the
uncle-
manager of the shoe store.
yeah,
Yeah.
if his uncle or whatever gives him the chance, if he doesn't hold a grudge against him, leaving because he was escaped the cops. He was running from the cops. So
He technically paid back his debt because his uncle took the money.
yeah, but the cops were after him.
Yeah.
I forget that.
He's just one of those, like, he just keeps running his fucking mouth. And, like, he just makes everything considerably worse for himself, but he somehow finds a way to get out of it.
I don't know. He seems to be close to a fate of the character from Uncut Gems.
Yeah. I was honestly expecting it a few points in the movie. I thought he was just gonna die. I legitimately thought he was just gonna get fucking clipped. And it didn't never happened. It never happened. But God. I still need to watch Good Time. I watched this in theaters with Sebastian. Did you see it by yourself or did you see it with your mom? How'd that go?
She loved it.
Okay. I'd be terrified to watch this movie with my parents.
Listen, after the first scene, it's like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Or, well, what about Gwyneth Paltrow getting back shots in the tub?
I just gotta live with it.
Yeah. Those first, like, 5 minutes of Forever Young playing over the credits, it's just like, yep, you know what movie you're here for. Like, you know what this is about to be.
Oh my god, this is like Luke was talking.
Yeah. Yep. And then, I mean, yeah, now you've seen Uncut Gems, so now you're in the cult of Josh Safdie.
Yeah, only Josh.
Only Josh. Maybe not Benny.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, he's at least a good actor.
He is a good actor. He's a very good actor.
Good for him.
Yeah.
You know what? This would be the best ping pong movie I've seen since Ping Pong Player. So you know what? Good job, buddy. You beat a classic.
Well, you don't love what's the movie called? Is it called Hot Shots? No. The one with Christopher Walken.
Balls of Fury.
Balls of Fury?
I think I do. Right.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I've never seen it.
It's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I would give this movie a 10. I don't know about you.
I think I'm also gonna give it a 10.
Yeah. It's just a pretty great movie all around.
Yeah.
All right. With that, we are going to go on a day-long break. You'll see us when we get back with the magic of editing. And all right, so we are back after what, 2 days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for you guys, no.
We're finishing this up, and we might as well just stop all again, and we'll get right into it. Are you eating?
No. It's just how my body sounds.
Mm-hmm. I heard the bag rustle. What are you eating?
I'm
What
eating
are you munching on over there?
I'm eating a soft croissant with chocolate filling. They sold it at the cafe. This looks cool. I'll try it. It's not bad.
Yeah. All right. Well, all right. What's up here is Mickey 17. You may want to put that croissant down.
It's been down.
Yeah.
He was
I
drinking
talked
Loki.
about this movie already in the video I did, and you got a chance to see it, right? So,
I did see it, yeah.
all right.
Yeah. I don't really have much to say about this movie, honestly, because I didn't find it to be very interesting, or thought provoking, or really all that complex or anything like that. I was quite underwhelmed by it in many ways. I think Saving Grace is being like the world is kind of cool to look at. It's a relatively pretty movie with like some cool aesthetic and technology. The acting all around from everybody involved is really good, except Ruffalo probably for being a little too ham-fisted with his performance and a little over exaggerated. And like I feel like kind of just misunderstanding his own character or like the role he was given
Yeah.
because you know
He plays it a certain way.
yeah, which I don't think was the intent.
Yeah.
And generally just most of the antagonists in the movie being really a little too much in terms of their performances and
Mm-hmm.
whatnot. I didn't take them very seriously, like at all.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I can't say I was too invested in this movie. I like Mickey, the
Mm-hmm.
guy. I guess like both sides of that character in the movie. He's kind of fun to follow through both of them that we see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, besides that, no, it wasn't really my thing. I was pretty disappointed, especially knowing that it was from a pretty great director
Mm-hmm.
who's I've seen two of his movies that I think are really fantastic and all that. But I don't know, this felt like him just toned down, but also not. Like it was exaggeratedly toned down for himself. I don't know, maybe like Western movies aren't his thing,
Mm-hmm.
or they are, but just not for the most part. I think his roots in Korea are where he excels by the looks of it.
Gotta check out Snowpiercer.
Yeah, Snowpiercer. Maybe that's the exception. And what's the other one on Netflix that he did?
Okja.
Oh, yeah, that was he did that, and
Yeah.
that was
Okja's
kind of
really
a
good.
Western, right? Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
But this one, no, not so much. Didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite for me.
Yep.
And I don't really. I guess I'm at a 5
Mm-hmm.
for the movie. Not quite my thing.
Sebastian gave it a similar score too when I asked him about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this movie seems to be mixed generally.
Yeah. Not everyone loves it, which
No.
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't love it either. I enjoyed it, but I wasn't in love with it. All right. From there we got Nouvelle Vague. So this is the other of the two films that Richard Linklater released in 2025. This one went to Netflix. It is a mostly French language film. It takes place in the 60s. So Nouvelle Vague roughly translates to New Wave. So it's about the French New Wave director Jean Godard, and it's essentially the making of the film Breathless that he did with American actress Jean Seberg. Now, what this movie's about, I couldn't tell you.
Uh-huh.
It feels like it's just trying to replicate a style and a vibe and the energy of the new wave, but I couldn't get into it. I was not vibing with it at all. Because I just don't really know what this movie was trying to convey or show. I was often confused while watching it.
What do you think that is?
I think partly the fact that I'm just not particularly well learned in the new wave. I know of the new wave. I know some of the names that they said, like Godard and like Chabrol and Schiffman and Truffaut. Like I know those names in passing, but like they're not well like ingrained in my head. I've not seen those films, so I can't like connect to anything there
Does
in
this
terms of like
movie
seeing like the recreation of like the sets and like some of the shots. They don't like ever show you a single shot of the film Breathless, but like you see like shots from that movie being done. So it's just I don't know what I'm supposed to be connecting to because there isn't really much of a story. It's just kind of you're
does
watching a fairly not charismatic but esoteric director who doesn't really know what he's doing, just make up shit on the fly, and thus creates a movie everybody loves. So
does this movie do anything to inform you of the new wave?
I got that they were very, but this was something I already kind of knew, is that they were fairly, what's the word? They very much went against convention, but also used convention to find new ways to do things. Very much against like the idea of a producer, but
Okay.
also enjoyed having a producer around. So it was like it's a weird one.
What about anything you wouldn't know?
I mean, I don't know anything about the making of the film Breathless, nor do I know anything about the film, so this was all new information, I guess, but I just don't think it was meant to be informative. I think the movie was meant to be kind of just a vibe and just like almost like a representation of like a type of filmmaking that we've kind of lost.
Do you think it's for a specific crowd of this movie?
I think so. Yeah. And it seems it's found its crowd because it's a very well liked movie. But I was very just confused. Because the movie doesn't have any type of like structure to it at all. There's
No.
There's no sense of like storytelling. It is just we have Godard, he wants to make a movie. He finally gets his opportunity to make a movie, and then he makes his movie.
And it is based IRL, right?
Yeah.
Like, based something happened in real life.
Yeah. Because Godard in real life was as the film shows as well, he was actually a critic. He was a film critic who desperately wanted to make a movie, and then he got to make a movie. Because
Good
he just
for
knew
him.
people. Yeah. I mean, Linklater behind the camera on this one was more energetic in terms of how he shot it. The entire film's in black and white, which is not really a big deal, but and then but the performances in here aren't as good as they were in Blue Moon. But the main guy here on the left, the one smoking, like I said, yeah, the one on the left smoking the cigarette, not the one on the right smoking the cigarette. He's the one playing Godard, and he is great. Like he gives a fantastic performance. Really looks like he doesn't quite know what he's doing. He never takes off those sunglasses. Never takes them off.
Seemingly like the man in real life.
Yeah, like the man in real life.
He's
but
like
it's-
always fucking wearing glasses.
Yeah. Excuse me. It's I don't know. I just found it very confounding. I didn't really kind of vibe with it at all. I mean, there's parts to it that's it's a charming little movie, but it's just I don't know, something didn't connect for me. So I gave it like a 6. I was very unenthused.
Not quite your tempo.
No, not at all. All right. Next up is Now You See Me, Now You Don't. I'm
I
gonna
forgot
sound
this
like
came out.
I'm gonna sound like a freak because Nouvelle Vague wasn't my tempo, but Now You See Me 3 was. I fully expected to go into this movie hating it. Set up a little background for myself, and Now You See Me, the first film, is one of my all-time guilty pleasures. I've seen that film so many times. I kind of love it. It's silly, it's stupid, it does not make a lick of sense, but it is really fun. And Now You See Me 2 is one of my least favorite movies of all time. I despise Now You See Me 2. Now You See Me 3 is a lot more my style. Now You See Me 3
Back to formula.
is kind of back to formula because it's still stupid, dumb, barely makes any sense. But that's just kind of like a precursor to watching a Now You See Me movie. But just like the cast is so entertaining in this movie. The way they all vibe around each other is really fun. And the new cast is entertaining as well. Minus Ariana Greenblatt. She cannot act.
She's not an actress.
No, she is an actress.
Oh.
She's been acting since she was a child.
Oh.
Well, I think she still is a child, but like she is really bad. To give you example, she was Baby Gamora in Infinity War.
Oh.
Yeah. And she also played Ahsoka in the flashback segments of the Ahsoka show.
Oh, she was the girl in Love and Monsters.
Yeah. Yep. And she was the young girl in Barbie as well.
Right.
She's been in a bunch of stuff, but like she's not very good in this movie. Anyway, not to go on a tangent about that. Yeah, this movie's just about this character. Like it could not care less about making a coherent plot. It is just about the characters interacting with each other and like the magic bullshit and heists that they do. There is a sequence of this movie where they all just literally like do a pissing contest with magic. Every single character, they do a giant spinning around shot that's like constantly moving, and it is just the characters all doing one magic trick, and like with a pissing contest against each other, and it's really entertaining. I had like a really fun time watching this stupid ass movie. Ruben Fleischer directed this. This is his first film since Uncharted, which neither of us liked Uncharted.
Hate Uncharted.
He had like, and something I noted when I watched Now You See Me 2, which I'll mention here. The action in Now You See Me 1 is actually really good. The action in Now You See Me 2 is not very good. The action here is really good.
Really good.
There's a fight with Dave Franco's character because he's always the one who's fighting for some reason. He's always the one who gets into fights. Dave Franco.
Yeah.
There's a fight scene because there's a room that they walk into where it's like it's meant to make it feel like something is big while also and then something being small by like the room angling down in certain ways and like scaling things. So there's a fight scene in that room where it looks like Dave Franco's bigger than another guy as he's like jumping from plane to plane, almost looking like he's shrinking as he's punching somebody, and it's really fun. It was a really fun action scene.
Fun time.
Yeah. Like, and then you have Rosamund Pike as the villain doing the worst South African accent possible that's apparently accurate.
So maybe it's not the worst?
Yeah, so maybe it's not the worst, but it sounded really bad, but apparently it's an accurate South African accent. So I don't know. This film does keep into the tradition of the final reveal of the movie making literally no fucking sense. But, you know, what are you going to do? It's a Now You See Me movie.
What are you gonna do?
Like, because I remember I saw the trailer for this a bunch during a few movies that I saw last year, and every time I saw the trailer, I was like, this is going to be terrible. Like, this is going to be really bad. And then I watched it, and I was pleasantly surprised. Do I still think it's good? No. No, of course not.
No.
But I still would say I overall had a good time. I gave it a 5. Like, I was very pleasantly surprised by how much I was able to enjoy. Now You See Me, Now You Don't.
Ride you back to the first movie.
Yeah, a bit. I still like that first movie more, and I do think it's better. That movie's really flashily directed, and the action's really fun. This movie doesn't look, it wasn't bad, or not bad. It wasn't terrible, I should say.
Not worthless.
Yeah, not worthless. Not a bad one. We should watch this at some time.
We should watch all of them.
Yeah, I'm not watching ICB 2 again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That ship is sailed. I hate that movie. All right. What is next? Oh, What Fun. All right. Oh, What Fun is the new Christmas movie that went to Amazon. Oh, I just realized we're doing two Dominic Sessa movies back to back. This is funny. A Christmas quote unquote comedy.
Quote unquote. Interesting.
You have Michelle Pfeiffer, who is like the matriarch of this family, who does everything and nobody ever appreciates her, and she always has her family over for Christmas, who is including her three kids, played by Felicity Jones, Dominic Sessa, and Chloe Grace Moretz. They all don't necessarily appreciate her, and they all have their problems. And then Michelle Pfeiffer's character wants just one thing. She wants to go on this show that she loves, and she wants to go see it live. And she can't really get that, so she wants something else. And they're like, okay, we'll do that. And as they're all going into the car to rush over to this thing, they forget her. They Home Alone her.
Oh, yeah, it's like Home Alone.
Yeah, they Home Alone her. And so she goes, oh, okay. Let's see what happens if I just get in my car and drive away for Christmas. Let's see what happens. Will you even care? And so the movie's literally just the family going crazy because the mom isn't there to take care of everything for them. And I think
like a Gumball episode.
It does sound like a Gumball episode. Gumball would have been funnier, though.
Of course.
I think the thing that this movie kind of gets that not a lot of Christmas movies necessarily understand is there is a deep cynicism to Christmas, and like there is something about it that's like that does like suck, but the holiday can still feel magical or like fun. This movie kind of forgets the other part and stays on the cynicism. And I don't know, this movie just really didn't work. It really, really didn't work. The sentiment about like, oh, appreciate the people around you is there, but it ends up feeling like, hey, your mom who does everything because you can't do a single thing to yourself, you fucking loser, appreciate her. Yeah, and give her a break every once in a while. But the movie's more about like the family being kind of shit and nobody really working on their problems or improving. They just kind of realize, oh, our mom kind of hates that we don't appreciate her, so we should appreciate her. And that was really just weird. Really, really weird to watch. It's kind of funny. It's weird seeing Felicity Jones do a straight up comedy. That was weird. That was an odd one.
She rebels against dramas.
This movie's completely implausible. I don't know how any of this movie actually happens, but whatever. Woof.
I don't really. It's kind of like hard to understand what movie you're talking about right now. Like you're talking about it, but I'm like, this is even a movie that happened.
Yeah. No, it's a real movie. It's on Amazon. Well, I guess that means it's not a real movie if it's on Amazon, but we make jokes. But I don't know. It was for like an hour 40 minutes. I guess I could have done worse.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You could have gone. You could have gone to the theaters for this one.
Woof. No, this did not go to theaters. This went straight to Amazon. So, yeah.
I mean, then this could have gone straight to DVD for all you know.
Well, that would have made it more charming because I would have had to go to Blockbuster to get it, and Blockbuster doesn't exist anymore. So,
Womp womp.
womp womp. Yeah, I gave it a 5. It's just like a whatever. Yeah.
Whatever.
Whatever. All right.
Don't like you anyway. Get your shoes off the couch, you fucking monster. I'm just seeing the poster.
Oh, for Dominic. Yeah.
Yeah. Ew.
Yeah. All right. Next is Predator Badlands. So,
I forgot this came out.
yeah. So people really like this movie. They really like it. And I get it. I get why. This movie wasn't for me. I still enjoyed it. I would ultimately say that I did like the movie. I don't think it's bad. But this was just not for me. It is, despite being about like taking the Predator franchise and telling a pretty unique story that is centralized on the Yautja this time, and actually personifying one and giving him a character and an arc to go on to grow, and that kind of like replicates the, like, maybe not arc, but like the events of the original Predator movie, was kind of cool. And that was interesting. I ultimately walked away from this movie really liking Deck as a character. I think he's a pretty cool character. I think he's one of the better protagonists in a Predator movie. But just like, I really disliked a lot of the sanitization of this film. It's a PG-13 Predator movie. And while it is about as harsh of a PG-13 as you can get, there are still moments where I was like, you could have done more even with a PG-13. And that's not like my only problem. I have a laundry list of issues with this movie. Mostly with like tone and placement. This movie feels like kind of like a cross between Star Wars and Marvel.
It's not a good thing to hear for a Predator movie.
And it's not. I mean, it's better than most Star Wars movies and Marvel movies these days, but it's like, I kind of just walked away feeling like, yeah, that was fine. Like, I enjoyed it. There's pretty good parts to it. It's directed by Dan Trachtenberg, who did Prey and Predator, Killer of Killers. And I walked away from this feeling like, yeah, no, the action was all really good. The effects work is great. The movie looks okay. I really like Deck as a character. I liked the music. The score from Sarah Schachner is really enjoyable.
Her again?
Hmm?
Her again?
Yeah. They brought her on back from, because she scored Prey. And I did like the music in Prey.
Yeah.
In this one, she gets to, they created the Yautja language. So a lot of the score has like choir and like chants in Yautja. I also really appreciated that they didn't like make Deck speak English at any point. He speaks entirely in his native language, and they subtitle him for the entire movie. So
yeah, they normally don't speak English unless they want to mimic you, which is, you know.
Which well, I just appreciate. I'm sure there were many a studio head looking at Dan and going like, "This motherfucker needs to speak English," and I appreciate that he stood on it and was like, "No, we're gonna put subtitles over this movie, and you're gonna have to read them."
Want some candy?
Yeah. But yeah, I just wasn't. This wasn't a movie for me, and it is weird because, like, I saw this movie in a packed audience on a Friday night, and the audience had a great time. They were loving it. They were having a great time,
and everyone clapped.
Kind of. And then we just have a hell of a sequel tease at the end, though.
We're probably gonna get fucking Alien vs Predator again from Cronenberg or something.
I'd rather him make it than Fede Alvarez, if I'm being honest.
It's probably gonna be both of them. It's probably gonna be joint because Ramos was successful, so he's probably in
And
charge of the
Badlands was
Alien.
in Badlands was really successful also.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. I think it's made like $200 or $300 million, which for a Predator movie is pretty good.
But it earned 184 million worldwide
184 million. This movie didn't cost much, by the way.
against a 105 million budget.
Yeah, I mean the money's on the screen. Yeah, it didn't do poorly. It was kind of a
184
success.
versus 105 million.
Yeah. The
That's not
marketing
great.
wasn't big on it. It's also a PG-13, and the movie's like an hour 40, hour 50, something like that. Yeah, it's not the greatest total, not Romulus numbers, but
Yeah, that's like, ugh.
yeah, Romulus also cost less.
Yeah, it did cost less. I mean, I don't think a Predator movie should cost that much either.
100
Like 100 million.
Well, I think didn't The Predator cost like over 100 million as well?
That movie, you know,
And that movie looks like shit compared to Badlands. So, but I don't know. I felt like the tone was really weird. There's a lot of jokes in this movie, and that's not like inherently a bad thing. It's just like I was watching it going like, oh right, I have to adjust to what this movie is, and I was just having a hard time adjusting. I was having a real hard time adjusting.
this is the age of Predator. This is a new age of Predator.
Yeah. Yeah. And for those who really enjoyed it, kudos. There's things about it that I also really liked. Like I've been continuously saying, I think Deck is a really cool character. But I couldn't get past like the sanitization and like some of the other aspects, like the way the film kind of mixes in the Weyland-Yutani Corporation is like a bit weird to me. The Thea character is fine. She kind of just doesn't shut the fuck up, and that kind of annoyed me for a little bit, but it got better. There is a reason why she doesn't shut the fuck up. It's just they gave the synthetic a personality, and her character is she has a personality compared to the other synthetics, who don't really have one.
Hey, Bishop.
In Predator Badlands.
Okay. I was almost angry for a second.
Because Andy, even Andy and Romulus has a personality. So.
Oh god, I'm autistic. That's his personality.
Yeah.
Get away from her, you bitch. Yeah. Well, if you like Deck, that's his name?
Yeah, Deck, yeah.
All right, yeah, I'm sure you'll see him in the next movie.
I'm sure, yeah.
Which I'm is probably going to be Alien vs Predator.
Yeah.
I guarantee it.
If the next movie is Alien vs Predator, I wouldn't imagine Deck would be in it. My guess is based off of Killer of Killers, they have something else in mind.
I mean, I imagine it will be Deck just to have like a hero Predator for you to cheer for.
Predator Badlands ends in a way that if the next thing we see from him doesn't involve what happens in the ending of Badlands, that'll demand such an explanation that they'd have to basically like essentially kill a sequel idea for Predator Badlands.
So you would think his next appearance would exclusively have to be a Predator movie?
Yeah. It cannot be a spin-off. It has to be a Predator movie, because the sequel bait they do at the end of this movie, I was like, that could be a cool idea. We've never seen that before. Do you even care if I tell you?
Not really.
Okay, so at the end of the movie, Deck kills his dad,
Uh-huh.
who's a piece of shit, real piece of shit.
Uh-huh.
Because Deck's the runt. Deck is his whole thing is he wants to prove his worth. He wants to be a true member of the Yautja, and he chooses his hunt. And what every Yautja does is they have to choose their hunt, their prize hunt, to then bring back to the clan and prove their status. And he chooses a creature that has never been successfully hunted by a Yautja. To the point where his dad's like, "Really? That's the one you want to go for? Yeah, okay, yeah, okay, buddy." And the dad is just like, "We should have killed this fucker a long time ago. We should have just exterminated the young." Like, the whole Yautja tribe is like a call the weak. If you're weak, you're dead. We don't want you. You got to be strong, and you got to be a true hunter. So Deck wants to prove himself. Deck's dad kills his brother right in front of him, but Deck's brother's last thing he does before he dies is he sends Deck off on his hunt. At the end of the movie, Deck does claim a hunt, but it's not the creature that he intended to kill. He brings back that trophy. Deck's dad's like, "The fuck is this?" And then Deck fights and kills his dad, and he be like, the rest of the Yautja clan kind of looks at him and is like, "What the fuck is this guy?" And then as that happens, another ship approaches, and Thea, who's with him, is like, "Oh, who's that?" And Deck's like, "That's my mom."
Okay.
Yeah. And then I looked into some. Again, this is a lot of the stuff that they take from this is apparently from the comics, because they did like a lot of extensive lore about the Yautja. Apparently, the women of the Yautja are bigger than the men.
Okay.
So I can only imagine what Deck's mom looks like.
Yeah.
So
Look, it's your mom.
yeah, pretty much. Like, so if the next time we see Deck is in a Alien versus Predator movie, I'm gonna be like, "Yo, Deck, what happened to your mom? What transpired there?" But
Impregnated by a Xeno.
yeah, yeah. I mean, ultimately, I think Badlands is fine. It's just okay, but I did enjoy it. I gave it a 6.5. I was entertained but not impressed. Right, and I already
Mr.
mentioned it.
Kennedy, you entertain me.
And then I already mentioned it, but Predator Killers I actually liked a lot more.
Didn't this come up
Badlands.
before?
It did. So when it came out, I was like, okay, I know Badlands comes out in November, because this came out in June, and I knew Badlands was coming out in November, so I was like, I'll just hold it so I can rewatch the Predator series before seeing Badlands. So I just held it off for however many months that was until Badlands was about to come out. So I watched Predator Killers, and the second it was done, I turned off my computer and I had to get in my car to go see see Badlands.
I was gonna say, why didn't you have to cover this first? Since it came out before, you saw it first.
Remember alphabetical order?
Right. Right.
Yep. But Killer of Killers, I did like a lot more. Killer of Killers is a pretty entertainingly gory and violent time, and it was really easy to watch. It was I think it was a clean hour and a half. It is a multi-chapter story. I believe it's a 4-chapter story, and each chapter is about 25 minutes. 25-30 minutes, and I would say I really liked the first 2 chapters. The first chapter being a story with Vikings, the second chapter being a story in feudal Japan with like a ninja and a samurai. Each one dealing with a very different predator. The third chapter didn't really care for. And then the fourth chapter was nonsense. Yeah. the animation is gorgeous. The action's really good. This one was also directed by Dan Trachtenberg, also. So he
Yeah,
did this
he's the
both this
head.
and Badlands.
Predator is his forever.
But yeah, I
Gulping
mean,
something. Gulp, gulp, gulp.
uh, water.
What?
Yes. It does kind of like. Hmm. Hmm.
Thinking.
Thinking. Yeah, it tries to do something similar to that what Predators did, but it kind of does it better than Predators. I don't know. Um, but this movie actually had a score from Benjamin Wallfish, who
Oh shit.
you and I dislike, but he actually turned in a pretty okay score for this. I wasn't angered by it.
That's good.
No. This movie has, I think, 4 or 5 completely unique Predator designs that I think kind of rock. I think they all look really cool. Um, but like, for me, it's just like I really liked the first half of the movie, and then the second half kind of just took a nosedive for me. But overall, I still would say I enjoyed it. I give it like a 7. I was pretty entertained.
You entertain me.
Yeah. And also, I couldn't help but think it was animated by the guys who did Arcane, or it just happens to look like incredibly similar to Arcane.
It looks arcane-y, I'll say
It
that.
looks like Arcane, but like I
It
don't
also
know if
it
it's the
also
Arcane people.
it also looks like Blue Eyed Samurai.
Well, but from there to Roofman. Uh, you didn't get to see this, right?
No, I haven't seen this.
No. Roofman's a weird one. I think the one of the major strengths of this movie is also one of its problems, and that it's Channing Tatum is really charming as this character, as its protagonist. Because the big tagline about this movie is that it's like it's based on actual events and terrible decisions. Because this guy is like a very compulsive criminal. He kind of just can't help himself but to do crime. So he was, or I guess I should say is, he's still alive.
Good?
Hmm?
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I guess good, yeah. He was he was a retired military vet. He served and then came home and there was like no opportunity for him. He couldn't make money. And he has a daughter. And he's trying to make ends meet and he just can't really quite figure out what to do to make money. So he just chooses to rob McDonald's because he's observant, whatever that means. He's good with numbers, he's good with math, but like that is what kind of motivates him to choose to do crime, because he can just rob a bunch of McDonald's and then get the money that he wants to have a better life. And then he goes to jail because they catch his ass really fast. And then after he escapes jail, he hides out in a Toys R Us. And then makes consistently pretty bad decisions, like getting involved in like the employees of Toys R Us's life. And then the problem is that he is a criminal. Like, he is not a very good person.
He's a smooth criminal.
But
you could say.
Channing Tatum is so charming. He's so entertaining to watch. It's like the movie has sympathy towards him, which it's right to have. But like his switch from like being a down on his luck father to being a master criminal is like really fast in the movie. It happens in like a couple of minutes. And then the 2 hours after that is just like, because of like there's not much justification for his actions in the first place, the next 2 hours also feel like they have no justification. And it's just it's really weird. Like the the movie doesn't let us do the justification. It tries to do it itself. And
Oh, it's just like straight up being like, look, guys, look, he's not that bad.
yeah, like look, he's not that bad. He didn't hurt anyone. He was really nice about it. And it's like, no, but he's still a criminal. Like he put people in harm's way. Like he pointed a gun at a McDonald's employee. Yeah, just because he gave him a coat and put him in when he put him in the freezer doesn't make him any less of a criminal. And it's like, I don't quite...
Criminal with honor or something.
Not even. He's just a decent guy.
Okay.
Like, doesn't have a code, like, in terms of, like, who he steals from or anything. He's just a decent guy, I guess.
Not a complete shitbag, I guess.
Yeah. But it's just like, I was completely uncertain of what this movie was trying to get me to understand about this guy, or like if it was trying to get me to justify his actions or just kind of just show them. But I don't know. But this movie is still really fun. It's still quite good. It really makes use of the fact that Channing Tatum is kind of perfect for this kind of role. And it is wildly entertaining as a kind of like just watching a guy try to evade the law kind of situation. But like, I don't know, the movie is just kind of very contradictory in terms of what it's trying to do. And that really kind of held it back for me.
People used to fucking hate Channing Tatum.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I can understand why, right? Like, he's not the greatest of actors. I don't know why people would hate him that desperately, but
I think that was back when he was in like really bad movies for the most part, or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was a fun time, but not one of my favorites of the year. I gave it a 7.5.
That's not bad.
No, it was a good movie. It was very entertaining, but it was just weird, a little confused.
I guess the seal of Mr. Kennedy, you entertain me.
Yeah. All right. Next up is sentimental value. So, you didn't get to catch this, right? Before.
Not yet.
Okay. So sentimental value is a film by a director by the name of Joachim Trier. He is a Norwegian director who directed the 2021 film The Worst Person in the World, which kind of got him a lot of major acclaim over here as that movie kind of took off stateside. And it also stars Renata Rensby. This film, do you know the general plot of this movie?
No, not a clue.
So this movie is about a director by the name of Gustav Borg, played by Stellan Skarsgård. He was a very absent father. Because he was making movies all the time, he was not there for his daughters, played by Renata Rensby and Inga Ibstotsdottir Lilius, who are Nora and Agnes. Nora is kind of fucked up. She hates her dad. She's not well, just at all. While Agnes is seemingly okay. She has, a good husband, and she has a great family. She has a son and everything seems to be okay with her, but Nora is not doing well. Gustav has not made a movie for a long time, so he writes a script, and he re-enters his daughter's lives, really Nora's life. Nora is an actress, primarily of the stage, and he brings the script to Nora, and he wants her to do the part. He wrote the part for her. And Nora says no, because she just hates her fucking dad and doesn't want to do that. And so Gustav, feeling kind of, what's the word? I guess like looking for other options. That's not a word, that's a phrase. But like, he goes to a festival in America and meets Elle Fanning's character. She plays an actress by the name of Rachel Kemp, fictional actress, who is excited about the prospect of working with Gustav on a project. And so he gives the role to Elle Fanning's character, and the film is, from that point, pretty much just an exploration of kind of like the bond between, or relationship, the type of estranged relationship between an absentee father and his family, and how, like, how sometimes what you can't put into words, you can just kind of express in other ways. And in this film, it's through art. It's through film. And there's a lot. This movie has nothing but sympathy for each one of its characters. Gustav very easily could have been a kind of annoying character and hateable, because you would understand him through the perspective of the daughter, Nora. But this film very carefully makes sure you understand each aspect about him and all the kind of intricacies that kind of come along with that. And it also makes sure you understand why Nora would dislike him or have her own problems. And there's many scenes in this movie that are just kind of heartbreaking to watch. There's one scene with Nora and her sister Agnes that just, like, the film didn't get me in like an emotional sense where like I was like crying, but I was just sitting there just like feeling just like this intense, like
feeling the pain.
Yeah, you feel the pain of these characters, and the performances are all spectacular. Particularly Stellan Skarsgård, maybe performance of his career. He's truly fantastic. I imagine this character was not very hard for him to understand, but
he has many children.
Yeah, many children who he has probably been absentee to.
This
throughout
guy
his work. Yeah.
They turned out all right. Look at them.
Yeah, they turned out all right, didn't they?
Shit.
Yeah, his acting family. Yeah. But it's just this is a movie where I will like kind of have like nothing to say, but other than like it's fantastic. Check it out. It's a very heartfelt film, very saccharine. And it's not really hitting at anything new, but everything feels so genuine and raw. And it's also just an exceptionally gorgeous film. The way this film shoots, because it mostly, you see a lot of like this house, and the way it shows the geography of the house, the locations surrounding it. Just like the attention to detail. The film opens with a bunch of narration about the history of the house, and just the amount of attention to detail with what each part of that house represents in terms of this, both the story and to this character Gustav, because that's his grandmother's home that he inherited. It's just a really kind of beautiful film. I thought it was excellent. I gave it a 9.5. One of the best of the year.
Nice.
Just great film. I truly recommend it. The only thing I think I could say is that it's certainly long. It was 2 hours and 13 minutes, and I felt it. I certainly felt it.
Maybe because of the heavy scenes and shit like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of really heavy scenes, and But it's not all heavy. It's also plenty funny. It's like the movie doesn't like. It's not all just sadness porn. There are moments where they joke around. There's a hilarious suicide joke in this movie.
I love suicide jokes. They're funny.
Yeah, but it was a really great one. I seriously recommend it.
Great. Hey, yo, dog. You know how all the Skarsgård children are like fucking giant?
Yeah,
His daughter, only daughter, she's 5'10". Goodness.
them Norwegian genes.
Yeah. All his sons are like over 6'3".
Yeah. Oh, and before I mentioned, I already saw all the performances are fantastic, but Stellan Skarsgård is great. Renata Rensby and God, what was her name? I literally just read it like 3 times over, but I forgot the name. Ilio Ibstater, I believe was her name. Also, immaculately good. I'm familiar with Renata Rensby. I saw her in a couple of films, so I know she's good. I'd never seen the actress who plays Agnes before. We're gonna have to be on the lookout for her. She's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Moving on from that is Shelby Oaks. Oh boy.
You know what? I forgot about this one also.
Yeah. So. All right. So this is
get it over with.
Yeah, get it over with. Okay. This is Chris Stuckman's film, his directorial debut. Long anticipated, long worried about, and now heavily maligned. I wanted to root for this movie really bad. I was rooting for this movie. I did not care for it. Really, really did not. And it sucks that I felt so strongly that it didn't work. I think the film opens with about like 10, 15, 20 minutes that is just like a found footage documentary. And I genuinely felt that if the entire film was like that, it would have been way better. If there was no like direct horror narrative behind it, and if it was just like a documentary style film, or like if it was like a found footage, this would have been so much scarier, so much more effective, because like very early on you have a very long scene where Stockman shows the character, what was the character's name? Riley. You see Riley's abduction, and it was genuinely kind of like creepy and effective. And then the rest of the movie happens, and it's a fairly lame narrative that's one of those, take a guess, thinly veiled metaphors for trauma and what have you. And it just really didn't fucking work. The eventual reveal about like what the mystery even is, super fucking lame. And one of my big pet peeves of the film is that, and it's ultimately not entirely fair, because I only have this criticism because I know Chris has complained about this in the past about other horror films, but his use of the jump scare is basically what he was complaining about. It is just like he has a couple of fake jump scares in there, and then the way he uses the jump scare is basically just loud sound mixed with music, like loud music, and it was,
I guess, the best kind.
Frustrating to watch.
Especially knowing that he said that shit, like,
yeah,
you know, hates it and all that.
And there are good things to be found here. I think Stuckman behind the camera is very promising. He is very much a student of the things he's watched and the people that he's been following, and that's fine. But I do think he understands what could make a really great horror movie. The problem is he just can't be the one writing it.
Right.
Because while his writing isn't terrible, he only has room to grow. The script is just very weak. It's very thin in any kind of emotionality or straight theming. It's missing a lot of key details for this plot to work. Character motivation is minimal, and he kind of has that Shyamalan thing where I don't know if he knows how to end it, or maybe not Shyamalan. He's more maybe Stephen King in that way, where he kind of just, I don't think he quite knew how to end this story, or like what the ultimate horror would be, because his eventual choice of what it is disgustingly lame. It's so lame, and the ending itself is awful. It's a really bad ending, but it sucks because there's really something there, and all the stuff that's not working about it is him, and it's really frustrating.
I think everyone has said that Chris should let someone else write his scripts while he directs and does all the camera work and shit. I think that's what I think everybody has said that about his movie.
And I would happen to agree.
Or like,
if he wasn't the one writing it, I think this would be a better movie, because he is an effective director. He gets good performances out of his actors. His shots are interesting. He has a vision, but it's just the writing is really weird, and it's just he's not quite there. And it's not that he can't ever get there. He just has to take more swings at it. But ultimately, I don't know if he's going to get another chance, and that's kind of sad.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. This movie didn't make money. Maybe it did okay on VOD, but like it just did not succeed in that way. So I don't know. I don't know if he's going to get another chance to make a movie. But yeah. I give the film a 5. I was very disappointed. But I guess it has its moments.
Yeah. But not enough. No cigar.
No, unfortunately. All right. Next is Sorry Baby. So
that's a cute kitty.
It is a cute cat. So Sorry Baby. We're still talking about directorial debuts. This is the directorial debut of Ava Victor. They wrote and directed the film, and they starred it as a character also by the name of Agnes. Agnes is I believe a college professor who moves to New York lives. I believe it's somewhere in New England, and as Agnes often describes it, a bad thing happened to her in her past while she was in college that she can't really talk about or doesn't really want to deal with. And then we find out the bad thing that happened to her is that she was assaulted by one of her professors who took advantage of her. And the film is really just kind of this exploration of like Agnes's scattered thoughts about what happened to her and how she's either refusing to deal with it, refusing to talk about it, and kind of heal in a way. And it's not even in like an explosive, like she's mean to people way. It's just like she's just not really working on herself. She's not expressing how bad what happened to her was. And the way she kind of does express it is in very weird, kind of quirky, and I guess, yeah, just weird, just kind of weird ways. Um, I thought this film was fantastic. Uh, it's just very, very sympathetically written. The film makes sure that Agnes is a completely round character. It makes sure you understand everything about her and why she would be so detached from what happened to her. And it's a very complicated thing, and this film handles it very well, with a lot of tact and a lot of sympathy. Because I think a story like this could very easily lean into almost like the gratuitousness of what happened to her, and kind of lean on that as like a that was awful. Um, this film doesn't use that as like there's almost like a lack of drama to the events of the film and what happened to her, where like in other films they would have really leaned into that aspect, while this movie treats it as kind of like this was a terrible thing that happened to her, and now we're going to deal with the other aspects of it. um, yeah, I thought the script from Victor was fantastic. Victor's performance was also great, as a newcomer. Ultimately, I think the problems I had with the film were more from Victor as a director. I think they need to kind of develop their own little style. The film is very plainly made. Um, it's not a bad looking movie, but it's just a kind of boring film visually.
Mm-hmm.
There's one shot in the movie that I think is spectacular, but it's more like a contextual thing rather than like, oh, the design of the shot is pretty or very well like framed. Um, and I think some of the dialogue can be a bit much. Some of the stuff is a little on the nose. Some of it is a little weird and off kilter, and I think it's both intentional, but also just that just may be the way Victor talks.
I think it feels out of place.
Not out of place, but just it feels like a lot of the characters are speaking from one voice, which is
Right.
yeah. But overall, I thought the film was absolutely spectacular. I gave it a 9. I thought it was one of the best of the year. A fairly underrated one, if you ask me. I don't think there's been enough light shown on this film.
Probably not.
Yeah. I believe it's on HBO Max, so anyone who's got HBO Max, watch it. It's an A24 movie, so. Alright. From there, we can go to Splitsville. So Splitsville is I guess you could call it like kind of like a screwball comedy. About, so we got this guy here who's the one in the middle wearing the yellow. He is married to Audrey Arjona's character, who's in the far right, and while on a road trip, something happens in the middle of the road trip. So somebody gets into a car crash, and the person in the car dies. This kind of illuminates to Audrey Arjona's character how short life is and how she should stop living her life in a way that makes her unsatisfied, which means she decides to get a divorce with her husband.
Oh.
She tells him this, like, I want a divorce, and he can't really deal with it, so he literally gets out of the car and starts just running, like Forrest Gump, like, just starts running. And he runs all the way through the rest of the town into his friend's house, who's in the far left there, and his wife, played by Dakota Johnson, who they're all good friends. They've all known each other for a long time. From this point, Dakota Johnson's character says, "Oh yeah, I'm in an me and my husband, we're in an open relationship." And so the movie becomes a comedy about open relationships.
Wanna fuck my wife?
Apparently, so the guy goes like, "Oh, you can fuck my wife if you want." He does not mean that. Because the second it does happen, they get into a big fight, like a literal like Peter and the chicken fight.
What?
Yeah, like there's a whole fight scene in this movie where they're just running through this guy's house, just fighting each other.
Right.
Yep. I really liked this movie. I thought it was a very funny, very smartly observed, and just really odd in kind of the right ways. It's so weirdly structured though. This movie has like kind of like a chapters format, which I think didn't work. But
Of course.
yeah, but the way it like explored how insane open relationships can be, and like how messy, not to talk shit about polyamorous people, but to accurately and favorably, maybe not favorably, but like honestly show the messiness of polyamory. Was just very funny and very well observed. There's a scene in this movie where we're literally seeing a rotating, sliding door of like people enter an open relationship, and it was just really fucking funny to me because
Running the train.
no, not like that.
Whoops.
But I will not say more about this, but you and I, we do know a polyamorous person. We knew them in high school.
We did.
I'll send you the name.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
So you know.
Yeah, they were an insane person. And sharing multiple classes with this person, I saw the revolving door. They were insane. And it was very messy how they kind of dealt with that situation. And I think this movie was very well observed that way because I've seen it. It's kind of crazy. But this movie has just like a weird kind of emotionality to it, outside of just like the the comedy and the messiness. It's more so about like I don't want to say like connection, but more just so about like the messiness that a relationship can bring, especially if there is either a lack of honesty or a lack of understanding about where everyone is coming from. That I think was at least interesting to go into. But ultimately just like the chapter like pretense and the fact that this movie, it's an hour 40 minutes and there's like a joke every minute, which can be a little hard to kind of get into or kind of catch the dialogue, I should say. Like there's a lot of jokes that are coming so fast it's kind of just like, oh, what was that? Oh shit. You gotta like go back and like, oh, what did they just say? Kind of thing. And I also felt like the film's ending was not great. Kind of deeply unsatisfying in a way. Yeah. Otherwise, still really quite like this movie. I gave it an 8.5. I thought it was very funny, very smartly written.
Oh, by the way, I would be very upset with myself if Adriano Jonah fucking divorced me.
Yeah, that man was very promptly upset when it happened, but he was like deeply sad.
Like that's
deeply sad.
That's terrible fumble. You should honestly clear yourself.
He was very sad about it when it happened. Yeah. All right. Next is the Alto Knights. Do you even know what this movie is?
No. This is like a movie from a really old director who
Yep.
Like a really fucking old director.
Yep.
This is like one of his first movies in a while, I think, right? Or
I believe so. Yeah. So this is from Barry Levinson. He's, I guess, a legendary director. He's made a lot of movies. A lot of movies people really like.
Oh, you made a Rain Man.
Indeed, he made Rain Man. He also did. Let's see, what else did he do here? He did Good Morning Vietnam. Oh, I don't know why my just hiccuped there. Good Morning Vietnam. He did Man of the Year, Young Sherlock Holmes. Did
Oh,
the
he did
film
Sleepers.
Sleepers. Yep.
Oh, I like that movie.
This is first from many, many years. Or maybe not many years, but at least like 3 or 4 years. Starring Robert De Niro and Robert De Niro as Vita Genovese and Frank Costello. And it's supposed to be a story about two crime bosses who are fighting for control of the streets, and it's about the crumbling of their friendship.
Is there
Except,
an explanation as to why they look the same?
no,
No.
no,
Oh,
not at all.
this is when
It's just,
De
it's
Niro to
just,
play De
yeah, it's just
Niro.
to put two De Niros in the same movie. They both act exactly the same. I just want to let you know. They both just stutter around half their dialogue and look sternly at things. But
And they're not brothers or anything. They're not brothers or anything. They're not like siblings.
no, they're just friends. They're just old friends.
They're just friends that have
Every
the
bit of
same.
their friendship is just narrated away. You see none of it. They tell you everything. There is so much narration and so much exposition and so much fourth wall breaking. And this movie's over 2 hours. It was like 2 hours and like 20 minutes or some shit. Oh no, it was only 2 hours. It felt way longer. The only thing that this movie could have gotten into is actually show us that relationship and why the crumbling of it is so sad or so like dangerous. But the fact that it's just all exposited away, the second you just get into like the dialogue and like the conversations, it feels like faux Scorsese. And it was really bad. This movie sucked. It was awful. Like, I don't understand why this movie was made the way it was. It's just long scenes of dialogue where they're just rambling and talking about nothing and getting mad at each other and yelling more and more swears and F-bombs at each other.
You motherfucker.
It's really fucking bad. If you want to watch a good mob movie, watch The Irishman.
Or
Hell, watch The Gentleman.
yeah.
Watch The Gentleman, the movie or the TV show.
Or both.
Or both. It's just I don't even have much I can say. It's not a very good movie. It's all the dialogue is expository. Everything is told to you instead of shown. And even then, with its bloated runtime, you don't get much about these characters. You don't really get to see what makes them tick or anything at all. It was just a rough watch. I gave it a 3. I was
Damn.
really unimpressed with it.
Am I talking to me?
Yeah.
Am I talking to me?
In fact, he is talking to him, and he won't talk any other way.
Are they ever in the same room?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Next up is The Assessment. All right. So The Assessment is a science fiction drama starring Elizabeth Olsen and Elise Vikander and Himesh Patel. The log line is that in a climate change ravaged world, a utopian society optimizes life, including parenthood assessments. A successful couple faces scrutiny by an evaluator. Scrutiny by an evaluator over 7 days to determine their fitness for childbearing. So, yep, the evaluator is played by Alicia Vikander. She comes in to see if, because they're limiting how many people can be a parent. Just due to the state of the world. And Himesh Patel's character is a scientist. He's working with technology to try to create, I believe it was like about as real feeling simulation as possible. And he was trying to like replicate like the feeling of fur as like kind of like a preamble to like create realistic feeling simulations. And Elizabeth Olsen, the character, is a botanist. And I thought this film was fascinating. It's kind of it's science fiction in a way that I think is more budgetary friendly, and because this movie was very clearly a smaller budget.
You're not gonna go to space.
No, you're not going to space. The science fiction ideas are very cheap and effective, while still being science fiction. What this film really does is it has a lot of really interesting ideas worth pondering about, like the kind of insanity that one may feel to tell someone that they're unfit to be a parent. You know, like what constitutes someone who is worthy to have a child, to be a parent. And it tackles that in about the most absurd way possible, where Alicia Vikander's character starts, as part of the assessment, acts like a child. Like, acts like a toddler, acts like a child, so that Elizabeth Olsen and Himesh Patel's character can, like, see, like, she can see how they react to the situations that she presents.
How very humorous that is about her being unfit to be a parent, and it's Elizabeth Olsen, the one who plays
Wanda
Scarlet
Maximoff.
Witch. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
person who's also unfit to be a mother.
But,
How very funny.
yeah.
Do you think they knew?
Yes. But, yeah. This also, from being futuristic, it doesn't really have many futuristic aspects. It's very much just in the background and into the world building, which I found really interesting.
What?
I'm trying to figure out how to say this. So, because it's a futuristic film, they don't really get to show much because of the lower the budget. But in the finale, in the third act, they kind of explore more of those aspects. And I started having questions that I don't think I should have been asking. Considering at that point in the story, it's the wrap up. It's like where it's all supposed to kind of end. And I ended up going, wait, how does this world work? I don't think I was supposed to be asking those questions then. And that for me kind of hurt a bit of the ending. But because at the end of the movie, it's kind of just like a dump truck of world building at the end. So you're just kind of like, oh wait, oh shit, okay. So I kind of felt like I was a little bit cheated out of the story that they were telling. Which I do think the ending, from a narrative perspective, is at least conclusive. But I don't know if I would say it was satisfying. Or at least, like, that felt like the perfect way to end that movie. But generally, what I think I admired the most about this movie, the performances, obviously, but also just the ideas and the first two acts and how they explored those things. Like, and like I already stated, like the kind of the insanity of judging, people for supposedly not being fit to be parents, but also showing how tough it is to be a parent, especially to co-parent. And also, this is a directorial debut. It didn't feel like one.
Yes.
It was just very competent is the wrong word, but it didn't feel like like a
Experienced.
freshman. Yeah, it felt like the person behind the camera was experienced, or at least this director she knew what she was doing, or she knew exactly how she was going to do it.
Maybe she used to be behind the camera a lot on something, a lot of
Maybe,
things.
but this was her directorial debut, so I don't know.
I think she might have done maybe like short films, for all you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at her resume. It looks like this is her one credit, so
Ooh.
yeah. But hell of a debut. I really liked it. I gave it an 8.5. I thought it was really interesting.
Okay, I'm seeing that she's been in a lot of like music videos, and shorts, just yeah, music videos, and shit like that as like director. So I guess
Okay.
she's got like yeah, experience behind the camera with some
But
stuff.
not for a full, not
Not
for a
yeah, not
feature
for a
film.
movie,
Yeah.
but hey, you know what? She's got an experience in a way. So hey, you know what? Good to go and prepared.
Yeah. All right. Next up is The Bad Guys 2. So,
The bad guy too.
yeah. The Bad Guys 2 wasn't as good as the first film.
Shocker.
It's not as creative. The gags aren't as funny, and it's generally, I think, a more conventional story. But just like the first one, it's pretty fucking entertaining. It's really fun. The animation is gorgeous. And the characters are still pretty much just as well done as they were the first time around. I did hear that this movie's script changed significantly, or at least a lot of it was changed at like the 11th hour. Excuse me.
Shoot.
Like a lot of this movie was changed during production, but I don't know. I couldn't really tell. I thought it was a pretty entertaining movie, and I felt like they had something. It just was not as good as the first one. It wasn't as unique or fun. But you know, as it goes, I thought it was just good, just good. You
Can't
know,
complain.
yeah, simple, entertaining, funny, little adventure, little romp. Doesn't really disappoint. Doesn't really offend or anything. It's just kind of fine.
It exists.
It
But
exists, and that's not what I wanted to say about the Bad Guys 2, because I really liked the first movie. I thought it was a really unique and fun movie. This one, not as unique, not as fun, but still plenty entertaining. It's still a good movie.
it looks well animated.
Yeah, it's really well animated. There's a lot of really funny gags and bits, but it just the story is so much more conventional, and the twists and turns it takes just are so predictable. And in the sense where it's like, did you even try? But yeah, I might have to look more into the production on this, because apparently this was kind of a hodgepodge movie where a lot of it was taken out and changed. So I don't know, maybe release the Pierre Perifel cut of The Bad Guys 2 or whatever.
That ever happened? Has there been like a re-release, a supercut of an animated movie?
Oh, maybe. Jason Griffith's in this movie,
Is he?
apparently. I'm just seeing that right now. That was just me looking at that and going, Jason Griffith?
Did you hear him?
I don't think so. I'm just realizing this now. I'm like, oh, he's in there? I don't know.
Maybe it was a backing character.
Probably. There's a whole section of this movie that's just featuring luchadors. So, yeah,
Oh, look at them appealing to me.
yeah. There's a there's a Silence of the Lambs reference in there. I thought was kind of funny. There's a you remember a Professor Marmalade, right, from the first movie?
Yes.
The little gerbil or hamster, whatever you want to call him, guinea pig. Is that
Yes.
what it was? Guinea pig.
Yes.
So they have to at one point. Diane Foxington, she has to go to the prison where he's at to get information, and they do like she walks over and there's like just like there's like the little like the little window where he's at, and the light comes on it, and he's literally wearing the mask like fucking tied up on the fucking rack like Hannibal Lecter. Yeah, and like all of his stuff's in white, and then we do the yeah basically the Clarice stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I enjoyed it. Gave it a 7. Thought it was fine.
Shove it.
Yeah, it's good. It's not like keeping up DreamWorks' streak or anything, but it was good. It's better than Dogman.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if they're on a streak really. There's just more for like an up and down slope of like really good movies to like
And
okay
then just
movies
like okay,
to,
yeah.
and then the fucking Tina's Karen something whatever the fuck it was called.
Yeah, T.H. Kraken.
Yeah, and then like oh this is garbage, and then
I haven't even heard anything about T.H. Kraken. I don't even know if it's like good or bad. I just know it came out.
yeah, yes.
Yeah.
But I hope Shrek 5 isn't shit.
We'll see. All right. Next is The Conjuring: Last Rites.
Oh boy.
I didn't hate this one.
I was gonna say as a new Conjuring fan quote unquote, yeah, fan quote unquote,
Fan?
yeah.
That's a harsh word to use.
You're the biggest Conjuring fan.
I am.
I guess, yeah, yes, of course. How was this? How was the journey to the final Conjuring movie?
Well, as a quote-unquote Conjuring fan who only likes 2 of these movies,
Mega fan.
I thought The Conjuring: Last Rites was okay. It was fine. Not very good at all. It was just meh.
Meh.
It was really long.
Yeah.
I think... Okay, I am going to start to sound like a Conjuring superfan. So, with the first 2 movies in the Conjuring series, the particular Conjuring subset, not like Annabelle or The Nun, in just the Conjuring movies, the way they're structured is that you are introduced to a family who's about to deal with a demonic possession. You then introduce the stakes of the Warrens, and then they spend time after they learn about the case. They spend time with the family, so that a good portion of the middle of the movie is them spending time with the family, so that you understand why you should be rooting for this family to have their demon exorcised, and then you understand the personal stakes of the Warrens. What do they gain out of it? How does it affect them? What do we learn about them and their relationship? And then the last 30 minutes are just demon exorcism porn, and some shit happens. Things get crazy. This movie doesn't really do that. It spends most of the time just just being with the Warrens and showing their new state of life. And then like you have Judy, who's their daughter, who's now like in college, and she has this boyfriend who's about to become her fiance. And also in the background, there's a family who's dealing with a demonic possession, and they kind of come in every so often in this film's 2-hour and 15-minute runtime to just remind you, hey, there is a demonic possession that eventually the Warrens are going to have to deal with, and they don't deal with it until the last like 40 minutes of the movie, and we do not get to spend much time with that family and the Warrens together, so we do not really learn much more about the family than we already knew, and the Warrens don't really necessarily gain anything from being with that family. It's just they're there and they're helping, I guess. And then demonic stuff happens. Yeah. Otherwise, but it's not a scary movie. It's not it's not terribly made. This is the director on this has been doing the Conjuring universe movies for the past like 5-6 years. Ever since The Nun, he's made, ever since The Conjuring 3. He directed The Conjuring 3, and then they let him do The Nun 2, and then they let him do The Conjuring 4. So this is just where he's at.
it to make something else, please.
I sure, but
That's him right now.
yeah, I bet. Maybe not. I don't know. This movie made like $400 million, so
I want to make $400 million elsewhere.
yeah,
That's what he says.
yeah. It's a decently well made movie. But like the problem is just like this would have been better if like some things were rearranged, or if the Warrens just spent more time with that family, because then you would have had at least had more stakes. Otherwise, you just kind of have a pretty meh movie overall that wraps everything up in a neat little bow. So if this really is the franchise's ending, it probably won't be. But if this is really the last movie, it's all wrapped up neatly. So, yeah,
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 we did it.
we did it, guys. Look at all the Conjuring glup shittos in our last scene.
We did it. We conjured
Yeah,
the thing.
yeah. I gave it a 5. I was just I was not unenthused, but I sure as hell didn't say. I will not say I liked this movie as a quote unquote Conjuring superfan.
Yeah, super fan.
Yeah. All right. Next is The Life of Chuck. I am surprised that you didn't sneak this one in there.
I wanted to.
Yeah. I have an unpopular opinion about this movie. I do not like it.
Damn.
It's. I don't think it's Flanagan's best stuff, but I think he's bearing the most of his soul on this movie. I think you can sense the most of his outlook on the world.
Finally, I get to not make a horror movie.
Yeah. And it feels the most like this is him, like, expressing something versus his direct style and understanding of filmmaking and of storytelling. This movie's really kind of encapsulating one singular idea, and that's if that every person is a universe, right? And that they all contain stories and multitudes and people that care. And it shows it both in the literal form and in a metaphorical form. So, this film is told in 3 different segments. The end of Chuck's life, the beginning of his life, the end of his life, the middle stage of his life, and the beginning of his life, in that order. And it's all told through a lot of narration, which was really hard to kind of stomach. The narration is excessive. It's excessive. It's practically explaining the stuff you're seeing on the screen that's being perfectly conveyed through Flanagan's direction. And it was really quite hard to stomach through most of it. Also, I think like the structure of it is really weird because the opening act was really depressing, and so it was like a really sour mood after the first act. So that when the rest of it is very saccharine and heartfelt and sweet, I was like, oh, this is like kind of emotional whiplash in a way that I'm not appreciating. But if you're going into this expecting a lot of Tom Hiddleston, just stop. Tom Hiddleston maybe has 10 lines of dialogue as Chuck in the entire movie. He's just kind of there spiritually.
Motherfucker, stop billing it. He's not in the movie that much.
Yeah. He's really not. He's in like the middle portion of the movie, and that's really it.
Interesting.
Yeah. And even then, he doesn't really say much. He says stuff, but he doesn't say much.
It's not the life of Tom Hiddleston.
No. I'll tell you who really gets a lot to do in this movie. It's Mark Hamill, and he's great.
Cool.
Yeah. But as I understand it, apparently, Mike Flanagan just knows how to use Mark Hamill. So.
I wish the director of The Long Walk knew how to use Mark Hamill.
Yeah. But
Mark Hamill's great in House of Usher, by the way.
That's what I keep hearing. He's fantastic in the House of Usher. That's what I keep hearing. but he was great in this movie. But I don't know. I just didn't really jive with this movie at all. The literalization of the story and the amount of narration. I just wish this film wasn't so reliant on it to tell the story. And maybe that's just a Stephen King thing, right?
Right.
But because this is based on one of his shorter stories. It is a novel, but it's a shorter novel. It was just kind of rough for me. I mean, I think it's a good movie. I gave it a 7. I think it is a good movie. I think you'll really like it. But for me, it's just the obsessive narration, literalization of the events, and almost like a distrust in the audience to get it. Because I think the most powerful moment in the movie is the final shot, because it's narrationless. It is just a scene told visually, and you understand what it's trying to evoke and convey. Where the rest of the film does that too, but then has Nick Offerman come in as the narrator and just say the shit out loud. And that just really rubbed me the wrong way. It was really hard to get through at times.
Nick Offerman voice jump scare.
Yeah. But otherwise, but I will recognize I'm in the minority on that. The most people seem to really, really like this movie. Which I'd imagine you would fall into that camp for this one. So
we'll see.
Yeah. It's on Hulu. So.
Yep. Oh, he's got a lot of same actors he uses for a lot of his projects.
Yeah, he's got his troupe.
Carl Lumbly, Rahul Kohli, his wife, Carla Gugino.
Yeah. Mark Hamill.
Yeah, Mark Hamill.
But yeah. Next up is The Phoenician Scheme. So this is you. You got to see this movie finally.
Yes.
I'm very excited to hear
what you talk about. Did you talk about this already?
I did. I talked about this in the last roundup we did.
But
yeah.
Okay.
I'm very excited.
Yeah, I like The Phoenician Scheme. I liked it a bunch. It was as Carrie said, same Wes Anderson fucking style that's just iconic for all of his movies. It's very similar. You can always tell that you're watching a Wes Anderson movie, and this is pretty much no different when it comes to it's just the actors delivering their lines in a very deadpan manner, but also like in an overly serious manner too, where it's like the lines themselves are serious, but the delivery is purposely deadpan and kind of casual.
And there's like a rhythm to the way everyone speaks.
Yeah, the way all the characters react to scenarios, which was again, it's usually just casual and calm. So when people like explode out of emotions, it feels like it's very comedic and like it catches you by surprise.
Yeah.
Like for example, when Benicio del Toro, Tom Hanks, and
oh yeah, the fucking the basketball shot.
No, particularly before the basketball game where they just start fucking shouting at each other.
Oh yeah.
That's just funny.
Yeah, I found this movie hilarious.
Yeah, and then when it happens again with fucking face Jeffrey Wright.
Jeffrey Wright, yeah.
When they also start yelling at each other.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just funny. I like the recurring gags in the movie.
Myself, I feel very safe.
Myself, I feel very safe. I would have to hand grenade.
You're very kind.
Is this a lesson, or is this a performance? I like the shrug that some of the characters give. Like,
Just like, I don't know.
I'm fucking dude.
Yeah.
The story itself was like, okay, kind of like just fine to follow. I always feel like in a lot of Wes Anderson movies, at least the ones that I've seen, somehow the story isn't the strongest thing about it. I mean, not there's anything like wrong with it. It's clear to follow, it's fun to follow, but it's really just about like the characters in the story and like the actors kind of just carrying the scenery and everything that's happening, as well as the filmmaking itself being very interesting and pretty like the camera itself is like it's like its own little character that's like
Sure.
kind of like reacting with the characters and like you know talking like them too in
Mm-hmm.
like in its own like visual way. My favorite thing about Wes Anderson movies, like that's consistent a lot, is when they turn their heads to something.
Mm-hmm.
I always like that in his movies. Characters just like
Yeah.
hearing something, watching something, and they just turn their heads to it, all of them simultaneously.
Yeah.
Like kind of that stuff.
He has
It's
such a unique style that's like,
yeah, it's very gimmicky
yeah.
and it's fun and all that. But generally, I thought the story itself was just fine as a gateway to just seeing the actors and characters do their thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the characters are cool, particularly these three right here
Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
screen. They're very fun to follow. I really liked his daughter.
Yeah. She was really fun. I
Yeah,
was really,
I think
yeah.
I think she was my standout
Yeah.
of the movie.
Yeah. For me, it was Michael Cera.
It was great.
Yeah. How
when he
has he never been in a Wes Anderson movie before?
no idea when he changed from his fake persona to his
From
actual guy.
Bjorn to to his American counterpart.
Usually I have a mustache, but I shaved it for this.
Yeah. It was so funny when he
When he just
when he just throws Benicio del Toro.
yeah, that was hilarious.
He throws Zsa Zsa Corda. Yeah. How did you feel trying to keep track of all the information? Because there's a lot of things that
Yeah,
are being said at any given point. And it's
this is kind of thing
yeah.
when me thinking the story is just fine because it is a lot to follow, but I wasn't exactly confused over
Mm-hmm.
most things. I was mostly just kind of like disinterested in like the actual plot itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like with everybody being after him and him trying to like fuck. It's kind of hard to like remember now because it's just a lot.
Well, he's
But
trying to, because one portion of his scheme was taken out, so or they're trying to be sabotaged by the government. So he has to go in because of the scheme or like the sabotage that's going in. It's making his company falter. So he needs to go back in and renegotiate the deals with all the people that he's set up, like essentially like roadblocks around to try to keep his company and his scheme essentially
his business,
his business afloat. And so he has to renegotiate deals so that they can all pay their parts that he can not pay as much on his side of things. And
yeah,
each person has to cover a portion of the loss. It is a lot because I remember that scene where he just lays out the whole scheme and every part of the plan, and I just remember having to like be like, wait, what? I was just like, wait, what? No, repeat that, because the lines were moving so quickly. So I was like, fuck.
they had a visual explanation too, and that was moving fucking
Yeah,
quickly too.
yeah, yeah. Not to say they need to do the Stranger Things route, but like, fucking slow down, buddy.
Yeah, speak English.
Yeah. But I honestly, I would say I disagree about the story. I actually thought this was one of his more engaging stories he's told in many
No,
years.
it's engaging. I just think,
Yeah. In terms of like the father wanting to actually form a genuine connection with his daughter because he actually does
that's good.
love and respect her.
That's
And
mostly what I care
yeah,
about.
yeah, that's what I was like. I was really invested in throughout the entire movie.
I did not
And
kill your mother.
yeah, and I felt like the ending was a really nice like actual like bow on that because I both really liked Asteroid City,
I like it
but
less this time. When honestly, just
yeah, but like it is a weird movie, and especially the ending kind of feels a little weird. Or in terms of like I don't know if it quite frankly or quite like succinctly wrapped itself up. I think this movie has a really nice bow tie on it.
yes, mostly anything. It wasn't a story within a story, so that made it therefore more complicated. So you don't understand what the fuck is happening at this point.
Yeah.
anymore. Yeah, no, it kept it pretty straightforward
Yep.
near the end.
But, yeah.
Benedict Cumberbuckle was funny.
Oh, yeah. Benedict Cumberbatch, yeah.
I was after hand grenade. No things I have my own.
That should have been that's the sign that he's evil. Yep. Yeah.
I've changed my mind about the scheme. No, I'm going to clear it myself.
I always just found myself just randomly laughing at things, and I was like, "Oh, that's really funny. Oh, that's really neat." But I also just really connect with Wes Anderson's work in a way that like I don't quite understand. It's just I really quite enjoy his work.
Fantastic Mr. Fox.
Oh, I love that movie so much.
They should put the movie in a bottle and like replicate it for like forever.
I would drink that movie forever. Just, don't you cuss at me. Don't you cuss at me.
That's his best movie. He'll never beat it. He'll never defeat it. He'll never surpass it. He peaked.
I actually don't know what I would say is his best movie between like Grand Budapest or Fantastic Mr. Fox or
I haven't seen Grand Budapest, so I would just say it's Fantastic Mr. Fox just for the sake of it.
Grand Budapest is so good.
I gotta watch it.
Yeah, that might be his funniest movie. It's also, I think, one of his few R-rated movies.
That and The French Dispatch, I imagine.
Yeah. Yeah. That one was rated R, and then I guess, yeah, I think The French Dispatch was rated R. Yeah. Yeah, it was rated R.
You should make an animated rated R movie. Oh, The Royal Tenenbaums was rated R.
It was also rated R. Yeah.
I like that he
Was,
always has the same actors in his movies.
Yeah, he's got a troupe. He's got a group of actors that he likes working with. But you'll always find randomly actors that you've never seen him work with before.
Yeah.
Like Moonrise Kingdom, he did that with fucking Bruce Willis, which is like an actor you would never think would be in a movie like that, but like he was in that. I mean, Bruce Willis has done his fair share of all kinds of movies.
Yeah.
But like
Bruce Willis when he wasn't doing
red box action movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in a lot of stuff. Bill Murray seems to have been in all his fucking movies.
Yeah, he loves Bill Murray.
And then Bill Murray loves him.
Yeah. And Jason Schwartzman, he's been in like all of his movies. Yeah, he's got his Harvey Keitel's in fucking Moonrise Kingdom. Yeah.
I gotta do a.
Yeah, I gotta watch his. I gotta watch his movies. Yeah, I gotta do
marathon.
it. Yeah, I mean, he loves Owen Wilson and Luke Wilson, so
He loves the Wilsons.
yeah, he loves the Wilsons.
Well, he didn't love enough for them to be in here, huh?
No, they are in Fantastic Mr. Fox though.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking Owen Wilson with his. He's like, you say I can have improvement like your dad's like,
Mm-hmm.
You're not getting worse. Let's talk about that. You're improving.
That boy's so fucking good.
Oh, I love Fantastic Mr. Fox so much.
It's got my furry joke ever. The,
in Fantastic Mr. Fox,
with the guy crashing out and destroying his body, destroying the room,
and then just go.
the best joke ever. It's really funny.
I just love he picks up the tail. We got the tail, but we missed the fox.
I gotta watch it again.
Yeah.
What do you mean the mood?
All right. Well, yeah. What would you?
Really good.
Yeah.
8.
Yeah. Really good.
Yeah.
All right. Next is The Roses.
The what?
So The Roses.
Oh,
is
speaking of
version.
Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of the Benedict, this is a new adaptation of the War of the Roses story, which is like an old player book or something that Danny DeVito adapted into a film. in 1989 with Michael Douglas and Kathleen Turner, and this is a new version of it. Essentially, it's two career professionals who, after one fails, the other one starts to succeed, and it crumbles their relationship, and they hate each other, and it gets really outlandish and weird and supposedly funny. I did not like this movie at all. I really didn't like this movie. It kind of touches on like complicated relationships in a way that's sometimes kind of funny, but it never really fully sinks its teeth into it. It just spends most of its time like staring down the barrel of like the most clearly doomed relationship ever put to screen. I don't think for a second it seems like these two would ever really like each other or really want to be in a relationship with each other. I'm just gonna take a sip of water.
You have no idea why it happened in the first place.
Literally it just kind of happens. They meet each other, and then within 3 minutes of meeting each other, like, so we're gonna go fuck in the bathroom, all right? And then it just cuts to them like being married. Yeah, the editing in this is particularly bad. Like, this movie, despite it being an hour and 45 minutes, it felt like the longest thing ever. And many of the jokes just aren't funny at all. Just really not funny. And it sucks because you have like Olivia Colman and Benedict Cumberbatch who can sell comedy. They are uniquely funny people. I know you're number one Olivia Colman defender. As if she has haters.
Yeah. She was really good in The Favorite.
Yeah. She has an Oscar. God damn it.
What can I say? She's a cool woman. Yeah. She was in The Bear.
Yeah.
For a little bit.
Yeah. And in this movie, she plays a cook.
Oh my god.
Yeah. But
I just enjoy seeing her and stuff. Makes the thing that I'm watching better.
Yeah. It's just one of those things where they're able to sell dry wit, and they're obviously fantastic actors, so when the movie needs them to be like dramatic or more emotional, they're great. They can sell that, no problem. But the script is just really fucking stale and not meaty at all. It's kind of, it's getting at the skin of the chicken and not delving into the actual meat. If that analogy makes any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing that really I would be able to accept a lot of that if the movie was way more funny, and it's not. And I watched it on Hulu, and I don't have the premium version, so I get ads. So watching this hour and 40-minute movie made it like 2 hours and 10 minutes, and I hated every second. I every ad that came up, I was like, I'm gonna kill myself.
Let it end, release me.
And the movie wouldn't end, but it eventually did, and I was like, ugh, boy, it's over. Shit. I gave it a 5.
You're like Frodo in the end of Return of the King. It's over.
Yeah.
It's done.
It's done. No. But yeah. 5 out of 10. We can move on. All right. The Running Man. All right. How do we want to do this one?
How do we proceed up with this fucking movie?
How do we even get there?
Yeah.
All right. Would you say we have an equal undying love for Edgar Wright?
Yes. Maybe you more than me. But I do love the man. I'm a fan of his work. I respect his stuff very dearly.
Yeah.
I've been very inspired by his stuff.
Yeah.
And I think his stuff is very unique. His best stuff, especially.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of like
He has one of the most entertaining energies.
Yeah.
For a film, like Hot Fuzz is. Like I can't even comprehend, like how one would make a Hot Fuzz like that.
And yeah, Hot Fuzz is one of the greatest movies of all time. So it's like, man, what went wrong?
What went wrong here? This film is awful. It's
It's
awful.
really bad.
It's terrible. I don't get, like, this does not feel like Edgar Wright at all.
Not at all.
Like, it just not at all. Like, this doesn't have his energy. It doesn't have his style. It doesn't look good. And it's just, like, the most it kind of starts to feel like him is in some of, like, the chase scenes and some of the action. That's when it starts to feel like him. But then it just goes right back into being just your regular old vanilla studio blockbuster. And this movie dares to try to have a message and a theme. I was having a rough time of it.
It's
Watching
like
this movie, I was having an awful time.
like extremely incomprehensive, fucking boring, uh, nothing meaningful to really say, despite it pretending that it does.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it's not written very well. There's nothing clever about it. The dialogue can range from fucking like how would you say plain to straight up shut the fuck up, stop talking.
Mm-hmm.
Just the events of the movie aren't really like laid out very well, especially since things just fucking happen to get the plot going. Like a little character in the movie just fucking decides to just sabotage everything because he's stupid. It's like, hey man, if you press a button, they will come here. Oh, will they now? Beep. The rest of the stupid plot proceeds because, oh, it needs to happen.
Yeah.
Some characters are just fucking shoehorned in because the character is apparently inspirational enough to just motivate them to just change their whole world value in like what 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Am I the bad guy?
Just,
Okay.
just. Oh my god.
I never believed the character that I'm seeing. The main character. What's his name? Ben Richards.
That was his name. Yeah.
Yeah, Richards. Richards lives. Richard lives. Richard lives. Fucking shut up. I never once believed him to be at all fucking crafty or smart or like in
Yeah.
any way like, just how you will follow a character and you're like, whoa man, nice. Nah, man, he's got some plot armor for days.
Yeah. Everyone's a stormtrooper. No one can lay a finger on him.
Yeah, like the worst case of stormtrooper aiming I've ever seen in my life. And even though the movie wants to pretend, oh, we've been letting him live all this time, bullshit. You're a liar. You're just telling me this now because you want to make a point about like how everything is rigged. But every action that I've seen you take in this fucking movie is about trying to kill him. So don't put this bullshit of man, see, we're just following the program that entertains everybody. Because you see, you got the lameo who dies in the first like minute of the game. You got
Mm-hmm.
the cocky motherfucker, and then you got the final stretch man.
Yeah.
But like every action you've taken in the movie has been to fucking kill him. But you're just telling me that you're not killing him because you decided it that way. But I'm not dumb. I know what's happening in your movie. That doesn't make sense to what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
And this is an Edgar Wright movie.
Yeah. It's an Edgar Wright movie. Even more so, Edgar Wright writing with Michael Bacall, who wrote Scott Pilgrim. And
Womp
also,
womp.
just to add a little more insult to injury, he wrote the 21 Jump Street movies,
Damn.
which are both deeply funny movies, and this movie does not have that humor. It does
No.
not have that style. Even at Edgar Wright's worst, like, his style at least peers through. There's something that's so specifically him, and here I didn't feel that at all. I was just so absurdly bummed by this movie.
He was losing his mind in the theater,
I was having a bad time in that theater. It was rough.
tweaking out like Mr. Boss.
Yeah. Yeah. I was losing my mind in the scene in the car with Amelia Jones. I was having a bad go.
And it's pretty early on when we realized the movie isn't gonna be very good. Like from
Oh,
the
I knew it was going to be bad from scene one.
yeah, from the get go of like
Yeah.
the character expositing everything wrong with
Yep.
his life. It's like, oh
Yep.
no.
Yep. And I was like, oh no, this is going to be hard. This is going to be rough. And it was. God. Why did we sit through the entire end credits?
I think we were just like in shock.
Oh yeah. We were just yapping and staring at the screen like, what the fuck did we
Yeah,
just watch?
about how fucking good the icy was.
Yeah, the icy was really good.
Yeah, delicious. New flavor, guys. It was like what
It was the
lemon
Wicked for
cherry.
Good. Yeah, it was the Wicked for Good mix. It was like cherry lime and then like I forget what it was, but it was the
Green
Glinda one and the Elphaba one, and it was a mix. It was really good.
watermelon, probably.
No, it was not. I'm side eyeing you right now.
No, it's green.
I'm
Because I know,
side eyeing you right now.
I know that it was something green
What do you mean by that? It wasn't watermelon.
because it was green, right? The drink was green.
It was cherry lime. It
Get
was
out-
cherry
no,
lime.
No, we got the mix, and one
Yeah.
of the yeah,
One of them was cherry lime, and the other one was something else.
and it was green. That's why I
Yes, the
said
green one is the cherry lime.
no. The cherry lime was red because it was cherry.
No, it was not. I
It
asked.
was pink. It was pink.
Yeah, it was pink and green, and the green one was the cherry lime. The pink one was something else.
Let me see. Maybe I can look this up.
Emerald Rebellion, green apple and cherry lime.
No, it was
Pink
green.
bubbles, strawberry, lemonade, and watermelon.
Okay. So it was
So
it
no,
was watermelon?
the green one was not watermelon.
No, yeah,
the
the
pink
green
one
one.
was watermelon.
It was water. There we go.
I'm literally reading that the green one was not
No,
watermelon.
No, I'm saying that there was a watermelon flavor.
Yeah.
It just wasn't a green one.
Yeah.
See,
You assumed the green one, based off of Elphaba, played by a black woman.
if she was white, I would have said the same thing. You're racist.
I'm side-eyeing you.
You're racist. You're racist. You just that came to your
Well,
mind.
you know
Not
what?
Me.
You know what? You are the bad guy.
Me? Man, listen. You jumped to the
How
conclusion that I
dare
was
you
making.
sit
I was-
here in this call, torturing me, putting me in this situation? How dare you?
I wasn't making a joke to spite the black people.
How dare you? You are the bad guy, sir.
I am the manipulator.
Yeah. You have put the bomb in my chest.
Check. Got him. Get
I
him,
gave it-
boys. Swat him.
Yeah. I gave this movie a 3. I fucking hated it.
I think I'm also gonna give it a 3. It's really not. It's very not good.
No. And it's not even the worst movie I saw this past year, but it was like...
I think it might be like my least favorite out of the fact that it is from one of my favorite directors. So it's
Yeah.
like, man.
I love Edgar Wright so much, and like, it just... Ugh.
Like, man, do you just get shit at making movies if you get old? I mean, that's not long standing for everybody, but like a lot of guys.
He's
just
not
like,
even super old. He's 50. Like,
I know,
He's
but-
not
but-
that old.
he's not that old, but he's lost the touch. His movies are just getting worse as they go along.
He's got another movie in development that he didn't write, so maybe.
Edgar didn't write.
And the writer wrote the first two Kingsman movies, Kick Ass and X-Men First Class. So maybe it'll be good.
Maybe. I'm
Maybe.
not gonna hold my breath for this one.
Maybe it was just you gave Edgar Wright too much money. Maybe that was it.
Yeah,
Apparently that movie was really expensive.
we
You
know
really
how
shouldn't give
good
Edgar Wright that much money.
we know how good he can fucking do with no money at all.
And he's got another Cornetto movie in the works.
Really?
Yeah. I guess him and Simon Pegg are developing something.
Well, you know what? I would have been excited, but now I don't know. I don't know, man.
I mean, I'll watch another Cornetto movie.
Of
Again.
course I will. Of course I will. But like, can I trust this man? Can I trust him?
All right, he's for me he's on a two streak of bad movies, but for you he's just on one. So
Well, like the fact that I heard Last Night in Soho wasn't very good from like everybody. It's
yeah.
like and
It's not as bad as this. It's not even close to as bad as this.
no, probably not. But
Yeah.
but two strikes.
Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah, but this is really bad, and this is a movie he really wanted to make, wasn't it?
Unfortunately, he really wanted to make this movie.
Yeah, yeah. This is like really bad, dude.
Yep. This is really bad. Yep. God,
Edgar Wright,
right.
can we trust him?
The answer is no. All right. Next
Simon Pegg
is
will save us, hopefully.
maybe. Next is The Smashing Machine. All right. So we mentioned Marty Supreme, which was from Josh Safdie. This is from Benny Safdie. This movie sucks.
And now we know.
We now know that Benny is just a really good actor and a okay writer, decent director. This movie sucks, and my reasoning for saying that this movie sucks is that genuinely the script is just weird. I don't understand what Benny was trying to say about Mark Kerr as a person. I don't get it. I don't understand, because like you have ideas or like themes about like chasing highs, demons we fight, reclaiming your identity that you felt is lost, or something about like maybe an idea about like a gentle giant type, right? Because Mark Kerr is the definition of a gentle giant. He's this big. The name The Smashing Machine is almost an idiom, because it's ironic, because he's this big hulking man who is capable of immense like violence, but he's always soft spoken. He's always understanding. He speaks to you politely. You know, he's very very respectful of you when you talk to him. But like that's all you're able to maybe get. The rest of the movie just kind of meanders very aimlessly and through very like a very tried and true plot. And it was just really rough to watch. For it's like very extended, I think like 2 hour and 10 minute runtime. I could be wrong. 2 hours and 3 minutes. It was just really tough to get through. There's like a lot of the details that you think would make for more interesting drama are just kind of sidelines. Like he has a drug problem. He's
Really?
yeah, not those kinds. Pain medications. So he's on a lot of what's it? Not oxy.
Ibuprofen?
No, that's not enough for him.
A lot of ibuprofen?
No, he has to take it via needle. I don't. It's not heroin.
I wasn't thinking heroin.
But it might have been oxy, but I don't know. Yeah, and then like there's this narrative, like there's like this presentation of like he has his best friend Coleman who's also a fighter, but that's not nearly explored well enough. It's more almost like they're supposed to be like they're best friends, but it almost feels a little more like coworkers,
Right.
and that was a little weird. The thing that really hurts me this most is Emily Blunt as the character Dawn, who's just like I. If I was Emily Blunt's manager and I got that script in, I would literally look at her and say, "Do not take this." It is an incredibly reductive part. She is just the nagging girlfriend, and every scene she has is repetitive. She gets mad at Mark for something. She snaps at him and explodes, and then rinse and repeat for the next 2 hours. He's like, and the movie tries to like say that she's like very important, like, and Mark needs her, that she's like his grounding point,
That's his rock.
and and all she ends up feeling like is just a nuisance, and that like he would be better off without her, and her better off without him. Because quite frankly, he's not a very good boyfriend to her, and it's kind of like a mutually toxic relationship. But the movie doesn't seem to quite understand that. It seems. Otherwise, like, it's just very boring. The actual like sports sequences, like it's a bit film about UFC, so
Fighting.
yeah, UFC fighting, and those sequences are fine. Like they're not the worst shot stuff, but it's like it's pretty all right. I believe a lot of the fighting was done for real, so there are moments where Dwayne gets clipped, and you see it for real.
Nice.
Like Dwayne just takes those punches and gets clipped.
Benefit of being a wrestler.
Quite literally, the benefit of being a wrestler or a former professional wrestler.
He's part time right now. He hasn't fucking retired yet, motherfucker.
Yeah. Speaking of Dwayne Johnson, he's incredible in this movie. I thought he was. I thought he was great. This is a
Nice.
truly great performance from him. I think he just affirms what we kind of already knew about The Rock, in that he was deep down a good performer, but was just refusing to take those chances.
Listen, Gabe, I feel like you and I were like the only people in the world who said he's a good actor. He just doesn't want to fucking act.
Yeah.
Everyone's always said no, he sucks. He's a bad actor.
Yeah.
I'm like, I guess
In
it feels
fairness, the
nice.
last like 10 years of him have not been exactly showcases for
No,
his
yeah,
ability.
yeah, I get that. It's just that
Yeah.
people like just want it to be like intentional. It's just like dishonest about his acting. So there's just like sort of he's a fucking bad actor. He's not. He's hasn't been remarkable. I don't think, but like
No, he's been cruising off his own charisma.
yeah, it's just people were like just so eager to just discredit him entirely, and like it I'm not a mega fan of him as an actor, but like I never liked that. It made me like just like man, come on, be honest. Give him some benefit if you don't want to give it to him.
Yeah.
So it's nice to be validated on his acting.
Yeah. No, he is. He is very, very good in this movie. I still don't like. Ultimately, I would say that there's the other like big wrestler turned actors have not had a role like this, and I don't know if they'll ever get a role like that. I mean, you have Batista, who's just kind of coasting off of mediocre action movies, which sucks because I think he has real range and he can perform. It just feels like no one's really giving him that opportunity, or he's not taking them. And then you have John Cena, who is steadily improving, but he's very much okay playing the goofy character.
Yeah.
Who, but he does have an extra layer to him. Peacemaker season 2, for all of its faults, he has one of the best scenes in the whole season, which is when he breaks down in I believe it's episode 7. But point being, back to The Rock, he's incredible in this film. He very much plays into, I think, an understanding that people don't have of Dwayne Johnson, is that he is an eloquent speaker. And Dwayne gets to be very soft spoken and be very polite and be very direct, but also show a lot of pain behind the eyes when he needs to. So, and also the fact that he's like fucking caked up in makeup helps that a lot. I will say there is a point in the film where he shaves his head, and from that point on, he looks exactly like himself, which was really funny. But otherwise, yeah, this movie's not very good. I don't think so. There are aspects of it that are interesting and that kind of work. Maybe it would work better on a rewatch. But overall, I felt this film was pretty lame. I gave it a 4.5. I was very, very unhappy with it. Especially as a
Well,
sports drama.
well, I reckon that Gabe, well, not Gabe. You're not in this movie. I reckon that Dwayne Johnson got completed his objective in the first place to say, "Hey guys, I'm a fucking actor,
Yeah.
a
Well, he's
good
got
one."
two.
Even.
His next two projects are gonna be right back onto the train, but his next two projects after,
He's in a Scorsese movie, right?
he's got a Scorsese movie, and then he's doing Benny Safdie's next movie.
Okay.
So he's got at least something going on. It's not all Red Notice.
I mean, I think that's what he should stick to. He's fucking 53.
Yeah.
So, like, calm down with these fucking action movies.
Yeah. Well, his next movie is
He's doing
Moana, the Moana live action remake, and then he's got Jumanji 3.
3.
Yeah,
Jesus.
which is supposed to come out this year.
Dwayne, whatever you do, do not pick that muscle back up, all right? You're 53. The roids will kill you.
Yeah. All right.
John Cena should play more roles like Pazuzu in Sisters. That was the drug dealer in that movie. He was fucking
Yeah.
hilarious.
No, he is really funny in that. I think more like him for more roles. Like his role in Trainwreck was also really funny.
Yeah, he was hilarious.
Yeah.
You look like a dude.
Yeah.
I will fuck you.
All right. Next up is Together. I think you had interest in this movie.
I did have interest in it. It looked really weird and creepy
Yeah.
and gross.
It is gross. The body horror stuff is really gross.
Uh-oh. He hesitates. He sounds disappointed.
I didn't like this movie at all.
Oh, he didn't like it.
Like I said, the body horror stuff is really gross. It's really well done. The VFX is really, really astounding. But this movie is a thinly veiled metaphor for codependency that you understand completely where it's going to go from moment one. And every new reveal about what's happening to them was so absurdly lame. I'm generally sick of the type of reveal this movie is. The fact that it's just the same shit that I could have offhandedly joked about it being, and you know that was right. I'm so done. I'm so done with horror. I'm so done with elevated horror. Can we go back to shit? This is why I like Primate. All right? Can we just go back to like goofy ass slick horror that's just like a simple premise and execution? Does it have to all be a metaphor? Does it have to all go back to this? I am so done. I am done with horror movies, bro. I'm so sick of this shit.
Well,
I
never watch
want to
one ever
like
again.
I want to like horror movies, but they got to stop doing this shit. Anyway, Dave Franco and Alison Brie are fine in the movie. They're okay. Their real life, the fact that they're married in real life, added nothing to this movie really, because like that chemistry didn't fully
Well,
translate.
I guess they aren't uncomfortable with each other.
No, they're clearly not. Um, yeah,
I,
this movie's kind of just saved by the direction and the body horror stuff. Otherwise, this would have been a pretty lame as shit horror movie that has nothing really going on.
this is like your third I'm in the minority
Yeah,
movie.
probably people like this movie. Methinks. I don't know,
Yes, people
but
seem to.
yeah, but I was not there for it. I felt it was really lame. I gave it a 6. I was just like, no, you know, not for
No,
me.
thank you for the creepies.
Yeah, thank you for creeping the shit out of me when you were doing the body horror stuff, but otherwise, no. Yeah. The final shot of this movie is astoundingly bad. It was woof.
A bad
Uh,
like
oh, bad, bad.
what like bad like how like a
Well, I
quality
imagine you want
bad
to
or
see. I imagine you want to see this movie, so I don't want to say what it is.
okay.
So I'll just say the final shot was really fucking bad. Yeah.
I'm gonna assume it has something to do with the body horror.
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't mean bad in the sense of ooh, it was gross. Actually,
Sounds like you mean
I
both.
don't mean body horror gross. I mean gross. But
Okay.
whatever. Yeah, whatever. I'll move on. Yeah, together 6 out of 10. Don't like it.
No, sorry, I didn't like it.
Next is Train Dreams. Okay, so we both saw this. Can you explain to me anything about this movie? Because I didn't get it. I don't get it. I don't, why do people love this movie so much?
Seems to be okay. So what I got out of it, of course, as we saw, what's this motherfucker's name? Robert.
Yeah, Robert Robinson.
Robert, right? Yeah, it's okay. That was kind of funny when I heard found out his name was yeah Robert. So Robert Grainer here
Mm-hmm.
seems to have lived a pretty like how do you say a life where he's always just passed by many things, where he just witnessed events happening in his life, even
Mm-hmm.
through his childhood, and as he's working on building railroads for trains and shit, the same thing kind of occurred to him all the time. Life was just passing by as he would say interrupts the flow of nature as he
Mm-hmm.
you know builds the railroads and shit, and then he gets married with Felicity Jones, Jones's character. They have a kid, and then through the events of his life passing, all this is all happening while Chinese immigration is taking huge place in
Mm-hmm.
America. This is like the super railroad era where like maximum Chinese immigrants were happening, and then some people didn't like that, so they took care of them in a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
And I suppose that him, having been working with one of them Chinese fellows with the railroads, or just a bunch of them actually. In fact, through the years, as we see that one of them that he was working with a lot, but never really talked to him, was taken away and killed in front of him, but he didn't do anything about it. So as we see, he's being haunted by this Chinaman, the Chinese fellow, who unfortunately died. So of course he's expecting a punishment of his own while working on the railroads and bridges with nature. And that stuff to me was interesting. Just him expecting a punishment for not doing anything about it, and the guy himself is always just haunting him throughout, mostly when he's working, you know. And as we see, he always has to leave his family behind while he goes off to work. So I think the interesting part about it is that, like I said, he's always being like haunted by his by the Chinese guy's I guess ghost spirit. It's always with him while he's away. So I guess that's what makes it impactful when his family dies in the fire or disappears. Because he was expecting it to happen to him. He himself was expecting to be punished or like get his comeuppance in a way for doing nothing while he's working, which, as we see, there are things that happen in his job, like some guys just get accidents by falling trees.
Yeah. It's a dangerous
And
business. It's a dangerous job
it's a
to
dangerous
work.
business, and one guy himself just gets fucking killed by some guy getting revenge,
Yep.
which could be very much related to the idea of the guy that he saw die, or he believed let die, coming back to also kill him. He's expecting something like that to happen to him, which is also like related to like the accidents of the trees and nature killing him in a way. And I
Yeah.
presume you found none of this interesting.
Oh, fuck no.
No.
No. I got some stuff. Like, I didn't get anything about, like, a man being haunted as much as I got, like, the idea of, like, life passing you by and not quite living the moment.
What did you take out of him seeing kind of like the spirit of the guy, of the Chinese
Quite
guy?
literally nothing.
Nothing.
I took nothing out of that.
Because he even said when his family was lost in the fire or killed, like, what was it? Isn't this too much? Like that it have to be them? Like he was expecting something to happen to him, but he
Yeah.
didn't expect to happen to his family.
Yeah. Well, I took that as kind of, it was, if I took it as anything, I guess it would have just been the punishment. That was the punishment.
Yeah.
But overall, like, I just felt this movie was, like, excessive. Did the narration not feel like too much for you? Because it was too much for me.
Yeah, I don't think it needed the narration at all, really.
It felt like the movie was constantly trying to tell me how to feel. And I don't mind sincere movies that are just sweet and about how great life is, and I don't mind that at all. I don't need you to tell me constantly what your movie is and how ponderous it is, and like how beautiful nature is. Like, I don't need you to keep telling me that. I got it. Eventually you can start showing me the story instead of telling me it. And, like, I don't know. I was just very, maybe going into it, the expectations were too high, because I heard everybody loves this movie, and so it's a fantastic movie. It's one of the best of the year. And I was like,
Its profoundness did not impress you.
no. Because ultimately it was just like, yeah, you're saying things. You have something to say here. You won't stop telling me what you have to say.
This is a given. This is what the narration you.
Yeah. And like the William H. Macy character, who was just like, I was like, yeah, you're old. You have perspective. You're talking about how the trees are really old and we're doing something bad, and ooh, the trees are going to be here way after us. And like some of this stuff just felt really on the nose for me. Like the conversation about the trees, where that one dude's like, nah, those trees will be here at least a couple thousand years. And it's like, oh, get it? Because we're in the modern day cutting down trees and we're dwindling our resources. Get it? I was like, yeah, I get it. I get it. Nature's beautiful, man. But
I love nature.
yeah, I love nature. I love my wife. I love my wife. I love my kid. I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot. I don't get what the Carrie Condon character was really doing for Joel Edgerton, for Robert.
Me neither. I guess she was more of like a perspective on like she went through something similar to Robert,
Yeah.
an experience had someone who like lived a life of her own with family and all that, but also lost it, and it's how she overcame it by becoming a Firewatch and all that.
Yeah.
Could be like inspiration for him himself. I thought they were gonna get together or something, but it
I
did end pretty.
I
It did.
didn't know
It did.
what was going on
Yeah.
by that point, so I was like, I guess
It
something's
did.
happening.
It did end pretty abruptly. Their stuff together.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the movie was fucking close to ending by the time she
Yeah,
got
we
there.
was in like 20 minutes, I think, of ending when it got to Carrie Condon. So, you know,
Yeah, it was
like,
close.
the film is beautiful.
Yeah,
Disgustingly good-looking movie.
it's real pretty.
Very kind of Terrence Malick coded a little bit in terms of like its obsession with nature.
It's like it was kind of like I was walking through through Red Dead 2, and the nature in that game. Yeah, kind of felt like that.
Joel Edgerton is wonderful in the movie.
Yes.
He's wonderful. Yeah, just this movie just didn't work for me. Like, I didn't think it was bad. Like, I'm sitting here being a dick about it, but like, I didn't think it was a bad movie.
Yeah, you're there with your ooh nature, ooh message, ooh themes, ooh
Yeah,
shut up, like shut up movie.
yeah. This movie just very hit me in the woo
Ooh,
woo.
ooh,
It's
ooh
all
look at
very woo
me,
woo. It's all very woo woo. Aren't I special? Don't I have something to say?
ooh
And I
look
was
at me, I'm
like,
pretentious.
yeah. And it's
Look at
like,
me,
and bro, I
I'm
love. And
Clint Bentley.
I was like, yeah, bro, I like pretentious movies, but like, this one felt so pretentious, and I didn't even think it was bad. It was just like, I was like, yes, I get it. Yes, life giveth and life taketh away. Count your blessings. Shit can happen. It sucks. Life is long, but it's also short. Progress fucking sucks. We should go back to living in fucking trees. Like, I get it. I get it. But like, oh
I wonder what happened to the other dogs that you found.
yeah,
Yeah, that was weird to me. He just
yeah,
stuck with like the one dog, and I have no idea what happened to her puppies.
yeah.
What happened to her puppies?
Well, we know what Darwin thinks.
Darwin.
Like Darwinism.
Uh,
Were you thinking I was talking about Gumball?
no, I thought you meant a character like in the movie that I just didn't
Oh,
fucking know about, like Darwin. Who? I would like to know what Darwin from Gumball thinks about this movie. I think he'd like it.
probably. Yeah, I don't know. I gave it a 7. I was, yeah, not too enthused.
Yeah, I liked it. 7.5.
Yeah.
I like the vibe. I like the vibes of it.
Yeah, it's a calm movie. It's very, very calming.
It's nice to watch when I'm sick.
That's true. You were sick when you saw
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, so when Joel Edgerton's character was sick in the movie, I was like, ah, dude, just like me for real.
Yeah. All right. Next is Tron Ares. Okay.
Give me something to believe in.
There now. This movie is fucking shit.
Why is this shit, Gabe?
We do not have all day.
But
to talk
Gabe,
about why
it
this
has
movie is shit.
it has such cool shots,
Does it?
according to people on Twitter.
Does it?
According to that one channel that we
Does
talked like
it?
that said the best shots in Tron Ares.
Does it?
Well,
I'm
you're
just I'm just
what?
hitting you with the Kratos right now.
Does
Is
it?
it?
Is it?
Is it?
Gabe, this movie is good.
Is
Is it?
it?
Is it? No, you
Yeah,
stand up and
no.
go. No,
No.
no.
No. Look, I'm gonna hold back my thoughts because there's a lot, and I could very easily get myself angry talking about this movie because I fucking hated it. This movie makes me feel like a genuine insane person because I don't think anyone cares that much about Tron lore, and yet here I am going, holy shit, why the fuck is this movie doing this stupid shit? Why is it fucking up the lore? Why is it taking what Legacy did and shitting all over it? Why does this movie want to be Barbie so bad?
Because Barbie made a lot of money.
True, but you
Unlike
know
every
what?
Tron movie.
You know what Barbie had? At least a perspective, and it wasn't about. It wasn't going, hey, AI is good actually.
Whoa.
Look, there are good things here, I guess. Everybody's making the joke. Oh, this Nine Inch Nails soundtrack came with a movie. That's kind of cool. Yes, the Nine Inch Nails music is good.
I
I
swear they
listened to the
made that
sound.
same joke about Legacy.
I've listened to the soundtrack for Trying to Raise a lot. It's a really good soundtrack. I think in the movie it sucks fucking ass. Legacy's music works both within the movie and without the movie. The music in Legacy actually accentuates the moment. The music in Ares is just background noise. And oftentimes does not fit the sequence that it's set to. I could cherry pick the shit out of it. I know exactly which scene I would cherry pick the fuck out of for that music.
Probably not.
No.
Assuming because it's only on the part I saw.
I've told you, there's a chase sequence in this movie, a fairly intense chase sequence that's set to mellow fucking music.
Oh.
It was really frustrating. Here, you know what? I'll send you the clip right now because I don't really feel like. You know what? Yeah. Nah, fuck this movie. Fuck this shit. I'm sending you the clip now. Alright, there's a few chase scenes in this movie. I'm gonna find the right one. The light skimmer. That's what it was. There you go. It's a 30-second clip.
Okay.
Sorry, 58-second clip.
50.
My apologies. I'm a liar. But this movie is like, it looks fine. Like I joke about the movie not looking good, but it doesn't look terrible. It's not the worst looking movie. I've seen worse looking movies in the year 2025. Just what the hell? The Ares character is just flawed. He's very wonkily written. And the movie just fucks with, like, it fucks with the story in a way that just doesn't work. And the story itself that they tell, as well as the general plot that happens, is senseless. It's just not good at all. And as a parable to our modern world, it also just doesn't handle that any particularly well. It's the idea of like essentially generated AI being good for the world is absurd. So
This with the clip you just sent me. Okay, this clip gave me chills in the cinema. You can notice the water drops on the cam shaped as a square, like a pixel. I enjoyed the movie, and this chase scene was definitely a standout, especially with I
It is a
know you can
standout of the
feel it.
movie.
Is it?
It's one of the better scenes in the movie.
Even with the music?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
I did
shed a
find
tear
myself
at the
staring.
end of the scene. Amazing in 3D, an absolutely overwhelming, beautiful movie that made me disappointed. That made me disappointed that we didn't have more of this franchise in the past decade. Yeah, you wish you got more Tron after Legacy, right?
Yeah, I sure do.
You can agree with that.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Anyway, this movie
Our person was
fucking.
fucking cool, dude.
It sure was. Sure was really fucking cool.
That's good Tron right there. That's the Tron I like.
Yeah. This movie sucks. I gave it a 3. Fucking hate it.
Oh,
Such dick. I hate it so much.
oh, makes you want to throw up.
Yeah. Makes me want to have a titty tantrum.
A titty tantrum.
Alright.
Why does it tantrum?
I don't know.
English is hard.
Yeah. All right. Next up is Until Dawn.
Oh
Yeah,
my
we
god.
did both watch this.
Yeah, dude. I was like, wait a minute, did we cover this or not? Oh,
No,
dude,
we did not.
this movie is. It's pretty hilarious. This movie, like, it's really bad. It's
Oh no,
fucking
it's awful.
awful. It's terrible,
It's terrible.
but it's hilarious also. Just for just how incompetent and stupid it is. It's pretty funny. Like, I gotta give it credit for just being like a stupid movie.
Yeah.
And I feel like it knows it's at least a stupid movie.
I think
But
he's trying to be tongue in cheek about it.
yeah, but sometimes it's serious.
Yeah.
And it feels like that too. Like
Oh God, yeah.
this like a really like the way it mishandles a topic of suicide. When one of the characters like basically tells the other one to kill him. Mm-hmm. That's covering the topic of suicide because that main character girl, has been like debating suicide with the disappearance of her sister and all that, and it's like, oh man, you're mishandling such a sensitive fucking topic.
Yeah.
Good job, dude. Especially because afterwards, it's like the character blows up comedically.
Yeah, comedically. Hey, you remember how I said sentimental value makes a really hilarious suicide joke?
Yeah,
It also handles the topic of suicide with a lot of tact and real emotion
good,
and sincerity.
good. That's what you want.
Yeah.
I have to side glance this movie for possible racism because like one of
Elaborate.
the Asian character.
Okay. Yep.
She got it dirty. Remember, like how dirty she got it, like in most of the movie.
She did get it worse than everyone else.
Yeah,
Yeah. The only person that got it like close to as bad as her was the shitty boyfriend.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which, what do you know? Shitty boyfriend character who's perfectly just meant to be shitty.
Yep.
That should tell you about as much as the characters as you'd expect. Because holy shit,
Yeah.
are they all boring? Even what's his face, Peter or something.
Peter Stormare.
Yeah, Peter Stormare. He
Yeah.
sucks.
As Dr. Hill from the game.
As the doctor, he's fun in the role in this movie, but like
Yeah.
overall, he's like, geez, he's like, he sucks.
He's
As a
also
villain.
really bad. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll give this movie props. There's like some fun practical stuff, and like it is fun in like it's a shitty, awful movie way.
it is funny seeing these characters get killed off horribly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's some fun they have with the idea of like a time loop like that, but I have no idea what that has to do with Until Dawn.
well, the only relation to Until Dawn is in the end where they
Yeah, with Peter
straight up just.
Stormare.
I mean, like,
Well, they
where
show the
should've-
house.
Yeah, should have just referenced
Yeah.
the game.
They just straight up showed the game, like referenced the house and showed the game. But so it makes. But here's the thing: I don't understand then because Dr. Hill dies in this movie. He gets blown the fuck up. So I'm assuming this takes place after Until Dawn. The
I
game.
Presume it would, yeah.
Yeah.
Or
So like,
who
did he
knows?
did he go crazy after the events of that game, or was he just crazy when he was in that game? Or am I thinking too hard about it?
I don't know, because his existence in the game is like kind of like really kind of like up to the player, because
Yeah.
like he's the Josh's therapist,
Mm-hmm.
but turns out that was an illusion in a way because it's like Josh's psyche. He's going crazy.
Yeah.
So either the therapy sessions were real, or like I think it actually happened, and you were just like experiencing like glimpses of what
Mm-hmm.
happened, and then the overall thing that just occurred was a mental breakdown.
Yeah.
But then it's like Peter Stormer's character wasn't like a bad guy or anything.
Not in the game.
No. So I don't understand why. Yeah, because he's recognizable and he was in the game, so therefore who put him in? But like it doesn't really make sense to that character, you know?
Yeah.
Like why is he a psycho killer who's trapping a bunch of kids
Yeah.
or college
To
students or
experiment
whatever?
on a time looping virus or some shit.
And there's
To
and
also,
there's Wendigoose in this one.
yeah. When to go.
Wendigo, sorry.
When to Goon is a YouTube channel.
I know, but it's kind of funny to call them Wendigoons. So you know what? Yeah, the Wendigoons that are in.
Yeah.
Because you got everything.
Yeah. Generally, these movies really bad.
Yeah,
How
it's really
long was
bad,
it?
but
Was it like an hour and a half, hour 40?
it was honestly it felt long sometimes. I'm not gonna lie to
No,
you.
it sure did. It sure
Uh,
did.
but yeah, it's enjoyable, and it's an hour and 43.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did feel longer than that. Yeah, I gave it
Yeah.
a 2. I don't know about you.
I think that's yeah.
Yeah.
That might have to be a two because oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, it's got the Mighty Supreme girl in it.
Yep. And Zoe from K-pop Demon Hunters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And Maya Mitchell from Teen Beach Movie.
That didn't sound as enthusiastic.
Well, I was just like, I was looking at that, I was like, that's you? I was like, that's
Wow.
you?
Whoa, look at you.
Yeah, look at you. Yeah, we all need to work. All right.
Yes, we do.
Next is Wicked for Good. Apparently, this movie's terrible or some shit. I don't know, man. I thought it was fine. I enjoyed it.
So it's a little wicked for good, not
It's a
wicked for
little.
bad.
Yeah. It's wicked for okay.
Wicked for okay.
Yeah. Wicked for meh. Meh.
What's important
this
is
is just-
what
this
gay
is just-
people thought.
Yeah. Well, the gay people were very enthused while also being very conflicted.
I was gonna say,
So-
what did the gays think about this movie?
The gays and the theater kids seemed to have the mutual understanding of they really liked it, but they went in knowing that it wasn't going to be as good as the first one because the second half of the play is also just not very good.
That they're like,
so
this is not wicked for gay.
no, definitely not Wicked for Gay. No, the gayest cast ever, but those characters are straight. Yeah,
Ariana Grande and what's her face?
it's Cynthia Erivo.
Cynthia Erivo are something. I don't think straight is one of them. When
I
they're
don't think
together.
Friends is what they are. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, so there's something a little deeper than Friends. Yeah, I don't want to outright say they're like fucking on the side because I don't think that's true.
I saw
but
an article about
mostly
it
because because Cynthia is married. She's happily married.
I know. It's just that I saw. Well, I didn't know that actually, but I did see like a fucking thing about it where they said what they are, and it's really funny how they put it.
I mean, whatever is happening, whatever happened with them also happened with Idina Menzel and Kristen Chenoweth on the original show. So
Really? Do they also go crazy?
they also are like weird about each other. It just wasn't as public. They weren't promoting a $200 million movie.
And starving to death.
And starving to death.
Oh my god! Look at them.
like I thought Wicked for Good was fine. I enjoyed it. Definitely way too long. This movie was like 2 hours and 13 minutes. The whole show of Wicked, as I understand it, is about 3 hours. Wicked Part 1 is 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Damn.
So, yeah, they overextended this shit out of Wicked for Good, and the plot just takes a fucking nosedive in the second film. It gets really wonky. It has all the same problems as the first movie. It doesn't look very great. It's way too long. The songs are broken up way too often. But then again, it has the same positives. Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande are both great in their roles. But it also has new problems. I don't really like any of the songs in Wicked for Good.
You don't like the songs in the musical?
I've not seen the musical and I've not heard the musical, but I
would say this movie is the musical.
Yeah,
this movie being the musical.
I did not care for really any of the songs. There was one song that was like kind of a bop, which is No Good Deed. Other than that, I didn't really care for any of the songs in this movie. Not at all. Especially not the 2 original songs they had for this one. Those were really bad. But yeah, there's just, I don't know. The biggest problem this movie has is that because Glinda and Elphaba are split up, you don't have Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo in the same room together, so they don't get to bounce off each other, which was like a solid like 60% of what made Wicked Part 1 work. And just the fact you don't have those here, it just really makes this movie a lot worse.
Nothing to compensate for that.
Yeah, not much. Yeah, because like the give the I'll give the music in Wicked Part 1 one thing. Those songs were earworms. Those are some banger songs.
Earworms and then bangers. Is earworm a compliment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I never used.
They're memorable.
So. Okay. Because
Yeah.
I don't know, worms. I feel like are a bad connotation.
Yeah, I just felt this movie was really messy. The plot was kind of completely all over the place. The characters kind of get pigeonholed into places that they really shouldn't be. There's plot developments that are like, just why would you do that? The connection to the Wizard of Oz just start to kind of break your understanding of the Wizard of Oz. But as I understand it, apparently the book that the play was based on was worse. I will send you a video after this about the book that Wicked is based on, which is also called Wicked. Absurd novel. To give you an example, there's apparently a sequence in the book where apparently a big part of Oz is a animal fucking ring.
What?
Where characters have to fuck an animal to get past something.
I know. Yeah, I was gonna say. I noticed you added "fuck" to it, and then you continued to say they fuck. So, like, damn it, you were not kidding. You were literal.
Yep. Yeah, that book is also absurdly horny, and I don't mean just for animals. Just it's horny. It's a very horny book.
We're off to see the wizard. Just see the wizard of horror.
Yeah, the Wonder the Wizard of Cock. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, I gave this movie a 6. I was like, meh. What are you gonna do?
The book was by Gregory Maguire.
Yeah. That is a very gay man, by the way.
Oh, he is gay.
Yeah.
Does that explain why the book was horny?
I wouldn't think so inherently.
No, not inherently, but
not to get homophobic, but
that is a strange coincidence.
Yeah.
The movie that appeals to a lot of gay folk, or just the musical itself, and then.
Well, I mean, the themes of the play are very.
And then the gay.
Very very representative of.
Yeah.
The LGBTQ experience. So.
And I was just saying, like the gay men that wrote the book and then something about animals fucking. You didn't have to put that in there. Is
No,
this
you
guy?
really didn't. You really
Is
didn't have
this
to put that. Yeah,
is
you
this
didn't
guy
have to
Y?
do that.
Is this guy YMS?
No, no, I don't think so. Oh, yeah. All right, let's get off the animal fucking and move on to the animals.
No, this is still about animal fucking. No.
Hey, so Zootopia 2, the funniest thing I can say about Zootopia 2, they knew you guys shipped Judy and Nick together. They're feeding you. This whole movie is pandering to you. And it's kind of hilarious.
Uh,
Like, it is the most, like, platonically romantic relationship possible between them.
but they
It
flirt a
is.
lot.
They flirt a lot. It Nick has, like, multiple scenes where he just talks about how much he's like, I actually care for you a lot, Judy. Like, you're the best. I love you, Judy.
The sexual tension is insane.
Yeah. The sexual tension between Judy and Nick is weirdly high.
You know, for the
Anyway,
kids.
I liked Zootopia too.
All right.
It's fun. I enjoyed it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a movie that it does also have a message, but it that's not all the movie is. That's not what it's trying to do the most. It's trying to just be a fun, entertaining ride that's funny, and kind of introduces you to new parts of this world. Uh, doesn't really make that much sense, you know,
No.
the way the movie expands the world, but you know what? The jokes were fun. A lot of puns, a lot of pun jokes. A lot of there's also a Silence of the Lambs reference in Zootopia 2.
What the fuck? Do they like?
And it's in a similar way to how they did it in the Bad Guys 2, where I almost called her Smellweather, where Bellwether Bellwether is also in prison, and they do the Silence of the Lambs bit where she's wearing the fucking mask and she's doing like the pose on the fucking thing. This movie has a actually fucking hilarious Shining reference that I'm fairly certain not a single child in my audience got. It
Probably
was
not.
it was literally they recreated the shot over the maze, like the hedge maze, and played the Shining theme. Like they played the dun dun dun
Dun,
dun
dun,
dun
dun,
dun, dun and
dun.
then recreated the camera angle of Jack going fucking insane in that hedge maze. Like doing the same like pose, just running through the maze. Like
Just saying, guys. The kids. Well,
the kids aren't gonna get it, but they will eventually.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I was gonna say kids didn't see Sense of the Lambs. I'm like, but fuck, I did. I saw The Shining when I was a kid, so I was like, oh.
Yeah. But it was just really funny that those scenes happened, and I'm like, there's not many kids are gonna get this, but whatever, go off, I guess. Yeah,
Unless it was in Fortnite, they're not gonna get it.
yeah. Which, you know what, I'm all for. Make obscure references that kids aren't gonna get. Do it. Or not obscure, but like make references that like kids are not gonna understand.
You know, sex is obscure for them, and they put a lot of those references in a lot of kids' movies.
Yeah, that's true. You know, I enjoyed the Zootopia 2. Thought it was fun. It was good. This movie has a really absurdly massive cast of like celebrity cameos, and most of them only get like one line. But I guess yeah, you have CM Punk and Roman Reigns
Zeros.
as the Zebros. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Tommy
Peep that
Lister
cast
Jr.,
list.
Danny Trejo, Ed Sheeran, Dwayne Johnson, Quinta Bronson, Fortune Famester, Kehi Kwan, Patrick Warburton.
Okay, he Kwan has a main role in the movie.
He's the snake, right?
Yeah, he's a snake.
Okay.
Yeah.
David Strathairn.
David Strathairn has the villain. Yep.
The villain, okay.
Okay.
Alan Tudyk, that makes sense.
Yeah, he's Duke Weaselton.
John Reno.
Jean Reno.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a cameo. Yep.
Where the fuck have you been? Jean Leguizamo,
Yep, he's a cameo.
Stephanie Beatrice. That makes sense.
Stephanie Beatrice. She takes over, I think, for the character. I don't know. I don't know if she's a cameo or if she's playing the character that what's her name? Anna from
Bloats.
Frozen played.
As it says here, she's bloats.
Who the fuck is Bloats?
Uh, yeah.
Oh, she's the fucking hippo.
Oh,
Okay,
only she could play a hippo like that.
sure.
Brenda Song.
Yep. Yeah, she and Macaulay Culkin have main roles.
Yeah, Macaulay Culkin is
Yeah.
there.
Yep.
It's so weird how when I look at the cast, like the fucking cameos and like not the main characters are at the top.
Yeah.
Like Shakira. Oh, she was in the first one. So
Yeah, she was in the first one. Yeah.
yeah, reprise Andy Samberg.
Yep. Andy Samberg is one of the main roles in this movie. He's the you don't care. He's the twist villain.
Whoa,
Yeah.
another twist villain.
I, s- I saw the Schaefer list review for this. He's like, "Whoa, actually the twist revealed villain actually got me." And I was like, "Really?" I was like, "Schaeferless? This movie got you?"
And then he said no, or he stuck with it. It
No,
really is.
he really did get him. Yeah.
Wow.
I was like, "Really?" I was like, "You're like the number one person who catches on to this shit, and you got it, and the movie got you." I knew it was him from scene one. I was like, "You're the bad guy." He showed up on screen. I went, "You're the bad guy."
You're the bad.
I was like, "You did it. Whatever's about to happen, you did it."
I'm seeing Bob Iger here. Bob Iger's in this movie. As Bob Iger.
Yes.
Okay. What animal was he?
I have no idea.
You.
I mean, totally. I know he's in the movie, but like I don't remember what he is.
What about Michael J. Fox?
Michael J. Fox. Don't recall.
That's
What
Michael J.
animal.
Fox.
Oh, Michael J. the Fox. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, I would assume he's a fox given the name, right?
Well, it just says Michael J. the Fox.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's very funny.
No, Bob Iger plays Bob Tiger.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. And Ed Sheeran plays Ed Sheeran.
Very funny.
Yeah. Tig Notaro plays Big Tig. Yeah, Dwayne Johnson's in there. Auli Cravalho. Tommy Chong's in there.
Tommy Lister Jr. is the shocking one to me.
Well, they just pulled his sound bites from the first movie
Okay.
because he's dead.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why it was shocking. Oh my god, they brought him back to life.
They revived him.
I
Yeah,
knew they
Rachel
were-
House is in there. June Squibb. Cecily Strong. Like Josh Gad. So Josh Gad, he plays an IT tech mouse or mole or something. And there's one scene where he's like yelling at, he's like got someone in the phone. He's like, "Did you try turning it off and on again?" And they're like, "You just hear beep, beep, beep," and he goes like, "Did you try not being an idiot?"
It's
I
very
was like,
rude.
"Huh." I was like, "That's rude. That's funny." And then I just imagined, oh right, that's the character Hideo Kojima plays in the Japanese dub. So
Whoa.
Yeah.
Kojima.
yeah, Kojima plays annoying IT mouse or mole. Sorry, mole in the Japanese dub of Zootopia 2.
Oh, she's like Kojima.
Yeah. Anyway, Zootopia 2 is good. I gave it a 7. I was like, yeah, this was fun. I enjoyed it. It was not a waste of my time. Yeah.
Good.
I didn't think it was as funny as the first movie. Because there's like a handful of scenes in Zootopia 1 that just kill me. Like
I mean,
the
that
DMV.
slop scene, yeah,
Yeah, the
pretty,
DMV is so funny.
it's pretty unbeatable.
Yeah. And there's something funny to me. There's something really funny to me about the fucking the naturalist animals. Like there is something absurdly funny about that to me. And there's a lot of like really funny like small jokes in there.
Oh, thanks, Lee. You're a real hero.
Yeah. The
The Godfather bit was really funny in that movie.
The Godfather bit is so funny in that movie. Yeah. They do repeat it in Zootopia too.
I imagine they're like big characters, right?
They're not big characters. They play just small parts.
Okay.
But Judy being a corrupt cop does come into play. So
Okay.
meaning meaning her being corrupt, as in she is
Yeah, she's got
connected to the mob.
yeah.
She's connected to the mob, so the mob helps her at one point. Yeah. But it is just really funny. I don't know. I always thought that's really funny that fucking Judy's like this. I'm gonna be a great cop, and I'm like, girl, you're connected to the mob. You're corrupt.
You're dirty.
You're a dirty cop, bro. Yeah. Enjoying that. And our last movie tonight, I added this one last second because you saw it. 28 years later.
Oh. This movie's fucking weird. I don't know if that's in a bad way or in a good way exactly, but I was definitely weirded out watching this movie. Not in the way I'm weirded out watching, say, Silence of the Lambs. That's getting fucking referenced a lot this night. Isn't it?
Yeah, weird reference pool today.
Yeah, but more so in a way where this is weird because I don't really get what the fuck is happening. And especially because it is told in a very strange way. Like, this movie isn't conventional in any way, at least not in a way I guess you'd expect a zombie movie to be. This movie is definitely going just beyond.
28 days later isn't either.
Yeah, I gotta watch it again. That's big mistake was watching this and not the other ones, or at least 28 days, 28 weeks.
You can skip 28 weeks later. Yeah.
28 weeks has a great scene with the husband turning and killing his wife. That's a crazy scene.
Oh, the opening of the movie.
Yeah, that's a cool scene too. I'm talking about the one where
Oh, in the hospital. Yes.
yeah, in the hospital where he
yeah,
turns infected and just kills his wife while she's strapped to a table.
Yeah.
That scene always got to me, just creepy and weird and brutal, hard to watch.
There's also Jeremy Renner on the building sniping a bunch of innocent people.
I don't remember that. Damn.
Yeah. Well, Jeremy Renner, I don't think shoots a shot, but the rest of the military, commanded by Idris Elba, doing a really bad American accent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, he used that same accent in The Wire, so give it some credence.
But that's The Wire. One's one of the greatest shows on television, and the other is 28 weeks later.
Yeah, I got it eventually. Yeah, but for from the start, this movie, well, I couldn't say I knew where the fuck it was going from the beginning, because after the beginning, which was pretty cool. See a bunch of kids scud in a room and not really knowing something is happening, but not really being told. Yeah, and then fucking die. Yeah, that scene was pretty cool. Until it has nothing to do with the movie for basically the rest of it until the end. Yeah, it was kind of hard. It was pretty hard to figure out where this movie was trying to go. Things that I liked about it, I liked the the second opening of the movie where it introduces the main characters, mostly being Spike and his dad, and the mom somewhat. I like that stuff of them going out into the mainland, and then Spike learning about the world and prepping himself for being like an adventurer, I guess, for like getting supplies and shit to that's what they do, which is cool. Yeah, that stuff was pretty interesting. I like the interactions between him and his father. His father teaching him stuff, encouraging him, readying him for the world that is out there, because that is the reality The fact that the UK itself is pretty fucked up after the 28 days and weeks. Although 28 weeks isn't canon, right? They're pretty much
No,
ignoring that.
28 weeks didn't happen.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
ignoring that.
Yeah. Because if 28 weeks happened, then that means that the rest of the world got infected, which
Right.
28
Yeah.
years later says didn't happen.
Yeah.
So,
UK exclusive.
yeah, they contained it to just the United Kingdom, which is really fucking interesting, by the way.
Yeah, that's like the cool idea about it. Where like
Yeah.
is the UK itself is the only place that's infected,
Yeah.
and they
So
pretty
the
much
rest
keep.
of the world is evolved in technology, like, whereas the UK is stuck in 2002 or whatever.
Yeah, they stay behind. No internet. They
Yeah.
didn't get to play Fortnite.
Good for them.
Yeah. Now, not only did they get sucked, they devolved. They went back like
Yeah.
many like
Like
decades
kind
later.
of like imperialistic, like tendencies, like rites of
Yeah.
passages, and you know, and
Yeah.
stuff like the hunt, which is like interesting. I'm guessing that I'm more than assuming that Alex Garland was trying to bring up like imperialistic, like parallels to how like the world is now. I'm assuming he was trying to draw parallels there. Otherwise, I don't understand what the point of showing footage of medieval battles was.
Maybe it was strange to put it over with the with
Boots.
yeah with boots.
Yeah. I'm glad it's in the movie, by the way.
I feel like it was most effective in the trailer.
Yeah. But I do think it's effective thematically for the movie. Like it's almost like a repetitive cycle.
Maybe. I guess I need to like know the true meaning of boots.
Yeah. Well,
Besides
the
just
the meaning the poem was written as like like it was a repetitive cycle of war that
listen, the most
these
that I
were
know,
continuously happening. Yeah,
yeah,
it could be used as a torture device. Yeah.
yeah, that's like the most I know about it, which is fucked up.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like, which really disencouraged me from like listening to that trailer a lot because I'm like, what do you mean psychological torture? Like, what? It's fine. I will listen to it again. But yeah, that stuff was interesting. Seeing the infected, I guess, and how they themselves evolved into like wild beast is interesting in its own way too. I don't quite get the complete meaning of the pregnant zombie.
Yeah.
That was weird.
You think it's kind of like a memento mori type thing?
I have no idea.
Yeah, like
Maybe like the evolution of life.
yeah, life still goes on, kind of thing.
Life still goes on. Like, listen, even zombies are horny.
Yeah,
They got to do something with those things on their crotches.
I guess.
Got to do something down there.
Yeah. Well, I guess they're not even really zombies, right?
No, they're not
'Cause
zombies, but
they're not
you know,
really zombies. Because the rage virus isn't quite that, right? Because it doesn't. I forget. Ray Fiennes' character said something about that.
no, they're not zombies, but we just call them that because you know.
Yeah, like simplified terms, but they're not really zombies.
Yeah, it's interesting that they still get hungry and shit because they need to eat.
Right. Yeah. Because how else would they stay around for 28 years?
Yeah, the super strength shit is kind of crazy. The like
Yeah, I
fact
know.
that like what the fuck,
What was his name? Samson.
Samson, yeah, yeah. That was the alpha we saw after like the first one, who was already
Yeah.
crazy. Like
Yeah.
he ripped that deer's head off.
Yeah. Well, no, I thought that was Samson who did that.
No, because the alpha that was chasing them died. Right, they shot him when he was chasing Spike and his dad.
Maybe I don't recall.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure there can be more than one alpha.
Yeah. But
Yeah. I think so. Samson's a different one, and
yeah.
what a fucker,
Yeah, long dick style.
dude. I kind of got this strange feel, no, not a strange feeling, but like this like fucked up like thing in my head where I was like, when Spike was being chased by Samson, I was like, oh my god, Spike in his head was like, oh my god, he's gonna rape me, because like he's coming after me,
Jesus.
dude, he's coming after me, no, no, leave me alone. I
Yeah.
it kind of reminded me of the Boondocks episode where Tom has like uh nightmares about being raped in prison.
Oh my god.
Kind of reminded me of that, of like the health inspector scene. Oh no, I'm the health inspector, and it goes down to shows his big dick.
Jesus.
Uh,
Oh man. Yeah. Were there any moments in this movie that like kind of affected you at all? Because like there are a couple scenes in this movie that I think like did kind of made me feel things, I guess.
I think I was just too confused to really feel much.
Yeah.
I liked Spike. I liked following him through
Yeah.
the story. I felt for him the most.
He's a good lad.
I think the biggest feeling that I had was frustration over the dad and not going out to get his wife and kid. Which I understand that's the rule, but like I wish they showed something of him like, what do you mean my wife and kid are gone? I gotta go out there. And they're like, no, you can't go out there.
I mean, I thought
That
that's kind of what happened though, no? Cuz
that
he got the
it's
letter that they were gone and then or something of the kind of that, and he got like really mad and tried to fucking run out.
yeah, no, that's the afterwards of learning that his wife
Yeah.
died. But I kind of wanted more of a scene where it's like immediately when he learns that his wife and kid aren't there.
Mm.
That's more of what I would have
Or
wanted to
maybe the
see.
idea is that like he's just kind of an absentee father.
Maybe that'd be a disappointing reality, I think. But that he's just straight up. Well, I don't think he's an absentee father. I think we see him like care for his kid a lot and train
Neglectful
him.
father then.
Um,
Because I wonder,
no,
is he
couldn't be.
training him out of necessity, or is he training him because he does love and care
I,
for his son?
No, yeah, I think there's definitely a bond there.
Yeah.
I think I could definitely catch that from seeing them outside in the world and him teaching him stuff. He's very much a rough dad to Spike for sure. He's very hard. He's very Kratos ish, but doesn't hit him.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's definitely a bad husband. I can tell you that.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, I would have liked to have like it just confused me that he just like didn't go out there or we didn't see him like do anything about it until like the
Yeah.
ending of the movie where it didn't really matter much because his wife was fucking dead.
Yeah.
I do wonder how the baby thing works.
Yeah, I wonder what's gonna happen with that because I don't know if that's anything. I mean, I guess we'll find out right with the Bone Temple, but like, I wonder if that's gonna be a thing that's in the Bone Temple, or is that a movie 3 problem?
There's gonna be another movie.
Yeah, we'll see.
What the
They
fuck?
didn't. They shot 28 years and 28 years later the Bone Temple, back to back.
Yeah.
But Danny Boyle did this film 28 years later, and then Nia DaCosta did the second film. Both films were written by Alex Garland. The third film is kind of up in the air. They're waiting to see how Bone Temple does before they start working on the third movie. But apparently Garland has a script.
Okay.
He wrote all three, but
Heard all
they
three.
haven't
Done from
done
the
the third film yet. Theoretically, if they get to do the third film, Danny Boyle's making it. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
I guess.
if Bone Temple does well, we'll probably see 28 years later 3 in like a year.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So as we know, the blood and shit, like just a drop of blood into
Yeah.
like into the system can just like fuck you up and you're done. You're infected. So like that's blood. So what about cum? This is a strange thought, I know, but like the fact that an infected got another infected pregnant and then it came out as a just regular ass baby. Like, what does that mean? Is the reproductive system just like okay? That's still human.
Well, we know that the virus only infects the brain, right?
I don't remember 28 days later, but I presume. not
Well,
based.
doesn't Ray Fiennes say something about it in years later?
I don't think so.
Hmm.
I presume not because like the blood itself can just like you're done.
Mm-hmm.
Blood, saliva, all that. Like you're probably fine if they cut you unless their blood is on your cut.
Mm-hmm.
Just exposure to the virus itself will just ruin you. But I guess they're telling us that sperm is fine.
Hmm.
Sperm is secure, actually. Or
Yeah.
maybe the baby's actually just a fucking ticking time bomb, and
Maybe.
will actually just like explode on the town, and the town is done, which would be
Who
a
knows?
terrible reality.
Yeah. Who knows though?
Who knows? Let's see. I like the. I mentioned that I like the stuff with Spike and his dad
Yeah.
being out in the world. That could have been a whole movie of itself. In fact, I thought that was gonna be the whole movie. Not gonna lie to you, based on the trailer, because I guess that's why the trailer was effective, or and
Mm-hmm.
misleading. Well, not so much misleading, but like purposely like not showing everything.
Vague.
Yeah,
Yeah.
vague. Like what you saw in that trailer is basically that first half of the movie,
Mm-hmm.
which again I liked. Um, I liked the mom character in a way.
Yeah.
She was fine. It was very strange that she just dies. Like as a send off.
She chose it
Yeah, she chose it.
because of her condition, and she knew she would be no help to Spike.
No.
And as a like, because Spike did what he set out to do to take care of his mom,
Hmm.
and he proved himself a man by adequately taking care of his mother. And she chose to end her life because that's what she wanted. And ultimately, it was either she went out that way or she let the dementia take her over. So, yeah, like either reality is absurdly sad. Um, but I don't know. I had no issue with her just dying. It felt like that character was just. It's not a whole lot much more you can do with that character.
I mean, you could always find like some bit of closure with her and her husband. I feel like that feels pretty incomplete. Like he's cheating on her and she has no idea, and
Ultimately, is it better that she knows or is it better that she doesn't and so forgets anyway?
oh, it's better for the husband, I guess.
Does he deserve that?
Just sort of like what, like
Like that? Does he deserve that closure?
the closure of his wife knowing that he cheated, or does he deserve the closure of seeing his wife leave the world?
The former.
Well, that'd be a comeuppance. That'd be like, hey, your wife knows, piece of shit, and she hates you now.
And forgets immediately. Or maybe not immediately, but forgets
Maybe not
within
immediately.
time.
Like remember when she killed that zombie and saved Spike's life while he was asleep?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was wondering where they were gonna go with that. If that like meant something different.
I took it as like maternal instinct.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't. Yeah. I didn't feel like that was something that needed to be expanded on. It just felt it was like, oh, okay, she's a mother. Yeah, she would do that. Like you hear stories about mothers who are able to like lift cars when their children are trapped
I mean,
underneath.
I'm not saying it's impossible for her to smash
Yeah.
the zombie's head in. It's just more so like she was asleep and then she went psycho mode and then poof.
Yeah.
And like I was wondering like what they were gonna do with that. I don't know. I would have thought that after discovering it, they would have brought her back to the village or something, and then I mean maybe they probably wouldn't give her an easy death, like
Yeah.
being like kill me, kill me, kill me. Probably not.
It's like with the type of story that's being told. If it's meant to be more sentimental in a way, I don't think that having her go back to the village would be quite accomplishing that idea. I think just adding her skull to the bone temple is a little more melancholic,
I
or
don't.
like more.
Yeah, of course. I just know. I just don't really know what
Yeah,
that means. I don't know what that means at all.
I think it's just
Putting
meant to be like kind of like a representation, or like kind of like life in a sense, or like kind of like that remembrance that you are mortal kind of situation. I think like the memento mori aspect, but or maybe it is kind of like a all these terrible things can happen, but life still moves on, and that life being Spike and the baby.
and putting the skull in the spike would mean like
Mm-hmm.
remembering.
Yeah, like think
Okay,
about it. He puts her skull there. She is essentially immortalized there.
at the very top,
Like
unless she falls off.
the memory, unless she falls off, but the memory is quite literally there. You
Right.
know, because like at that point she wasn't gonna get buried, like, or they could have buried her, but like there's no like grave to make, so yeah, yeah.
There's no
There's
graves,
there's there's
but
stuff
they
here.
they do have like their little memoriam in the village with all the
Yeah,
tombs that they set up.
yeah.
I reckon they'll make one for her.
I'd imagine, yeah, that the Aaron Taylor Johnson would at least do that.
Yeah, I'm sure he cares about his wife and child despite his
Yeah,
cheating in nature.
yeah. It's a weird movie, but it's got stuff.
The action's fine.
I got
Like you
kind
know
of sick of
when
the
whenever
one Danny
yeah
Boyle's
that's
one gimmick shot that he was doing. Yeah,
yeah that took me out of the movie. I was like
yeah.
the fuck like
Every time it happened, I was sucked out.
I thought I thought the screen freeze like is the internet. Oh no, it's just the movie being weird.
No, the movie's just doing that. Yeah, that's Danny Boyle fucking around with an iPhone camera.
Yeah,
Yeah,
happened a few too many times for me to be like, stop it.
yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah. I think the movie looks good.
Yeah,
Yeah, but like there are some things he does experimentally where I'm like, did you need to do that?
like you stupid old man, come down.
Well, he's I don't know about like stupid old man because he's trying new things, but it's like I get it. Yeah, yeah. But hey, we never know.
I
We'll
like the
see.
Swedish soldier. He was fun.
Yeah.
He was kind of an asshole, but then he like the fact that he stuck around with them and didn't abandon them despite him being like, "I'm gonna leave you here." And I found his interactions with him and Spike and the mom kind of fun because Spike just doesn't know anything about the outside world and how the present is, and that guy seems to be just like a fucking personification of the modern world with like the
Yeah.
iPhone and like the girlfriend with the excessive beauty shit that makes her look
Mm-hmm.
really ugly and all that. And I like the fact that he was like beginning to come to terms with that, knowing the rules of the outside world, and if you're there, you're stuck. It's over. You're done. This is my life now.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of like hoping to see how he like learns into that new world himself and like just kind of like tries to fit in. But no, the movie he dies because the movie decides he has to,
Yeah.
and I thought that was kind of a shame.
Yeah.
What the fuck was that ending?
I don't know. We'll find out, I guess, with the Bone Temple what that's all about.
It was pretty fucking funny. I'm not gonna lie to you. Seeing all these people in like
In
jump
tracksuits.
tracksuits, different colored tracksuits, jumping around doing backflips
Yeah.
was pretty funny.
Yep.
But
And
like,
I have a feeling it was probably supposed to be a little funny.
I hope so.
Because Danny Boyle, as far as I've seen a few of his movies, as far as I understand him, he doesn't really do much without intention. He always has an intent behind what he's doing or trying to say something. So, I don't know.
Yeah, well, it was weird. It was kind of another thing that just fucking took me out of the movie, also. But like I said, it was pretty funny. So I guess I can't uh, be too mad at it.
Yeah. Well,
And
do you know? No, go ahead.
I just want one more thing. It was one of those movies where I'm like, oh, it's ending. Like the ending coming kind of just hit me out of nowhere because it's like, wait a minute, this looks like an ending. Are we ending? And it was pretty strange because I feel like it was just starting, or like we were like just in
Yeah.
the middle. That was weird.
That's what happens when you're making part one of a trilogy. You can't have an ending for your first movie. Dune Part 2. Sorry.
Ooh,
Anyway.
127 hours is great, by the way.
Yeah. What would you rate?
I don't know, probably a 6 or 5 or something.
That's where I was at. I was at a 6. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was like, I don't know.
I don't dislike this movie or anything. It is weird, uh, but it couldn't quite connect with it in
Yeah.
a way that like the trailer made me connect with it
Yeah.
or anything like that. But I guess we'll see how it pays off when the sequel comes out
Which should be today's Thursday the 15th as of recording, so it comes out tonight.
tonight.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna see it that soon, so
No. I'll probably see it today.
you will let me know what you think of it.
Yeah. We'll see. I'm fucking pumped a little about it. So
It's mostly for Nia DaCosta.
I just need Nita Costa to have a win. I need her to have a win.
Why? What's the hype around her?
I liked her Candyman movie quite a bit.
Right.
And also just, when a Marvel director gets fucked, I tend to want to wish better things for them than Marvel.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. But, alright. And that concludes our endpoint. This might be our longest video to date. We'll see.
Really? No way. Oh wait, right.
We've been recording for 3.5. Yeah.
Right, and with both parts too. Shit.
Yeah. Well, I'm putting them all into one. I'm not,
Exactly. Yeah, with both parts.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, with that, we welcome in 2026, and we may have that video up by the end of the week. The other planned one that we want to do.
The order
that I will
one.
not divulge yet. We may. If not, I may put out a community post for the first time ever, or just kind of let it sit. I don't know.
I just maintain your surprise.
Yeah, we'll maintain the surprise. I'm still not telling you what it is, but if it's not this week, it'll be out by next week.
Don't set up any expectations.
No, not at all. All right. Well, bye-bye.
Bye bye.